GS Paper 1. Basava Jayanti. Context: Basava Jayanti marks the birth anniversary of Lord Basavana, the 12th century poet philosopher, and the founding saint of the Lingayat faith. This year it falls on the 3rd of May 2021. About Basavana, his thoughts and contributions. Basavana was a philosopher, statesman, Kannada poet and a social reformer during the reign of the Kalachuri dynasty King Bijjala I in Karnataka. Basavana spread social awareness through his poetry, popularly known as vachanas. Basavana rejected gender or social discrimination, superstitions and rituals. He introduced new public institutions such as the Anubhava Mantapa, or the Hall of Spiritual Experience, which welcomed men and women from all socio-economic backgrounds to discuss spiritual and mundane questions of life, in open. As a leader, he developed and inspired a new devotional movement named Virashavas, or ardent, heroic worshippers of Shiva. This movement shared its roots in the ongoing Tamil Bhakti movement, particularly the Shava Ninas traditions, over the 7th to 11th century. Basava championed devotional worship that rejected temple worship and rituals led by Brahmins, and replaced it with personalized direct worship of Shiva through practices such as individually worn icons and symbols like a small linga. The Sharana movement he presided over attracted people from all castes, unlike most strands of the Bhakti movement, produced a corpus of literature, the Vachanas, that unveiled the spiritual universe of the Virashava saints. The egalitarianism of Basavana's Sharana movement was too radical for its times. Insta-links, prelims link, 1. What is Shramana tradition? 2. What are Vachanas? 3. What is Anubhava Mantapa? 4. Who are Kalacharas? 5. Who are Ninas? 6. What is the Bhakti movement? Mains link. Write a note on important contributions made by 12th century reformer Basavana to the society. Buddha Purnima. Context: Buddha Purnima was celebrated on May 16 to mark the birth anniversary of Siddhartha Gautam or Gautam Buddha. It is also believed to be the day he attained salvation or nirvana under the Mahabodhi tree at Bodh Gaya. It is also known as Vesak. In 1999, it became a UN designated day to acknowledge the contribution of Buddhism to society. On this occasion, Modi became the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Lumbini. He laid the foundation of a monastery. www. Insights on India. Com Chair. Want to learn more about Buddhist councils, Tripitaka's contribution of Buddhism to Indian culture? Reference. Read this. Insta curious. Did you know that Buddha Purnima is also considered a triple blessed day, as Tathagata Gautam Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and Mahapanirvana? Most Buddha images throughout Asia are in one of three postures: standing, sitting, or lying down. But did you know there is a famous walking Buddha posture known as Sukhothai walking Buddha? Read here. Did you know about various mudras of Buddha? Few questions have been asked on this in prelims. Read here. Insta-links, prelims link. 1. Buddhism origin and spread. 2. Different sects under Buddhism. 3. Various mudras. 4. Differences between Hinayana and Mahayana sects. 5. Who are Bodhisattvas? 6. Different places associated with the life of Buddha. 7. Various Buddhist councils. Mains link. Discuss the relevance of Buddha and his thoughts today. About Gautam Buddha. Buddha's birth and death dates are unknown. Most historians place his birth between 563 and 483 BC. He is believed to be the ninth incarnation of Lord Vishnu, as per Vedic literature. He was born as Siddhartha Gautam in Lumbini and belonged to the Sakya clan. Places associated with him. Gautam attained Bodhi enlightenment under a peepal tree at Bodh Gaya, Bihar. Buddha gave his first sermon in the village of Sarnath, near Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh. This event is known as Dharma Chakra Pravartana, turning of the wheel of law. He died at the age of 80 in 483 BCE at Kushinagar, Uttar Pradesh. The event is known as Mahaparinibban or Mahaparinirvana. Schools of Buddhism. Mahayana, idol worship, Hinayana, Theravada, Vajrayana, Tantric Buddhism, Zen. Sat www. Insights on India. Com. Q. With reference to the cultural history of India, which one of the following is the correct description of the term paramitas? 2020. 8. The earliest Dharmashastra texts written in aphoristic sutra style. B. Philosophical schools that did not accept the authority of Vedas. C. Perfections whose attainment led to the Bodhisattva path. The powerful merchant guilds of early medieval South India. Ans. C. Char Dham Yatra. Context. Char Dham Yatra has come to be known as a risky pilgrimage because at least 23 pilgrims have died en route since it began on May 3rd in Uttarakhand. This was primarily owing to cardiac-related illnesses like heart attack, hypertension, or other comorbidities. What makes it so tough? Difficult. Tough terrains, high altitudes and changing weather conditions. Those visiting are affected by sudden low temperature, low humidity, increased ultraviolet radiation, low air pressure, and low oxygen levels. Due to low humidity, within the first few hours of altitude exposure, water loss also increases, resulting in dehydration. Do you know about the Supreme Court appointed High Powered Committee (HPC) on the Char Dham project? A. What are the functions of the committee? 2. What is the composition? 3. What's the environmental concern associated with the implementation of this project? 4. What needs to be done? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Overview of the project. 2. Important national parks and wildlife sanctuaries in the region. 3. Important rivers flowing through these places. 4. Difference between national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. Mains link. Discuss the significance of Char Dham project. www. Insights on India. Com Art. Q. Which of the following are covered under Char Dham Yatra? 1. Gangotri. 2. Yamunotri. 3. Kedarnath. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. All of the above. Ans. D. What is the Puri Heritage Corridor? Context. According to ASI, the Orissa state government was constructing the Puri Heritage Corridor project without proper license in protected and controlled areas of the monument. APIL has been filed in court against the proposal, which has prompted worries about its influence on the structural safety of the Puri temple. What is the Puri Heritage Corridor project? Conceived in 2016, the project aims to transform the holy town of Puri into an international place of heritage. The project includes redevelopment of Puri Lake and Musa River revival plan. About Puri Jagannath Temple. It is an important Vaishnavite temple dedicated to Jagannath, a form of Sri Krishna in Puri in Orissa. The temple is believed to have been constructed in the 12th century by King Anatavarman Chodaganga Deva of the Eastern Ganga dynasty. Jagannath Puri temple is called Yamanika Tirtha, where, according to the Hindu beliefs, the power of Yama, the god of death, has been nullified in Puri due to the presence of Lord Jagannath. The Puri temple is famous for its annual Ratha Yatra, or chariot festival, in which the three principal deities are pulled on huge and elaborately decorated temple cars. Insta curious. Did you know that the idol of Jagannatha is made of wood and is ceremoniously replaced in every 12 or 19 years by using sacred trees? Insta links. Prelims link. 1. About Puri Jagannath Temple. 2. Nagara architecture. 3. Puri Rath Yatra. 4. Puri Heritage Corridor. Mains link. Discuss the significance of the Puri Heritage Corridor project. Q. Which of the following is famously known as Yamanika Tirtha? A. Jagannath Temple. B. Vijaya Vittala Temple. C. Kalashnath Temple. D. None of the above. Ans. C. Sri Narayana Guru. Context. The Karnataka government is caught in a controversy over the exclusion of text on reformer Narayana Guru in the new social science textbook of class 10. However, references to Narayana Guru were present in the chapter in the earlier version of the text. Nor www. Insights on India.com. Who is Narayan Guru? Sri Narayana Guru was a catalyst and leader who reformed the oppressive caste system that prevailed in society at the time. He was born in 1856 in Chempazanthi, a village near Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Belonged to the Isava caste, Narayan Guru had experienced discrimination from the upper caste of society. His philosophy always advocated social equality, education for all, and spiritual enlightenment. Significant contribution for society. He gave the famous slogan, One caste, one religion, one God for all, Oru Jati, Oru Matham, Oru Devam, Manushanu. In 1888, Narayana Guru consecrated the first temple of Lord Shiva, where an idol was ordinated by a non-Brahmin in a Ravipuram village of Kerala. His steps sparked off the anti-caste revolution against the upper caste Brahmin communities. In one temple he consecrated at Kalavinkode, he kept mirrors instead of idols. This symbolized his message that the divine was within each individual. In 1903, he established the Sri Narayana Dharma Paripalana Yogam, SNDP, as the founder and president. He had set up more than 40 temples across the state as an act of protest to permit lower caste people to enter temples. Contribution to national movement. He was in the forefront of the movement for universal temple entry and against the societal ills like the social discrimination of untouchables. He provided the impetus for Vaka agitation, which was aimed at temple entry in Travancore for the lower castes. He captured the essence of Indianness in his poems, which highlighted the unity that lies beneath the world's apparent diversity. Philosophy of Sri Narayana Guru. Sri Narayana Guru became one of the greatest proponents and re-evaluators of Advaita Vedanta, the principle of non-duality put forward by Adi Shankara. In 1913, he founded the Advaita Ashram at Aluva. This was an important event in his spiritual quest. This ashram was dedicated to a great principle Om Sahodaryam Sarvatra, all men are equal in the eyes of God. Literary works, he wrote various books in different languages. Few of them are Advaita Deepika, Asrama, Thevarappatin Kangal, Brahmavidya Panchakametsi. Relevance of his philosophy. Sri Narayana Guru's philosophy of universal oneness has special relevance in the contemporary global context where the social fabric of many countries and communities are being eroded by hatred, violence, bigotry, sectarianism, and other divisive tendencies. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. Sri Narayana Guru belonged to which state? Though Aravipuram movement is associated with Teen, who established Advaita Ashram in Kaladi. 4. Who started Vaikom Satyagraha? What were the objectives? Mains link, discuss the role of Sri Narayana Guru in social reforms in India. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Sri Narayana Guru was a proponent of Advaita Vedanta. Though in 1913, he founded the Advaita Ashram at Aluva. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. C. www. Insights on India. Com thus. Tomar King Anangpal Do. Context. The National Monuments Authority (NMA), set up for the protection and preservation of monuments under the Ministry of Culture, has planned to erect a statue of Anangpal Tomar II somewhere in central Delhi and develop it into a tourist spot. Many believe he was the founder king of Delhi. Who was Anangpal II? A. Belonged to the Tomar dynasty that ruled parts of present-day Delhi and Haryana between the 8th and 12th centuries. Though he was succeeded by his grandson Prithviraj Chauhan, who was defeated by the Ghurid forces in the Battle of Terrain present-day Haryana, after which the Delhi Sultanate was established in 1192. 13. The Tomar dynasty shifted its capital in the 8th century to Dilikapuri, Delhi, during the reign of Anangpal II. 4. The Vishnu Garud Dhwaj iron pillar in the Qutub complex was also brought by King Anangpal Tomar II. About Tomar dynasty. Tomar dynasty is one of the minor early medieval ruling houses of northern India. According to Bardic tradition, the dynasty was one of the 36 Rajput tribes. The history of the family spans the period between the reign of Anangpal, who founded the city of Delhi in the 11th century CE, and the incorporation of Delhi within the Chauhan Chahamana kingdom in 1164. Although Delhi subsequently became decisively a part of the Chauhan kingdom, numismatic and comparatively late literary evidence indicates that Tomara kings such as Anangapala and Madanapala continued to rule as feudatories, presumably until the final conquest of Delhi by the Muslims in 1192-93. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About Tomar Kingdom. Though important kings and their contributions. 3. Their capitals. 4. Important battles and outcomes. Mains link. Assess the elements of change and continuity in architecture under various dynasties of Delhi Sultanate. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Tomar II was succeeded by his grandson Prithviraj Chauhan. Though Dhilikapuri was the capital of Tomar dynasty, Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer C. 11 www. Insights on India. Com. Qutub Minar not a place of worship, ASI. Context. The Qutub Minar complex is not a place of worship and its character cannot be changed now. The Archaeological Survey of India submitted in a Delhi court recently, while opposing a plea challenging the dismissal of a civil suit seeking restoration of Hindu and Jain temples on the premises. The original suit, claiming that 27 temples were demolished to build the Quwwatul Islam Mosque at the Qutub Minar complex, was dismissed last year under the provisions of Places of Worship Special Provisions Act, 1991. Archaeological Survey of India, ASI, it is under the Ministry of Culture. It was founded in 1861 by Alexander Cunningham, the first Director General of ASI. Alexander Cunningham is also known as the father of Indian archaeology. It is the premier organization for the archaeological research and protection of the cultural heritage of the nation. It carries out surveys of antiquarian remains, exploration and excavation of archaeological sites, conservation and maintenance of protected monuments at sea. It administers more than 3,650 ancient monuments, archaeological sites and remains of national importance. Places of Worship Special Provisions Act, 1991, it seeks to maintain the religious character of places of worship as it was in 1947 except in the case of Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid dispute, which was already in court. Section 3 of the Act bans the conversion of a place of worship or even a section of it into a place of worship of a different religious denomination or of a different segment of the same religious denomination. Section 4.2 says that all suits, appeals or other proceedings regarding converting the character of a place of worship that were pending on the 15th of August 1947, will come to end when the Act commences and no fresh proceedings can be filed. The legal proceedings, however, can be initiated if the change of status took place after the 15th of August 1947, after enactment of the Act. It also imposes a positive obligation on the state to maintain the religious character of every place of worship as it existed at the time of independence. The legislative obligation on the part of the state to preserve and protect all faiths equally is an essential secular feature and one of the basic features of the Indian Constitution. Exemption 1. The disputed site at Ayodhya was exempted from the Act. Though any place of worship which is an ancient and historical monument or an archaeological site covered by the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act, 1958. 13. Any dispute that has been settled by the parties or conversion of any place that took place by acquiescence before the Act commenced. Penalty. The Act under Section 6 prescribes a punishment of maximum 3 years imprisonment along with a fine for contravening the provisions of the Act. Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains AMASR Act, 1958. Under this Act, the Archaeological Survey of India functions. It provides for preservation of ancient and historical monuments and archaeological sites and remains of national importance. www. Insights on India. Com. It provides for the regulation of archaeological excavations and for protection of sculptures, carvings and other like objects. The act prohibits construction in prohibited areas, an area of 100 meters around protected monuments. The construction is not permitted in such prohibited areas even if it is for public purposes, except under certain conditions. The area can be extended beyond 100 meters by the central government. The iconic monuments in India, Taj Mahal, Ajanta Caves, the Great Stupa at Sanchi and the Sun Temple of Konark, among others, are designated as ancient monuments of national importance and protected under the AMASR Act. Qutub Minar. It is a five-storied red sandstone tower 72.5 meters high built by Muslim conquerors in the 13th century to commemorate their final triumph over the Rajput rulers of Delhi. Qutub means victory, while also serving as a tower from where muezzins criers call for prayer at the Quwwatul Islam Mosque nearby. A 7 m high iron pillar stands in the courtyard of the mosque. Its surrounding contains a light darwaza gate, the masterpiece of Indo-Muslim art built in 1311. The building process of Qutub Minar took about 75 years. Its construction was started by Qutb-ud-Din Aibak (1206–1210) in 1193 and finished by Iltutmish (1211–1236). In 1368, it was repaired by the rulers of the day, Muhammad bin Tuluk (1325–51) and Firuz Shah Tuluk (1351–88). The Minar Tower is engraved with fine arabesque decorations on its surface, mainly verses from the Quran. Qutub Minar and its monuments were declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1993. Insta-links, Prelims link. 1. Archaeological Survey of India, ASI 2. Places of Worship, Special Provisions Act, 1991 3. Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains, AMASR Act, 1958 4. Qutub Minar Architecture. Mains link, Places of Worship Special Provisions Act, 1991 seeks to maintain the religious character of places. In the light of the statement, critically analyze the provision of Places of Worship Special Provisions Act, 1991. Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. Context: the 161st birth anniversary of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore was celebrated across the nation on May 7th. He was born on the 7th of May 1861. About Rabindranath Tagore, early life, popularly known as Gurudev, he was born into an affluent family. Tagore was primarily known as a writer, poet, playwright, philosopher and aesthetician, music composer and choreographer, founder of a unique educational institution Vishwa Bharati and a painter. Tagore wrote his first poetry under the pen name Bhanusimha. He had spoken at the World Parliament for Religions in the years 1929 and 1937. Contributions: he wrote the national anthems of India and Bangladesh. He left his imprint on art and played a role in transforming its practices and ushering into modernism. Between 1928 and 1940, Rabindranath painted more than 2,000 images. He never gave any title to his paintings. Expressionism in European art and the primitive art of ancient cultures inspired him. Awards. In 1913, he became the first Indian to receive a Nobel Prize in Literature for his novel Geetanjali. Tera www. Insights on India. Com. Role in the freedom struggle. He denounced British imperialism. Yet he did not fully support or agree with Gandhi and his non-cooperation movement. He viewed British rule as a symptom of the overall sickness of the social disease of the public. In his writings, he also voiced his support of Indian nationalists. Rabindranath Tagore wrote the song Banglar Mati Banglar Jol, Soil of Bengal, Water of Bengal to unite the Bengali population after Bengal partition in 1905. He also wrote the famed Amar Sona Bangla, which helped ignite a feeling of nationalism amongst people. He started the Rakhi Utsav where people from Hindu and Muslim communities tied colorful threads on each other's wrists. Tagore rejected violence from the British as well and renounced the knighthood that had been given to him in by Lord Hardinge in 1915 in protest of the violent Amritsar massacre in which the British killed at least 1526 unarmed Indian citizens. The cornerstone of Tagore's beliefs and work is the idea that anti-colonialism cannot simply be achieved by rejecting all things British, but should consist of incorporating all the best aspects of Western culture into the best of Indian culture. What freedom meant for Tagore? Freedom does not simply mean political freedom from the British. True freedom means the ability to be truthful and honest with oneself, otherwise, autonomy loses all of its worth. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Essence in Tagore's paintings. Though. When and why did he renounce his knighthood? Theme. His contributions to literature. 4. About Vishwabharati University. 5. Tagore Award. Mains link. Explain how Rabindranath Tagore catalyzed the progress of the Indian national movement in innumerable ways. Q. Identify the personality based on the information given below. A. He wrote his first poetry aged. He published his first poems aged 16 under the pen name Bhanu Simha. Though he had spoken at the World Parliament for Religions in the years 1929 and 1937. Theme. He viewed British rule as a symptom of the overall sickness of the social disease of the public. Choose the correct answer. A. Rabindranath Tagore. B. Mahatma Gandhi. C. Subhash Chandra Bose. D. None of the above. Answer A. Delhi University. Context. Delhi University marks its centenary in May 2022. Establishment. It was established in 1922 by an act of British India's legislature, the Central Legislative Assembly. The three original constituent colleges of the University of Delhi were St. Stephen's College, established by a missionary initiative, the Cambridge Mission to Delhi, in 1881, the Hindu College founded in 1899, and Ramjas College, which was established on the 14th of May 1917 by educationist and philanthropist Rai Kedarnath. All three colleges were previously affiliated with the University of the Punjab. Role in India's freedom movement. In 1933, the erstwhile Viceregal Lodge, where the Gandhi-Irwin Pact had been signed 2 years before, became part of the university's property. The colonial mansion now houses the vice-chancellors of FIs. Although the Viceregal Lodge was built in 1902, the hunting lodge that predated it was a hiding place for British officials during the Sepoy Mutiny of 1857. It was in the Viceregal Lodge that Bhagat Singh was confined after the Central Assembly bomb. www. Insights on India. Com 14. Ings of the 8th of April 1929, and it was in that very building that he was tried. Students of Ramjas College, University's constituent college, hid the revolutionary Chandra Shekhar Azad when he was evading the British government. Students of Hindu College, University's constituent college, were actively involved in the Quit India movement of 1942. Delhi University has its own charter, written by its then 1938 to 1950 Vice Chancellor, Morris Guire, who was also Chief Justice of India from 1937 to 1943, said former VC Dinesh Singh. Related trivia: the Vice President of India serves as the University Chancellor. It is recognized as an Institute of Eminence (IO) by the University Grants Commission (UGC). Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About Do. Do. About UGC. 3. About IO. 4. Morris Square. 5. Viceregal Lodge. 6. Quit India Movement of 1942. 7. Gandhi Urban Pact. Mains link. Discuss about the role of Delhi University in India's freedom movement. Raja Ram Mohan Roy's 250th birth anniversary. Context: the 250th birth anniversary of Raja Ram Mohan Roy was celebrated on May 22 this year. About Raja Ram Mohan Roy. He is popularly remembered as the father of Indian Renaissance. He was born on the 22nd of May 1772 in Radhanga, Bengal Presidency. He represented Akbar II in England, where he pleaded for his pension and allowances. Akbar II awarded him the title, Raja. Social contributions. Raja Ram Mohan Roy was a crusader of women's rights. He stood against the practice of sati. The Abolition of Sati Act, 1829, was a result of R. Mohan Roy's efforts. He pleaded for the right of inheritance and property for women. He fought against polygamy and child marriage, which were prevalent back then. He supported women education as he believed that only education would fetch women equal social status with men. Organizations he is associated with started Atmiya Sabha in 1814 in order to crusade against idol worship, meaningless rituals, and superstitious beliefs. He spreaded the monotheistic ideals. In 1817, along with David Hare, he founded the Hindu College at Calcutta. The Calcutta Unitarian Committee, jointly founded by William Adam and Ramohan Roy in September 1821, sought to bring together prominent Brahmins who were friends of Roy's and supporters of his agenda for the promotion of religious monotheism and social reform. He created the Brahma Sabha in 1828, set up with Debendranath Tagore. In 1822, he set up the Anglo-Hindu school, which taught mechanics and Voltaire's philosophy. In 1825, he started the Vedanta College, where Indian learning, as well as the Western social and physical sciences, were taught. In 1830, he assisted Alexander Duff to set up the General Assembly's institution, which later became the Scottish Church College. Literary contributions. 1. Brahmanical Magazine, 1821. 2. Sambad Kaumudi, a Bengali weekly, started in 1822. 3. Mirat ul Akbar, a Persian journal. 4. Tuhfat ul Muvahhidin, 1804. 15 www. Insights on India. Com. 5. Vedanta Gantha, 1815. 6. Translation of an abridgment of the Vedanta Sara, 1816. 7. Ken Upanishads, 1816. 8. Ishopanishad 1816. No. Kathapanishad 1817. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. Who gave Ram Mohan Roy the title Raja? Though institutions, organizations he was associated with. Teen. Important literary works. Mains link. Raja Ram Mohan Roy is considered as the father of modern India. Discuss his contributions in making India progressive and rational, which set our country on a path of modernity. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Rajaram Mohan Roy represented Akbar II in England, where he pleaded for his pension and allowances. Though, in 1825, he started the Vedanta College. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only B. 2 only C. Both D. None. Answer C. What is Victory Day? Context. Every year, Russia celebrates Victory Day on May 9 to commemorate the Soviet Union's victory over Germany's Nazi forces in World War II. What is Victory Day? Victory Day marks the end of World War II and the victory of the Allied forces in 1945. Adolf Hitler had shot himself on April 30th. On May 7th, German troops surrendered, which was formally accepted the next day, and came into effect on May 9th. In most European countries, it is celebrated on May 8th, and is called the Victory in Europe Day. Why does Russia not celebrate Victory Day on the same date? This is because the instrument of surrender signed on May 7 stipulated that all hostilities would cease at 23:01 Berlin time on May 8, and, as time in Moscow was an hour ahead, this would push the ceasefire into May 9. A. An initial document was signed in Reims, France on May 7. Though, but, Russia argued that some German troops considered the Reims instrument a surrender to the Western Allies only, and that fighting continued in Eastern Europe, especially in Prague. Theme. Therefore, Soviet Union demanded another signing. Char. A second surrender ceremony then took place in a manner on the outskirts of Berlin late on May 8, when it was already May 9 in Moscow. 5. Both texts stipulated that forces under German control were to cease operations at 11:01 p.m. Berlin time. Therefore, in the eyes of the Soviet Union, the head of Germany's armed forces surrendered personally to Joseph Stalin's representative on May 9, and the instrument of surrender was signed in the early hours of the day. Relevance of the day this year. In this year's speech, Russian President Vladimir Putin described the denazification of Ukraine as one of the main aims of his special military operation in the country. The choice of words followed by the Kremlin is similar to USSR's stand against Nazism in World War II. The parallels drawn with the Second World War. One of the major reasons why speculations around Russia's actions on Victory Day 2022 keep growing. www. Insights on India. Solar. Insta curious. Do you know the key differences between World War I and World War II? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Access and allied powers. Though. Reasons for the WW2. Theme. Outcomes of WW2. Char. Why Victory Day celebration dates differ across the world. 5. Why Russia chose May 9th. Mains link. Write a note Victory Day celebrated by Russia. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Victory Day marks the end of World War II and the victory of the Allied forces in 1945. Though it is celebrated every year on the 8th of May only. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer A. Raising marriage age of women. Context: the India Child Protection Forum (ICPF) has opposed the move to raise the marriage age of women. ICPF is an umbrella body of child rights organizations launched by Nobel laureate Kailash Satyarthi. It recently appeared before the parliamentary panel studying the bill on raising the age of marriage for women to 21 from 18 years. Why ICPF is against raising the age? Because raising the age of marriage for women to 21 will result in criminalizing young adults entering into wedlock, especially those who marry against the consent of their parents. It will empower the patriarchal violence against women's autonomy when they exercise their choice to marry. The Prohibition of Child Marriage Amendment, Bill 2021. It proposes to raise the age of marriage for women to 21 from 18 years, met recently. The bill would amend 1. The Indian Christian Marriage Act, 1972. Though the Parsi Marriage and Divorce Act, 1936. 3. The Muslim Personal Law Shariat Application Act, 1937. 4. The Special Marriage Act, 1954. 5. The Hindu Marriage Act, 1955. 6. The Foreign Marriage Act, 1956. What the law says. Currently, the law prescribes that the minimum age of marriage is 21 and 18 years for men and women, respectively. The minimum age of marriage is distinct from the age of majority, which is gender neutral. A. An individual attains the age of majority at 18 as per the Indian Majority Act, 1875. Though, for Hindus, Section 5E of the Hindu Marriage Act, 1955 sets 18 years as the minimum age for the bride and 21 years as the minimum age for the groom. Child marriages are not illegal but can be declared void at the request of the minor in the marriage. 3. In Islam, the marriage of a minor who has attained puberty is considered valid under personal law. 4. The Special Marriage Act, 1954 and the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, 2006 also prescribe 18 and 21 years as the minimum age of consent for marriage for women and men respectively. Why these being relooked at? What are the issues associated? What's the way out? Reference: read this. Satra www. Insights on India.com. Instalinks, prelims link, 1. Jaya Jaitali Committee was constituted for the purpose of, though, legal provisions related to minimum age of marriage for men and women in India. 3. Key provisions of Special Marriage Act, 1954. 4. Overview of the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, 2006. 5. Standing vs Select vs Finance Committees. Chair. Who appoints chairperson and members of these committees? 7. Committees exclusive to only Lok Sabha. 8. Committees where Speaker is the chairperson. Mains link. Do you think the minimum age for marriage for men and women should be raised? Discuss. Q. Which of the following are correctly matched? A. Article 25. Freedom of conscience and free profession, practice and propagation of religion. Though Article 26. Freedom to manage religious affairs. 3. Article 27. Freedom as to payment of taxes for promotion of any religion. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. All of the above. Answer D. Asha workers honored by who? Context. ASHA accredited social health activist workers have received the Global Health Leaders Award Do Shunya Do Do in the backdrop of the ongoing 75th World Health Assembly. The other recipients include 8 volunteer polio workers who were shot and killed by armed gunmen in Takhar and Kunduz provinces in Afghanistan in February this year. Who are ASHA accredited social health activist workers? ASHA workers are volunteers from within the community who are trained to provide information and aid people in accessing benefits of various healthcare schemes of the government. They act as a bridge connecting marginalized communities with facilities such as primary health centers, sub-centers and district hospitals. The role of these community health volunteers under the National Rural Health Mission (NRHM) was first established in 2005. Eligibility. They must have good communication and leadership skills. Should be literate with formal education up to class 8, as per the program guidelines. ASHA workers in the country. There are around 10.4 lakh ASHA workers across the country. The largest workforces of ASHA workers are in states with high populations: Uttar Pradesh 1.63 lakh, Bihar 89,437, and Madhya Pradesh 77,531. Goa is the only state with no such workers. ASHA workers' roles and functions. 1. Go door to door in their designated areas creating awareness about basic nutrition, hygiene practices, and the health services available. 2. Focus on ensuring that women undergo antenatal checkup, maintain nutrition during pregnancy, deliver at a healthcare facility, and provide post-birth training on breastfeeding and complementary nutrition of children. 3. Counsel women about contraceptives and sexually transmitted infections. 4. Ensure that children get immunized. www. Insights on India. Thara. 5. Provide medicines daily to TB patients under directly observed treatment of the national program. How much are ASHA workers paid? Since they are considered volunteers, governments are not obligated to pay them a salary. And most states don't. Their income depends on incentives under various schemes that are provided when they, for example, ensure an institutional delivery or when they get a child immunized. All this adds up to only between 6,000 rupees to 8,000 rupees a month. Insta-links, prelims link. 1. ASHA workers eligibility. 2. Their roles and functions. 3. About the National Rural Health Mission. Mains link, empowering the ASHA workers to truly integrate the multiple roles of community mobilizer, activist and provider of first contact care will ensure holistic developmental outcomes at the grassroots level. Discuss. Q. Consider the following statements. A. The largest workforces of ASHA workers is in Uttar Pradesh. Though governments are not obligated to pay ASHA workers any salary. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer C. Cyclone Asani. Context: Asani is a cyclonic storm originating in the Bay of Bengal which would hit the eastern coastal plains of India, mainly the regions of Orissa and Andhra Pradesh. Cyclone Asani facts. Who named it? Sri Lanka. Asani means wrath in Sinhalese. Formed in Bay of Bengal. Asani will be the first cyclonic storm of the season. What would be the name of the next cyclone? The cyclone that will form after Asani will be called Sitrang, a name given by Thailand. What are tropical cyclones? How are they named? Reference: read this. Unnis www. Insights on India.com. Naming of cyclones. Cyclones are named by the Regional Specialized Meteorological Centers (RSMCS) and Tropical Cyclone Warning Centers (TCWCS) in every ocean basin across the world. There are 6 RSMCS in the world that also includes the India Meteorological Department (IMD) and a total of 5 TCWCS. As an RSMC, the IMD names the cyclones which develop over the North Indian Ocean, including the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, after following a standard procedure. The IMD is also mandated to issue advisories to 12 other countries in the region on the development of cyclones and storms. These include Bangladesh, Iran, Maldives, Myanmar, Oman, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, United Arab Emirates, Yemen. Significance of naming: it helps the scientific community, the media, and disaster managers to create awareness of the development, for rapidly disseminating warnings to increase community preparedness and remove confusion where there are multiple cyclonic systems over a region. Most recent list. The most recent list released in 2020 has 169 names, including 13 names each from 13 countries. Earlier, 8 countries had given 64 names. Names from India that have been used include Gati, Speed, Megh, Cloud, Akash, Sky. Insta curious. Did you know that if the storm's wind speed reaches or crosses this mark, it is then classified into a hurricane, cyclone, typhoon? What's the difference between hurricanes, cyclones, and typhoons? Reference: read this. Instalinks, prelims link. 1. Factors responsible for the genesis of cyclones. 2. Naming of cyclones in various regions of the world. 3. Why are there more cyclones in eastern coast of India? 4. What is Coriolis force? 5. What is the latent heat of condensation? Mains link. Discuss the factors responsible for the formation of tropical cyclones. Q. Asani is a cyclonic storm originating in the Bay of Bengal. The name was given by A. Sri Lanka, B. Bangladesh, C. India, D. None of the above. Answer A. What is the onset of the monsoon? Context: the southwest monsoon is likely to set in over Kerala on May 27th, well ahead of its normal date of June 1st. If the forecast turns out to be accurate, this will be the earliest onset of the monsoon over Kerala since at least 2009. The onset of southwest monsoon is announced by IMD only after the following parameters are met. Rainfall. The IMD declares the onset of the monsoon if at least 60% of 14 designated meteorological stations in Kerala and Lakshadweep record at least 2.5 millimeters of rain for 2 consecutive days at any time after May 10th. Wind field. The depth of westerlies should be up to 600 hectopascal. 1 hectopascal is equal to 1 millibar of pressure in the area bound by the equator to 10 in latitude, and from longitude 55 to 80. The zonal wind speed over the area bound by 5 to 10 in latitude and 70 to 80 longitude should be of the order of 15 to 20 knots, 28 to 37 kilometers per hour at 925 hectopascals. Heat. Outgoing long-wave radiation OLR value, a measure of the energy emitted to space by the Earth's WWW. Insights on India. COM-BES. Surface, oceans, and atmosphere should be below 200 watt WM2 in the box confined by 5 to 10 in latitude and 70 to 75 E latitude. Factors influencing the onset on southwest monsoon. The onset needs a trigger in the form of a weather system in the proximity of the coastline. These are ocean-borne phenomena which accentuate the monsoon surge around the normal time of onset. These include 1. The low pressure area or depression in the Bay of Bengal during the last days of May or the beginning of June. Though there are such systems in the Arabian Sea as well around the same time, which results in onset over the mainland. 3. Cyclonic vortex is another factor which appears in the southeast Arabian Sea, off Kerala and Lakshadweep region. They also shift along the west coast to push the monsoon current. 4. The formation of trough of the west coast due to temperature differential between land and sea. The situation could be for a mild start and weak progress. 5. Lastly, the cross-equatorial flow, wherein the trade winds from the southern hemisphere cross over to the northern hemisphere can bring a strong monsoon surge towards the Indian mainland. Monsoon in India related key facts. 1. Generally, across the world, the monsoons are experienced in the tropical area roughly between 20 degrees and 20 degrees. Though, out of a total of 4 seasonal divisions of India, monsoon occupies 2 divisions, namely the southwest monsoon season and the retreating monsoon season. 3. Southwest monsoon season over India, which brings more than 70% of the country's annual rainfall. Insta curious. Curious about the factors influencing the formation, not the onset, of southwest monsoon. Read here. https://www. Skymet weather. Content weather facts. What is southwest monsoon? Did you know that Andaman and Nicobar Islands start receiving monsoon rainfall between May 15th and May 20th every year? This is earlier than the onset of monsoon in Kerala. Instalinks, prelims link. 1. What is El Nino? 2. What is La Nina? 3. What is ENSO? 4. When do these events occur? 5. Impact of ENSO on Asia, Africa and Australia. 6. What is Indian Ocean Dipole? 7. Differences between southwest and northeast monsoon. 8. Factors influencing the onset on southwest monsoon. Mains link. Discuss the impact of La Nina weather phenomenon on India. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. Generally, across the world, the monsoons are experienced in the tropical area roughly between 20 degrees and 20 degrees. Though southwest monsoon season over India brings more than 70% of the country's annual rainfall. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer C. 21 www. Insights on India. Com. What are twin cyclones? Context. A pair of tropical cyclones, Asani or Karim, one in the northern hemisphere and one in the southern hemisphere, one on each side of the equator, have been formed. These are cyclones originating in the same longitude and now drifting apart. Cyclone Asani has formed in the Bay of Bengal. Cyclone Karim has created a path in the open seas west of Australia. What are twin cyclones? The interplay of the wind and the monsoon system combined with the earth system produces twin cyclones. They are basically caused by equatorial Rossby waves. Rossby waves are named for famous meteorologist Carl Gustav Rossby, who was the first to explain that these waves arose due to the rotation of the earth. They are huge waves in the ocean with wavelengths of around 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers. This system has a vortex in the northern hemisphere and another in the southern hemisphere, and each of these is a mirror image of the other. The vortex in the north spins counterclockwise and has a positive spin, while the one in the southern hemisphere spins in the clockwise direction and therefore has a negative spin. Both have a positive value of the vorticity, which is a measure of the rotation. How are twin cyclones formed? When the vorticity is positive in both northern and southern hemispheres, as is the case with Rossby waves, the air in the boundary layer, which is moist, is lifted slightly. That is enough to set off a feedback process. When the air is lifted slightly, the water vapor condenses to make clouds. As it condenses, it lets out the latent heat of evaporation. The atmosphere warms, this parcel of air rises, and a positive feedback is set off by this process. The warmer parcel of air can rise further because it is lighter than the surrounding air, and it can form deeper clouds. Meanwhile, moisture comes in from both sides. This leads to the formation of a cyclone if certain conditions are present. Madden-Julian oscillation or MJO. Karim and Asani are twin cyclones not only because they formed at the same time in the same general area but also because they were formed primarily from the same parent circulation, the Madden-Julian oscillation or MJO. The MJO is a large cluster of clouds in convection, around 5,000 to 10,000 kilometers in size. It is composed of a Rossby wave and a Kelvin wave, which is a type of wave structure that we see in the ocean. On the eastern side of the MJO is the Kelvin wave, while on the western, trailing edge of the MJO, is the Rossby wave, once again with two vortices on either side of the equator. However, not all tropical cyclones are born from the MJO. Sometimes it is a mere Rossby wave with two vortices on either side. www. Insights on India. Bias. Insta curious. Did you know that the MJO is an intraseasonal oscillation? Its time scale is on the order of 30 to 60 days. It is also known as the 30 to 60 day oscillation or wave. The MJO acts a little like El Nino or La Nina by concentrating tropical convection or thunderstorm activity but is smaller in scale and doesn't remain stationary but propagates eastward. Consider the following statements. 1. Karim and Asani are twin cyclones formed in the year 2022. Though Rossby waves can be seen only in northern hemisphere. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. B. None. Answer A. GS Paper 2. Defamation case. Context. BJP leader Kirit Somaya's wife Medha has filed a civil defamation suit against Shiv Sena's Sanjay Raut. Somaya sought court to direct Raut either pay her 100 crore rupees or deposit amount in CM Relief Fund. Raut had repeatedly made defamatory public statements against her and her husband, she claimed. What is defamation? Defamation is the communication of a false statement that harms the reputation of an individual person, business, product, group, government, religion, or nation. In India, defamation can both be a civil wrong and a criminal offense. The difference between the two lies in the objects they seek to achieve. Order of 30 to 60 days. It is also known as the 30 to 60 day oscillation or wave. The MJO acts a little like El Nino or La Nina by concentrating tropical convection or thunderstorm activity but is smaller in scale and doesn't remain stationary but propagates eastward. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. Kareem and Asani are twin cyclones formed in the year 2022. Though Rossby waves can be seen only in northern hemisphere. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer A. GS Paper 2. Defamation case. Context. BJP leader Kirit Somaya's wife Medha has filed a civil defamation suit against Shiv Sena's Sanjay Raut. Somaya sought court to direct Raut either pay her 100 crore rupees or deposit amount in CM Relief Fund. Raut had repeatedly made defamatory public statements against her and her husband, she claimed. What is defamation? Defamation is the communication of a false statement that harms the reputation of an individual person, business, product, group, government, religion, or nation. In India, defamation can both be a civil wrong and a criminal offense. The difference between the two lies in the objects they seek to achieve. A civil wrong tends to provide for a redressal of wrongs by awarding compensation, and a criminal law seeks to punish a wrongdoer and send a message to others not to commit such acts. Legal provisions. Criminal defamation has been specifically defined as an offense under Section 499 of the Indian Penal Code (IPC). Civil defamation is based on tort law, an area of law which does not rely on statutes to define wrongs but takes from an ever-increasing body of case laws to define what would constitute a wrong. Section 499 states defamation could be through words, spoken or intended to be read, through signs, and also through visible representations. Section 499 also cites exceptions. These include imputation of truth, which is required for the public good, and thus has to be published, on the public conduct of government of officials, the conduct of any person touching any public question and merits of the public performance. Section 500 of IPC, which is on punishment for defamation, reads, whoever defames another shall be punished with simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 2 years, or with fine, or with both. Misuse of the law and concerns associated. The criminal provisions have often been used purely as a means of harassment. Given the cumbersome nature of Indian legal procedures, the process itself turns into punishment, regardless of the merits of the case. Critics argue that defamation law impinges upon the fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression and that civil defamation is an adequate remedy against such wrongs. Criminal defamation has a pernicious effect on society. For instance, the state uses it as a means to coerce the media and political opponents into adopting self-censorship and unwarranted self-restraint. Is www. Insights on India. Com. What has the Supreme Court said? 1. In Subramanian Swamy vs Union of India Case 2014, the court approved the constitutional validity of sections 499 and 500 criminal defamation in the Indian Penal Code, underlining that an individual's fundamental right to live with dignity and reputation cannot be ruined solely because another individual can have his freedom. Though, in August 2016, the court also passed strictures on the then Tamil Nadu Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha for misusing the criminal defamation law to suffocate democracy, and, the court said, public figures must face criticism. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. Difference between criminal and civil defamations. Though Sections 499 and 500 of IPC are related to Teen. What is tort law? Mains link. Do you think defamation in India should be decriminalized? Is defamation and contempt law anachronistic? Justify with suitable examples. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. Criminal defamation has been specifically defined as an offense under Section 499 of the Indian Penal Code (IPC). Though Section 499 of the IPC states defamation could be through words, spoken or intended to be read, through signs, and also through visible representations. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only B. 2 only C. Both D. None. Answer C. Regulators don't need constitutional status. Context. This article appeared in the opinion section of Business Standard. It talks about the need for giving constitutional status to regulators, rationale behind the present arrangements by the Constitution, and what are the alternatives available. Why should Indian regulatory agencies be given constitutional status? Arguments in favor. Too much political pressure on Indian regulatory agencies. This affects the way they perform their functions. Providing constitutional status would restore symmetry between regulatory agencies and the elected government. Issues arising by providing constitutional status to regulatory bodies. This gives rise to cascading effects. For instance, we detest government intervention in the affairs of higher educational institutions, stock exchanges, also many regulators, banks. Should we then confer constitutional status on the IITs, stock exchanges, and public sector banks? Even if given, that would make for a bulky and potentially an easily amendable constitution. This violates the original spirit of the Indian Constitution. Why do some institutions need constitutional backing? The Constitution fortifies institutions that are designed to exercise checks and balances on elected bodies and safeguard against majoritarian tendencies. For instance, it fortifies the position of the higher judiciary, the Controller and Auditor General's Office, and the Election Commission, all of them meant to exercise checks on an elected government. Why do regulatory agencies not need constitutional backing? Regulatory agencies do not comprise elected representatives of the people. In fact, Many argue that they www. Insights on India. Com Chobbies. Comprise technocratic elites who make regulations that have the binding effect of the law, license and regulate intermediating firms. Why do we need regulatory bodies when there are elected bodies? To build up expertise and capacity to regulate complex areas. Credible commitment. When the government sets up a regulator, it cedes its sovereign powers to govern that area of the economy. By doing so, it signals its commitment to policy stability. Public interest. Sticking to this credible commitment elicits confidence in the public that policy making in that sector will be driven by public interest and not election cycles. What are the alternatives available? Provide fair contract terms for these agencies under their governing law. Align the incentives of the persons heading the regulatory agencies with public interest. Require them to consistently explain their actions to the public. Transparency of conduct is one of the most effective ways of incentivizing the agency to act in public interest. Insta-links, prelims link. 1. Amendments to the Constitution. 2. Procedure for amendment. 3. Constitutional bodies. 4. Regulatory bodies. Mains link. Why there is a need for providing constitutional status to regulatory bodies in the country. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Article 368 in Part XX of the Constitution deals with the powers of Parliament to amend the Constitution. Though the procedure of amendment of the Constitution was borrowed from the South African Constitution. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer A. What is Article 142? Context. The Supreme Court has invoked its extraordinary powers to do complete justice under Article 142 of the Constitution and ordered the release of A.G. Perarivalan in former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi assassination case. What necessitated this? The court ordered Perarivalan's freedom after considering his extended detention of almost 30 years. The court used its constitutional rights because of the extended wait and the governor's unwillingness to take a decision on the pardon petition. What is Article 142? From the Union Carbide case in 1989 to the Ayodhya Ram Mandir judgment in 2019, the top court has many a time invoked its extraordinary powers under Article 142 of the Constitution. Article 142 provide as a unique power to the Supreme Court to do complete justice between the parties, i.e., where at times law or statute may not provide a remedy. The Court 25 www. Insights on India. Com. Can extend itself to put a quietus to a dispute in a manner which would befit the facts of the case. Why did the Constituent Assembly feel the need to incorporate Article 142? The Constituent Assembly emphasized the importance of including such an article in the Constitution. The writers of the Constitution believed that this provision was critical for individuals who were forced to suffer because of the legal system's disadvantageous position in granting required remedies. Pardoning powers of the President vs. Governor. The court dismissed the center's argument that the President exclusively, and not the Governor, had the power to grant pardon in a case under Section 302 Punishment for Murder of the Indian Penal Code. Because This argument would declare Article 161A dead letter, resulting in an exceptional situation in which governors' pardons in murder cases dating back 70 years would be rendered invalid. For more information on pardoning powers, relevant constitutional provisions and differences, read this. Insta curious. Did you know that Article 142, which started out as draft Article 118, was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on May 27, 1949? Insta links, prelims link. 1. Examples of invocation of Article 142 by the Supreme Court. 2. Similar powers to high courts. 3. Original vs appellate jurisdictions. 4. Judicial review of the Speaker's decisions. Mains link. The Supreme Court's use of its vast powers under Article 142 has done tremendous good to many deprived sections. However, it is time to institute checks and balances. Discuss. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. The scope of the pardoning power of the President under Article 72 is wider than the pardoning power of the Governor under Article 161. Though the President can grant pardon in all cases where the sentence given is the sentence of death. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. B. Hold local body polls every 5 years. SC. Context. The Supreme Court has declared that polls in each state must be conducted before expiry of the 5 years term as per the constitutional mandate. What was the case? The court ordered initiation of poll process of over 23,000 local bodies in Madhya Pradesh, which has been due since 2019. Madhya Pradesh government had been citing OBC reservation issue for the delay. The state government had contended that OBCs constitute around 50% of the population of the state and not granting them reservation in local bodies would be injustice to them. Triple test conditions for providing reservations, referring to the Constitution Bench decision in K. Krishnamurthy, Dr. and Oz v. Union of India Oran, 2010, the court said triple test conditions have to be fulfilled before providing reservations for the OBCs. They are 1. To set up a dedicated commission to collect empirical data on backwardness. 2. Specify the proportion of reservation required in local body and wise in light of recommendations of the Commission. 3. Such reservation not to exceed aggregate of 50% of the total seats reserved in favor of SCS, STS, OBCs taken together. A 3-judge bench in Vikas Kishan Rao Gavali vs. The State of Maharashtra and others in March 2021, www. Insights on India. Com 26. Upheld that the triple test is a necessary precondition for reservation to OBCs in local bodies. Constitutional provisions in this regard, 73rd or 74th Constitutional Amendment Acts, the Panchayats and urban local bodies, respectively, are provided with a 5-year term of office at every level. Fresh elections have to be completed before the expiry of its duration of 5 years. It can be dissolved before the completion of its term. In case of dissolution, elections have to be conducted before the expiry of a period of 6 months from the date of its dissolution. However, If the remainder of the period for which the dissolved panchayat would have continued is less than 6 months, it shall not be necessary to hold any election under this clause for constituting the panchayat for such period. A panchayat constituted upon the dissolution of a panchayat before the expiration of its duration shall continue only for the remainder of the period for which the dissolved panchayat would have continued. Did you know that there are certain compulsory and voluntary provisions under the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act? What are they? Reference. Read this. Insta curious. Have you heard about the Municipal Performance Index? Read about it here. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. About state election commissions. 2. Local polls. 3. Constitutional provisions related to local elections. 4. Supreme Court verdict. Mains link. What is triple test conditions for providing reservations? Discuss. Q. Consider the following statements. A. The panchayats and urban local bodies, respectively, are provided with a 5-year term of office at every level. 2. Fresh elections have to be completed before the expiry of its duration of 5 years. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer C. How did Sikkim become a part of India? Context. The statehood day of Sikkim was observed on the 16th of May 2022. It was on May 16, 1975 that Sikkim became the 22nd state of the Union of India. How did the Himalayan state come to join the Indian Union? A. Beginning with Phuntsog Namgyal, the first Chogyal monarch, the Namgyal dynasty ruled Sikkim until 1975. Though, in 1950, 3 years after India's independence, a treaty was signed between Sikkim and the Republic of India. Under the agreement, the former continued its status as a protectorate state within the Union of India. 3. In September 1974, the Chogyals called for a referendum. In the subsequent referendum, as many as 97.5% participants voted in favor of joining India, while 2.45% voted against the proposal. 4. On May 15, 1975, then President of India, Fakhruddin Ali Ahmad, signed a constitutional amendment, and, a day later, Sikkim became the 22nd state of India. The position of the Chogyal was abolished as well. Related facts. During the Anglo-Nepalese War, the Gorkha War 1814-1816, Sikkim allied with the East India Company. The company won and restored to Sikkim some of the territories that Nepal had forcibly taken from it in 1780. Sikkim became a British protectorate under the Treaty of Tumlong signed in March 1861. 27 www. Insights on India.com. Insta curious. Do you know about the Sikkim-Tibet Convention of 1890? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. About Sikkim. 2. Location. 3. Namgyal Dynasty. 4. Anglo-Nepalese War. 5. Treaty of Tumlong. Mains link. Discuss how and why Sikkim became a part of India. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. Nepal became a British protectorate under the Treaty of Tumlong signed in March 1861. Though, in the Anglo-Nepalese War, Sikkim supported Nepal. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. Two only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. A. Anglo-Indian quota. Context: the Delhi High Court has ordered the centre to file its submissions in response to a petition seeking restoration of Anglo-Indian representation by nomination in Parliament. The court observed that the provision for Anglo-Indian representation by nomination in Lok Sabha was introduced to give community members assurance that they would be protected and heard when they returned. What's the issue? The court was hearing a petition challenging the constitutional 104th Amendment Act 2019. The amendment removed the nomination-based representation of the Anglo-Indian community in Lok Sabha and legislative assemblies. How has the centre justified its stand on the removal of this provision? The community has merged within the Indian population with time. Besides, the constitutional scheme itself is that they are for a limited period of time. It cannot continue indefinitely. Arguments against the removal of this provision. The number of Anglo-Indian community members is not accurately reflected in the 2011 census, on which the then Law Minister relied while tabling the amendment bill in Parliament. So, this breaches the constitutional promise to a minority within a minority, and could virtually become the trigger for systematic cultural political annihilation of the Anglo-Indian community in the short to medium term. Constitutional provisions. Article 334 has laid down provisions for reserving the seats for SCS and STS and nomination of Anglo-Indians to Lok Sabha and state assemblies, which shall cease to be in effect on the 25th of January 2020, if not extended further. Meaning of Anglo-Indians in India. The term Anglo-Indian is defined as per the Article 366(2) of the Indian Constitution. A person whose father or any of whose other male progenitors in the male line is or was of European descent but who is a native of India. Anglo-Indians in Parliament and Legislative Assemblies. Under Article 331. The President of India is authorized to nominate two members of the Anglo-Indian community if no member of this community is elected among the 543 members for the Lok Sabha. www. Insights on India. .28. In the same way, the governor of the state is authorized to nominate one Anglo-Indian in the lower house of the state legislature in case of underrepresentation. According to the 10th schedule of the Constitution, any Anglo-Indian member can take the membership of any party within 6 months of the nomination. After the membership, they are bound to the party whip and they have to work in the House according to the party's agenda. Insta curious, did you know that the idea of Anglo-Indian nominations is traced to Frank Anthony, who headed the All India Anglo-Indian Association? Article 331 was added in the Constitution following his suggestion to Jawaharlal Nehru. Insta-links, prelims link, 1. About Article 331. Though representation of Anglo-Indian community in Lok Sabha and Assembly. 3. Provisions related to reservations under the Indian Constitution. Mains link, discuss the significance of Article 331. Q. Article 334 in the Indian Constitution talks about reservations nominations related to 1. SCS 2. STS 3. Anglo-Indians. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. All of the above. Ans. D. GST Council's proposals not binding on center states. Context. The Supreme Court has upheld Gujarat High Court ruling which said the centre cannot levy Integrated Goods and Services Tax (IGST) on ocean freight from Indian importers. What else has the court said? GST Council's recommendations have a persuasive value and were not binding on the centre and the state governments. The Parliament and the state legislatures have equal, simultaneous and unique powers to make laws on GST Article 246A. Implications of this judgment. This would have far-reaching implications on various other matters where the states are not in agreement with the decision of the GST Council, especially in light of the compensation period coming to an end in June. The ruling clearly defines the role of the GST Council to advise and recommend on GST issues. To accept such advice and pass appropriate amendments in law is purely the domain of the central and state legislatures. What is GST? It is a single tax on supply of goods and services, right from the manufacturer to the consumer. It is a destination-based tax unlike the present taxation scheme which is origin-based. In-depth analysis on GST. Reference. Read this. Insta curious. Do you know about the GST compensation? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. What is GST? 2. What are GST and IGST? 3. Related constitutional provisions. 4. Goods outside the purview of GST. 5. What is a cess? 6. What is a surcharge? 7. What is the compensation cess fund? Mains link. Discuss the need for GST compensation cess. 29 www. Insights on India.com. Q. Which of the following have been subsumed under GST? A. Central excise duty 2. Additional excise duty 3. Service tax 4. Countervailing duty. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only B. 2 and 4 only C. 1 and 3 only D. All of the above. Ans. D. Parliamentary privileges. Context. The Parliament's Privileges and Ethics Committee has asked the Maharashtra Chief Secretary, DGP Maharashtra, Mumbai Police Commissioner and Superintendent of Women District Prison, Baikala, Mumbai to appear before them for oral evidence, in connection with Navneet Rana's arrest case. Background. Navneet Kaur Rana, the Amravati MP, filed a complaint against several individuals and alleged that she was illegally arrested and treated inhumanely at a police station in Mumbai during the Mato Shri Hanuman Chalisa Row. What are parliamentary privileges? They are certain rights and immunities enjoyed by members of parliament, individually and collectively, so that they can effectively discharge their functions. A. Article 105 of the Constitution expressly mentions two privileges, that is, freedom of speech in Parliament and right of publication of its proceedings. Sources. 1. The Constitution. 2. The Code of Civil Procedure, 1908. It provides for freedom from arrest and detention of members under civil process during the continuance of the meeting of the House or of a committee thereof and 40 days before its commencement and 40 days after its conclusion. Motion against breaches. When any of these rights and immunities are disregarded, the offence is called a breach of privilege and is punishable under law of Parliament. A notice is moved in the form of a motion by any member of either house against those being held guilty of breach of privilege. Role of the Speaker, Rajya Sabha, RS Chairperson. The Speaker, RS Chairperson is the first level of scrutiny of a privilege motion. The Speaker Chair can decide on the privilege motion himself or herself or refer it to the Privileges Committee of Parliament. If the Speaker Chair gives consent under relevant rules, the member concerned is given an opportunity to make a short statement. Insta curious, did you know that the Constitution also extends the parliamentary privileges to those persons who are entitled to speak and take part in the proceedings of a House of Parliament or any of its committees? These include the Attorney General of India. Insta links, prelims link 1. Which provisions of the Constitution protect the privileges of the legislature? 2. What is the procedure to be followed in cases of alleged breach of the legislature's privilege? 3. Composition and functions of privileges committees in Parliament and state legislatures. Mains link. What do you understand about legislative privileges? Discuss the problem of legislative privileges as seen in India from time to time. Q. Which of the following are the sources of parliamentary privileges in India? A. The Constitution of India. 2. The Code of Civil Procedure, 1908. 3. Indian Penal Code. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 3 only. B. 1 and 2 only. C. 1, 2 and 3. D. None of the above. Answer B. www. Insights on India. Committees. Center revises MPLADS norms. Context. The Ministry of Finance has revised the Member of Parliament Local Area Development Scheme MPLADS rules. Revised norms. The interest that the fund accrues will be deposited in the Consolidated Fund of India. What is MPLAD scheme? The article has been covered in depth here. Please read it. Insta links, prelims link 1. How is MPLADS connected to Sansad Adarsh Gram Yojana? 2. Where can nominated MPs recommend their works? 3. Is there any special focus on SC and ST welfare? 4. Difference between grants and loans. 5. Implementing agencies. Mains link. Critically examine whether MPLADS has helped in bridging the gaps in provisioning of public services. Q. With reference to the funds under the Members of Parliament Local Area Development Scheme MPLADS, which of the following statements are correct? CSP 2020. 1. MPLADS funds must be used to create durable assets like physical infrastructure for health, education, etc. 2. A specified portion of each MPS fund must benefit SC/ST populations. 3. MPLADS funds are sanctioned on a yearly basis and the unused funds cannot be carried forward to the next year. 4. The district authority must inspect at least 10% of all works under implementation every year. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 3 and 4 only. C. 1, 2 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 4 only. Answer D. Power of the center to notify minority communities at a national level. Context. A public interest litigation (PIL) under the consideration of the Supreme Court of India challenges the power of the centre to notify minority communities at a national level. Who is a minority and who decides that? Section 2F of the National Commission for Minority Educational Institutions or NCMEI Act 2004, minority, for the purpose of this act, means a community notified as such by the central government. Section 2C of the National Commission for Minorities NCM Act 1992 also gives the center similar powers. What the PIL says. Section 2F is arbitrary and contrary to Articles 14, 15, 21, 29 and 30 of the Constitution. The PIL cited a Supreme Court verdict in its support. T. M. A. By Foundation vs. State of Karnataka case of 2002, for the purpose of determining minority, the unit will be state and not whole India. What's the main issue now? Centre's power has created an anomalous situation in which the communities declared as minorities by the center enjoy the status even in states, UTS where they are in majority, Muslims in Jammu and Kashmir and Christians in Nagaland for instance, while followers of Hinduism, Judaism and Baha'ism who are minorities are not accorded the same status under the Act. What's the demand now? The petition seeks the SC to curtail the center's power to notify national minorities or direct the center to notify followers of Hinduism, Baha'ism and Judaism as minorities in states, UTS where they are actually fewer in numbers. Or direct that only those communities that are socially, economically and politically non-dominant, besides being numerically smaller in states, UTS be allowed the status of minorities. What has the center said? The center had pointed out that it had concurrent powers with states to take measures for the welfare of minorities. Iktis www. Insights on India.com. States could have minorities notified as such within their jurisdiction, and it even cited the examples of Maharashtra recognizing Jews as a minority community and Karnataka recognizing speakers of several languages as linguistic minorities. What next? The center has said it would come back to the apex court, after consideration of several sociological and other aspects. Minority communities in India at present: Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, Parsis, and Jains. Do you want to know more about minority and the relevant constitutional provisions in the Indian Constitution for them? Reference: read this. Insta curious. Do you know how are minority schools exempt from RTE and SSI? Reference: read this. Instalinks, prelims link. 1. State can regulate minority institutions. Do. Article 30. 3. Article 14. 4. Article 21. 5. Minority status. Mains link. Discuss the significance of grant of minority status of a religion in the country. Q. Which of the following articles in the Indian Constitution are related to minority communities? A. Article 29. 2. Article 30. 3. Article 350b. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 1 and 2 only. C. All of the above. D. None of the above. Answer: C. May 11 Delhi High Court ruling on marital rape. Context: Delhi High Court has May 11th delivered a split verdict in a batch of petitions challenging the exception provided to marital rape in the Indian Penal Code (IPC) Section 375. Exception provided to marital rape in the Indian Penal Code (IPC) Section 375 defines rape and lists 7 notions of consent which, if vitiated, would constitute the offense of rape by a man. However, the provision contains a exemption. Sexual intercourse or sexual acts by a man with his own wife, the wife not being under 18 years of age, is not rape. What's the issue? What were the petitions against? This exemption essentially allows a marital right to a husband who can with legal sanction exercise his right to consensual or non-consensual sex with his wife. This amounts to rape too. It undermines consent of a woman based on her marital status. What has the court ruled? Split verdict. Justice Rajiv Shakdher. The exception under Section 375 is unconstitutional. Justice C. Hari Shankar held that the provision is valid. What happens when a split verdict is delivered? In case of a split verdict, the case is heard by a larger bench. This is why judges usually sit in benches of odd numbers 3, 5, 7, etc. For important cases. Marital rape. Section 375 of the IPC holds that sexual intercourse by a man with his own wife, the wife not being under 15 years of age, is not rape. No other statute or law recognizes marital rape. Victims only have recourse to civil remedies provided under the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act, 2005. www. Insights on India. Com. Can marital rape be criminalized? Pros and cons. Reference. Read this. Insta-curious. Did you know that the Ministry of Home Affairs constituted a committee to review criminal laws in the country in 2019? Insta-links. Prelims link. 1. Section 375 of IPC. 2. Exceptions. 3. Supreme Court verdict. 4. Laws in this regard. Mains link. What is marital rape? Why should it be criminalized? Discuss. Q. Marital rape is recognized by A. Constitution of India. B. Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act, 2005. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer. D. Value of the vote of MPs in presidential elections. Context. Due to the absence of a legislative assembly in Jammu and Kashmir, the value of the vote of a member of parliament is likely to go down to 700 from 708 in the presidential polls scheduled in July. Background. Before it was bifurcated into 2 union territories of Ladakh and Jammu or Kashmir in August 2019, the erstwhile state had 83 assembly seats. According to the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act, the Union Territory of will have a legislative assembly, while Ladakh will be governed directly by the center. What is the value of the vote of an MP? The value of the vote of an MP in a presidential election is based on the number of elected members in legislative assemblies of states and union territories, including Delhi, Puducherry and Jammu and Kashmir. Value of vote. The trend. The value of vote of a member of parliament for the first presidential election in 1952 was 494. It increased marginally to 496 in the 1957 presidential election, followed by 493, 1962, 576, 1967 and 1969. In the 1974 presidential election, The value of vote of an MP was 723. It has been fixed at 702 for the presidential elections from 1977 to 1992. How is the president elected? The Indian president is elected through an electoral college system, wherein the votes are cast by national and state level lawmakers. The elections are conducted and overseen by the Election Commission (EC) of India. Electoral College. The Electoral College is made up of all the elected members of the upper and lower houses of Parliament Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha MPs, and the elected members of the Legislative Assemblies of States and Union Territories MLAs. What electoral system process is followed for the election to the office of the President? The election of the President shall be held in accordance with the system of proportional representation by means of single transferable vote, and the voting at such election shall be by secret ballot. Procedure. Before the voting comes the nomination stage, where the candidate intending to stand in the election files the nomination along with a signed list of 50 proposers and 50 seconders. These proposers and seconders can be anyone from the total members of the Electoral College from the state and national level. An elector cannot propose or second the nomination of more than one candidate. What is the value of each vote and how is it calculated? To calculate the number of voters each legislator represents, the total population of the state is divided by the number of assembly members and then divided by 1000. That is www. Insights on India.com. The combined value of all the MPs votes is roughly equal to the combined value of all the MAs. Deciding the winner, 1. The winner of the presidential election is not the person who gets the most number of votes, but the person who gets more votes than a certain quota. Though the quota is decided by adding up the votes polled for each candidate, dividing the sum by 2 and adding 1 to the quotient. Team. The candidate who polls more votes than the quote is the winner. In case no one gets more votes than the quota, then the candidate with the lowest number of votes is eliminated. 4. Then, the eliminated candidates' ballot papers are distributed between the remaining hopefuls based on those ballot papers' second preference choice. 5. The process of counting the total votes for each candidate is then repeated to see if anyone polls above the quota. Insta curious. What are the qualifications required by a candidate to contest the election to the office of the President of India? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Election of President. 2. Eligibility. 3. Electoral College. 4. Powers and functions. 5. Value of votes of MPs and MLAs. Mains link. How is the President of India elected? Comment on the nature and role of political parties in election of the President in India. Q. With reference to the election of the President of India, consider the following statements. A. The value of the vote of each MLA varies from state to state. Though the value of the vote of MPs of the Lok Sabha is more than the value of the vote of MPs of the Rajya Sabha. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only B. 2 only C. Both D. None. Answer A. Chief Election Commissioner. Context. Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar would take charge as the Chief Election Commissioner (CEC). About Election Commission of India. The Constitution under Article 324 provides for an election commission for the superintendence, direction and control of the preparation of the electoral rolls for the conduct of elections to Parliament, state legislatures and to the offices of President and Vice President. It was established in accordance with the Constitution on the 25th of January 1950, celebrated as National Voters' Day. Composition Election Commission of India. The Constitution provides for the following provisions in relation to the composition of the Election Commission. 1. The Election Commission shall consist of the Chief Election Commissioner and a number of other election commissioners, if any, as the President may from time to time fix. Though the appointment of the Chief Election Commissioner and other election commissioners shall be made by the President. 3. When any other election commissioner is so appointed, the Chief Election Commissioner shall act as the chairman of the Election Commission. 4. The President may also appoint after consultation with the Election Commission such regional commissioners as he may consider necessary. www. Insights on India. Com 34. To assist the Election Commission. 5. The conditions of service and tenure of FIs of the election commissioners and the regional commissioners shall be such as the President may by rule determine. CEC ECS. Though the Chief Election Commissioner is the chairman of the Election Commission, however, his powers are equal to the other election commissioners. All the matters in the commission are decided by the majority amongst its members. The Chief Election Commissioner and the two other election commissioners receive equal salary, allowances and other benefits. More about CEC, ECS, tenure, functions etc. Read this. Insta curious. Have you heard of AWEB, Association of World Election Bodies? Is India a member? Read here. Insta links, prelims link, 1. Article 243 vs 324, Similarities and Differences in Powers of State Election Commissions vs Election Commission of India. Though appeals against decisions of election commissions. 3. Elections to Parliament and state legislatures vs local bodies. Mains link. Are the state election commissions in India as independent as the Election Commission of India? Discuss. Q. Consider the following statements. 2017 1. The Election Commission of India is a 5-member body. Though Union Ministry of Home Affairs decides the election schedule for the conduct of both general elections and by-elections. 3. Election Commission resolves the disputes relating to splits mergers of recognized political parties. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 only. C. 2 and 3 only. D. 3 only. Answer. D. Law Commission of India. Context. The Law Commission is functioning without a chairperson. The Commission, constituted for a term of 3 years, has not released any report after the tenure of the last chairperson, Justice B.S. Chauhan, ended in August 2018. What's the issue? The 22nd Law Commission was constituted by the government on February 21, 2020. However, no progress has been made in the appointments till date. About the Law Commission of India. It is an executive body established by an order of the Government of India. Originally formed in 1955, The commission is reconstituted every 3 years and so far, 277 reports have been submitted to the government. The last law commission, under Justice B.S. Chauhan Retired, had submitted reports and working papers on key issues such as simultaneous elections to the Lok Sabha and the assemblies and a uniform civil code. Composition. Apart from having a full-time chairperson, the commission will have 4 full-time members, including a member secretary. Law and legislative secretaries in the law ministry will be the ex officio members of the commission. It will also have not more than 5 part-time members. A retired Supreme Court judge or Chief Justice of a High Court will head the commission. Roles and functions. The Law Commission shall, on a reference made to it by the central government or suo motu, undertake research in law and review of existing laws in India for making reforms and enacting new legislation. It shall also undertake studies and research for bringing reforms in the justice delivery systems for elimination of delay in procedures, speedy disposal of cases, reduction in cost of litigation, etc. 35 www. Insights on India.com. Reforms needed. The Law Commission should be brought under a statute with definite terms on appointments, its functions and powers spelled out. Insta curious. Did you know that prior to independence, the first Law Commission was established in 1834 by the British government under the chairmanship of Lord Macaulay? Insta links. Prelims link. 1. What is APIL? 2. What are parliamentary privileges? 3. Powers of Supreme Court vs High Court WRT2 pills. Mains link. What is the doctrine of separation of power? Discuss how it is followed under the Indian Constitution. Q. Consider the following statements. A. The 22nd Law Commission was constituted by the government in February 2020. 2. The Law Commission of India is an executive body. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer C. Poll panel moves against non-existent parties. Context. The Election Commission of India (AC) has decided to initiate graded action against more than 2,100 registered and recognized political parties (RUPPs) for non-compliance of statutory requirements under the Representation of the People (RP) Act. Election Commission of India (AC). The Election Commission of India is an autonomous constitutional authority responsible for administering union and state election processes in India. It administers elections to the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and state legislative assemblies in India, and the offices of the President and Vice President in the country. Part 15 of the Indian Constitution deals with elections, and establishes a commission for these matters. Article 324 to 329 of the Constitution deals with powers, function, tenure, eligibility, etc. of the Commission and the members. It consists of 1 Chief Election Commissioner and 2 Election Commissioners appointed by the President. They have a fixed tenure of 6 years, or up to the age of 65 years, whichever is earlier. They enjoy the same status and receive salary and perks as available to judges of the Supreme Court of India. The Chief Election Commissioner can be removed from office only through a process of removal similar to that of a Supreme Court judge by Parliament. It grants recognition to political parties or allot election symbols to them along with settling disputes related to it. The Commission also has advisory jurisdiction in the matter of post-election disqualification of sitting members of parliament and state legislatures. It issues the Model Code of Conduct in election for political parties and candidates so that no one indulges in unfair practice or there is no arbitrary abuse of powers by those in power. It sets limits of campaign expenditure per candidate to all the political parties, and also monitors the same. Registered and recognized political parties, either newly registered parties or those which have not secured enough percentage of votes in the assembly or general elections to become a state party, or those which have never contested elections since being registered are considered unrecognized parties. They do not enjoy all the benefits extended to the recognized parties. www. Insights on India. Com 36. Recognized political party. A recognized political party shall either be a national party or a state party if it meets certain laid down conditions. To become a recognized political party, state party, the registered party has to satisfy any of the 5 conditions. 1. Secure at least 6% of the valid vote or win at least 2 seats in an assembly general election. 2. Secure at least 6% of the valid vote or win at least 1 seats in a Lok Sabha general election. 3. Win at least 3% of the seats or at least 3 seats, whichever is more, in an assembly general election. 4. Win at least 1 out of every 25 seats from a state in a Lok Sabha general election. 5. Secure at least 8% of the total valid vote in an assembly or a Lok Sabha general election. National party, the registered party has to satisfy any of the 3 conditions. 1. Secure at least 6% of the valid vote in an assembly or a Lok Sabha general election in any 4 or more states and won at least 4 seats in a Lok Sabha general election from any state or states. 2. Win at least 2% of the total Lok Sabha seats in a Lok Sabha general election and these seats have to be won from at least 3 states. 3. The party is recognized as a state party in at least 4 states. The recognition granted by the Commission to the parties determines their right to certain privileges like allocation of the party symbols, provision of time for political broadcasts on the state-owned television and radio stations, and access to electoral rolls. Insta links, prelims link. 1. AC 2. RPA 3. Recognized and unrecognized political parties. Mains link. Indian democracy has adopted a multiple party system. In the light of this statement, discuss the procedure of recognition of political parties in India. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. For a party to be recognized as a national party, it should win at least 6% of the total Lok Sabha seats in a Lok Sabha general election and these seats have to be won from at least 3 states. Though, for a party to be recognized as a state party, it should secure at least 6% of the valid vote or win at least 1 seat in a Lok Sabha general election. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer. B. Integration of portal with One Nation One Ration Card scheme. Context. The center is in the process of integrating the Shram portal of the Ministry of Labor and Employment with the One Nation One Ration Card scheme. Need for A comparison of the location data with permanent address data on ashram shall help identify migrant workers within ashram. About the ashram portal. Launched in August 2021 by the Union Ministry of Labor or Employment. It is a national database to register unorganized workers. The portal came into being after the Supreme Court directed the government to complete the registration process of unorganized workers. Each registered worker will be issued an identity card, which can be used across the country to avail any benefits announced by the government. Satis www. Insights on India.com. What is One Nation One Ration Card ONORC? Aimed at enabling migrant workers and their family members to buy subsidized ration from any fair price shop anywhere in the country under the National Food Security Act, 2013. Launched in August 2019. Implementing Agency, Department for the Nationwide Portability of Ration Cards under National Food Security Act NFSA. Eligibility. Any citizen who is declared under below poverty line BPL category is eligible to get the benefit of this scheme across the country. Insta-curious. In WTO terminology, subsidies in general are identified by boxes, which are given the colors of traffic lights: green permitted, amber slow down, i.e. need to be reduced, red forbidden. Know more about them, read this. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About TPDS. Though. Who gets food security allowance under the scheme? 3. Provisions of penalty under the Act. 4. Maternity benefits related provisions. 5. Overview of Integrated Child Development Services ICDS scheme. 6. Overview of Midday Meal MDM scheme. 7. The responsibility of 3. Identification of households under the scheme. Mains link. Give an account of the benefits that can accrue from the One Nation One Ration Card scheme. In this context, also discuss the challenges that need to be addressed for the scheme to become a success. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Ashram portal was launched in August 2017. Though migrants who have registered on this portal can buy subsidized ration from any fair price shop anywhere in the country. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. D. Pradhan Mantri Awas. Context. The centre has committed 2.01 lakh rupees crore for the PMAYU, of which 1.18 lakh rupees crore has been released and 1.10 lakh rupees crore has been spent. 1.21 crore houses have been sanctioned under the scheme so far. About PMAY Urban. Launched by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation MOHUPA in mission mode in 2015. It envisions provision of housing for all by 2022, when the nation completes 75 years of its independence. The mission seeks to address the housing requirement of urban poor including slum dwellers through following program verticals. 1. Slum rehabilitation of slum dwellers with participation of private developers using land as a resource. 2. Promotion of affordable housing for weaker www. Insights on India. Commerce. Sections through credit link subsidy. 3. Affordable housing in partnership with public or private sectors. 4. Subsidy for beneficiary-led individual house construction enhancement. Credit-linked subsidy component will be implemented as a central sector scheme while other three components will be implemented as centrally sponsored scheme CSS. Ownership of houses. Houses are to be allotted in the name of either female members or in joint name, and all houses to have toilet facility, drinking water and power supply. Preference is given to persons with disabilities, ST, SC, OBCs, minorities and transgender. Insta curious. Did you know that under the PMAYU guidelines, it is mandatory for the state government to ensure that all houses built under the scheme are geotagged to the Bhuvan HFA Housing for All application, which has been developed by the government for the monitoring of the scheme. Reference. Read this. Differences between centrally sponsored schemes and central sector schemes. Read this https://www. Google.com AMP S or Financial Express. What is centrally sponsored scheme meaning 1,762,812 light. Instalinks, prelims link, 1. PMA via urban vs rural. 2. Key features. 3. Implementation. 4. Eligibility. Mains link. Write a note on PMA via urban. Q. Which of the following are the components of PMA via urban? 1. In situ slum redevelopment ISSR. 2. Credit linked subsidy scheme CLSS. 3. Affordable housing in partnership AHP. 4. Beneficiary led individual house construction enhancements BLC. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1, 2 and 4 only. D. All of the above. Ans. D. The Places of Worship Act. Context. An appeal against the video survey of Varanasi's Gyanwai Mosque will be heard by the Supreme Court. The survey, according to a Muslim organization, is in violation of the Places of Worship Act, 1991. What's the issue? During a court-ordered videography survey of the Gyanwai Masjid complex by a municipal court in Varanasi, a shivling was apparently discovered. The Gyanwai Masjid is located near the iconic Kashi Vishwanath temple in Uttar Pradesh's Varanasi. What does the Places of Worship Act, 1991 say? The Act states that a place of worship's religious nature must remain the same as it was on August 15, 1947. It says no person shall convert any place of worship of any religious denomination into one of a different denomination or section. It declares that all litigation, appeals, or other proceedings ongoing before any court or authority on August 15, 1947, involving converting the status of a place of worship, will cease as soon as the law takes effect. There will be no more legal action taken. 39 www. Insights on India.com. The following are exempt from these provisions. Ancient and historical monuments and archaeological sites and remains that are covered by the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act, 1958. A suit that has been finally settled or disposed of. And any dispute that has been settled by the parties or conversion of any place that took place by acquiescence before the act commenced. The act also does not apply to the place of worship commonly referred to as Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid in Ayodhya. This law will have an overriding effect over any other law in force. Criticisms surrounding the law. The law has been challenged on the ground that it bars judicial review, which is a basic feature of the Constitution, imposes an arbitrary, irrational retrospective cutoff date, and abridges the right to religion of Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, and Sikhs. Insta links, prelims link. 1. Key features of the law. 2. Objectives. 3. Exceptions under the law. Mains link. Write a note on issues surrounding this law. Q. Consider the following statements. A. The Places of Worship Act, 1991 states that a place of worship's religious nature must remain the same as it was on January 26, 1949. Though it says the authority to convert any place of worship of any religious denomination into one of a different denomination or section lies with the central government only. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Ans. D. Delhi's new startup policy. Context. Delhi Cabinet has passed an ambitious Delhi startup policy. Highlights and components of the policy. Entrepreneurship classes and a Business Blasters program would be introduced at the college level, and the Delhi government would support college students working on business ideas in every possible way. Delhi government will help startups get collateral-free loans which will be interest-free for a year. Delhi government will empanel CAS, lawyers and experts to aid startups for free. Their service charges will be borne by the government. Students building startups while studying in Delhi government colleges will be able to seek 1 to 2 years of leave. Implementation. 3 committees will be set up for the implementation and governance of the policy. 1. The Startup Policy Monitoring Committee. It will be headed by the Finance Minister of the Delhi government. It will have members from educational institutions and the private sector. 2. Startup Task Force. 3. A nodal agency. Idea behind the startup policy. The state government intends to encourage, facilitate and support 15,000 startups by 2030 under the Delhi Startup Policy. The project aims at creating entrepreneurs and business leaders out of the Delhi youth. Delhi as a startup hub. Delhi, in 2022, overtook Bengaluru to become the startup capital of India. According to Economic Survey 2021-22, over 5,000 recognized startups were added in Delhi between April 2019 and December 2021, while 4,514 startups were added in Bengaluru. www. Insights on India. Com40. Know about Startup India scheme here. Insta Curious. Do you know about the Startup India Seed Fund scheme? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. About Delhi Startup Policy. 2. What is Startup India scheme? 3. About the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, SISFS. 4. Eligibility. 5. Benefits. Mains link. Discuss the significance of the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, SISFS. Q. According to Economic Survey 2021-22, between April 2019 and December 2021, highest number of startups were added in A. Delhi. B. Bangalore. C. Mumbai. D. None of the above. Answer A. Karnataka's anti-conversion bill. Context. Karnataka state government has decided to take the ordinance route to get clearance for the Karnataka Protection of Right to Freedom of Religion Bill, 2021. The bill, which was adopted by the Karnataka Legislative Assembly in its special session in December 2021, is yet to be introduced in the Legislative Council. Highlights of the Karnataka Protection of Right to Freedom of Religion Bill, 2021 Ratio 1. Any person found guilty of unlawfully converting another person will face a minimum jail term of 3 to 5 years and a fine of 25,000 rupees. Though, if the person unlawfully converted is either a minor or a woman or belongs to the scheduled castes or scheduled tribes, the punishment is more a minimum sentence of 3 years and a maximum of 10 years imprisonment, and 50,000 rupees fine. 13. In cases of mass conversion, the accused person can face 3 to 10 years in prison and a fine of 1 lakh rupees. 4. An appropriate court will order the accused person to pay compensation to the victim of conversion, and this amount can go up to 5 lakh rupees and must be paid by the accused over and above the fine under the law. 5. In case someone wants to convert to another religion voluntarily, there is a lengthy process in place, and this applies to interfaith marriages too. Challenges ahead. Some of the provisions that the Karnataka government is aiming to introduce under its anti-conversion laws were stayed in Gujarat. In 2020, the Gujarat government had also brought in an amended anti-conversion law. However, the Gujarat High Court had stayed some of the provisions in August 2021, provisions like the one that places the burden of proof on those entering into an interfaith marriage. The Gujarat High Court noted that the provisions go against an individual's right to choice and liberty, granted under the Constitution of India. So, since similar provisions are included in the Karnataka Bill too, it means the law goes against rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Rationale behind the enactment of anti-conversion laws. What do critics say and what has the Supreme Court said on marriage and conversion? Reference. Read this. 41 www. Insights on India.com. Insta curious. Did you know that the Special Marriage Act, 1954 (ACMA) was enacted to facilitate the marriage of couples professing different faiths? Reference. https://or. Insights on India.com. The 4th of September 2020, Special Marriage Act 194. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. About Article 21. Though. Article 25. 3. About ACMA. 4. States which have passed anti-conversion laws. Mains link. The right to choose a partner or live with a person of choice was part of a citizen's fundamental right to life and liberty. Discuss. The Goa Civil Code. Context. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant recently said that the Goa Civil Code can be a model that other states can emulate. The statement comes amid the ongoing discussions for having a uniform civil code for India. What is Goa Civil Code? In 1867, Portugal enacted a Portuguese Civil Code, and in 1869 it was extended to Portugal's overseas provinces that included Goa. It is considered a uniform civil code. While when it comes to marriage and adoption, there is not complete uniformity. Generally, the Goa Civil Code is far more gender just than other laws in the country. The law also doesn't recognize bigamy or polygamy. including for Muslims, but grants an exception to a Hindu man to marry once again if his wife doesn't conceive a child by the age of 21 or a male child by the age of 30. The law provides for compulsory registration of marriages before a civil authority, ensuring that the wife is an equal inheritor and is entitled to half of the common assets, including those inherited by her husband in the case of a divorce. The parents must compulsorily share at least half of the property with their children, including daughters. Why does a civil code enacted by the Portuguese continue to exist even today? The Portuguese Civil Code in Goa continued in India by virtue of Section 5(1) of the Goa, Daman and Diu Administration Act, 1962, through which the Indian government ruled that all laws in force in Goa, Daman and Diu or any part thereof shall continue to be in force therein until amended or repealed by a competent legislature or other competent authority. Because of this, the Portuguese Civil Code continues to be in force in Goa. What is UCC? UCC essentially refers to a common set of laws governing personal matters such as marriage, divorce, inheritance, and succession for all citizens of the country. Article 44 of the Constitution, which is one of the directive principles of state policy, also advocates a uniform civil code. However, governments since independence have allowed respective religion-based civil codes to respect the diversity of India. What are the pros and cons of having a UCC now in India? What is the way out? Reference: read this. Insta curious. Did you know that Indian laws do follow a uniform code in most civil matters such as Indian Contract Act 1872, Civil Procedure Code, Transfer of Property Act 1882, Partnership Act 1932, Evidence Act 1872 etc. States, however, have made hundreds of amendments and, therefore, in certain matters, there is diversity even under these secular civil laws. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About UCC. 2. What a DPSPS. 3. Enforcement of DPSPS. 4. Shah Bano case is related to. 5. Article 44. Mains link. Discuss why is UCC not desirable for India at this point. Q. Consider the following statements. A. The Indian Constitution talks about the Uniform Civil Code. www. Insights on India. Com 42. 2. Goa Civil Code doesn't recognize bigamy or polygamy. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer C. Legal status of abortion in India. Context: a bill intended to codify abortion rights in the United States failed to advance in the Senate. The Women's Health Protection Act, which had passed the House of Representatives, was voted down 49 to 51 in the upper chamber. What's the issue? The bill would codify the right to an abortion into federal law. Republicans have criticized the bill, saying that it went further than most Americans would want to go on abortion rights. Legal status of abortion in India. Indian Penal Code, it says, voluntarily causing a woman with child to miscarry is an offense attracting a jail term of up to 3 years or fine or both, unless it was done in good faith where the purpose was to save the life of the pregnant woman. A pregnant woman causing herself to miscarry is also an offender under this provision apart from the person causing the miscarriage, which in most cases would be a medical practitioner. Medical Termination of Pregnancy (MTP) Act, 1971. This law is an exception to the IPC provisions above and sets out the rules for accessing an MTP. This law has been amended twice since, the most recent set of amendments being in the year 2021. However, the law does not recognize and or acknowledge the right of a pregnant person to decide on the discontinuation of a pregnancy. According to MTP Act 1971, when can MTP be accessed? A. The continuation of the pregnancy would involve a risk to the life of the pregnant woman, a result in grave injury to her physical or mental health. Though, if the pregnancy is as a result of rape or failure of contraceptive used by the pregnant woman or her partner to limit the number of children or to prevent a pregnancy. Teen. The anguish caused by the continuation of such a pregnancy would be considered to be a grave injury to the mental health of the pregnant woman. 4. The other reason for seeking an MTP is the substantial risk that if the child was born, it would suffer from any serious physical or mental abnormality. Procedure. The pregnancy can be terminated for any of the above reasons. On the opinion of a single registered medical practitioner up to 20 weeks of the gestational age. From 20 weeks up to 24 weeks, the opinion of 2 registered medical practitioners is required. Any decision for termination of pregnancy beyond 24 weeks gestational age, only on the ground of fetal abnormalities, can be taken by a medical board as set up in each state, as per the law. No termination of pregnancy can be done in the absence of the consent of the pregnant person, irrespective of age and or mental health. Right to health. In various cases, the courts had ruled that the right of a pregnant woman to decide on the continuation of her pregnancy is a part of her right to health and right to life. Therefore, right is non-negotiable. Issues surrounding abortion laws in India. Reference. Read this. Insta-links. Prelims link. 1. Abortion laws in India. Though. Indian Penal Code. Teen. MTP Act, 1971. 4. Amendments to MTP Act. 5. Procedure to be followed for abortion in India. 43 www. Insights on India.com. Mains link. Discuss the issues associated with abortion laws in India. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Medical Termination of Pregnancy (MTP) Act, 1971 has been amended only once so far. Though, under the law, for termination of pregnancy from 20 weeks up to 24 weeks, the opinion of 2 registered medical practitioners is required. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer. B. Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, 2010. Context. Representatives of NGOs, middlemen and public servants of Foreign Contribution Regulation Act (FCRA) Division of MHA were recently arrested by the CBI for committing violations of FCRA provisions and facilitating illegal clearances in lieu of bribes. What's the issue? FCRA clearances have been a fraught issue for several years, and the government has often been accused of targeting NGOs for political or ideological reasons by cancelling or not renewing their clearances. The registrations of about 5,900 NGOs had ceased to be active after December 31, 2021, owing to either the NGOs not applying for renewal before the due date, or the MHA refusing their renewal for alleged violation of the FCRA. How FCRA regulates NGO funding. FCRA regulates foreign donations and ensures that such contributions do not adversely affect the internal security of the country. The Act, first enacted in 1976, was amended in the year 2010 and then 2020. Section 5 of the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, 2010 gives the Union government, unchecked and unbridled powers, to declare an organization as being one of political nature and deny it access to funds from sources abroad. FCRA is implemented by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Applicability. The provisions of the Act apply to the territory of India, to citizens of India who may be outside India, and to companies or their branches outside India that are registered or incorporated in India. The entities covered by the Act include an individual, a Hindu undivided family, an association, or a registered company. For how long is approval granted? Once granted, FCRA registration is valid for 5 years. NGOs are expected to apply for renewal within 6 months of the date of expiry of registration. In case of failure to apply for renewal, the registration is deemed to have expired, and the NGO is no longer entitled to receive foreign funds or utilize its existing funds without permission from the ministry. Prior reference category under the Act. It implies that to donate to such an NGO, a foreign donor has to take prior clearance from the Ministry of Home Affairs. Latest 2020 amendments and criticisms associated. The amendments mandated that registered NGOs open a designated account in the main branch of the State Bank of India in the capital, in which the foreign contributions to their various causes would exclusively land. The petitioners have argued that this measure would be cumbersome for NGOs operating in rural India and far away from the capital. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About FCRA. 2. About foreign funding of NGOs. 3. Applicability of FCRA. 4. Who cannot receive foreign contribution. 5. FCRA amendments. 6. What is a foreign contribution under FCRA? 7. Prior reference category. Mains link. Discuss the major provisions of the foreign country www. Insights on India. Com 44. Bhushan Regulation Act FCRA, and the need for such legislation. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. FCRA is implemented by the Ministry of Home Affairs. 2. Prior reference category is mentioned under FCRA. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer C. Launch of 150 triggers battle for credit. Context. Delhi Chief Minister flags off 150 electric buses. Electric vehicles (EVs) and EV operates on an electric motor instead of an internal combustion engine and has a battery instead of a fuel tank. EVs have low running costs as they have fewer moving parts and are also environmentally friendly. In India, the fuel cost for an EV is approximately 80 paise. Contrast this with the cost of petrol, which is today more than 100 rupees per liter in Indian cities, or Rs 7 to 8 per kilometer to operate a petrol-based vehicle. FAME India scheme. It is a part of the National Electric Mobility Mission Plan. The Department of Heavy Industries, the Ministry of Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises is the monitoring authority. It encourages electric vehicles by providing subsidies. The FAME India scheme is aimed at incentivizing all vehicle segments. Two phases of the scheme. 1. Phase I started in 2015 and was completed on the 31st of March 2019. 2. Phase 2 started from April 2019, was supposed to be completed by the 31st of March 2022. The government has extended the FAME 2 scheme for 2 years. Now, this scheme will be applicable till the 31st of March 2024. It covers hybrid or electric technologies like mild hybrid, strong hybrid, plug-in hybrid or battery electric vehicles. It has 4 focus areas. 1. Technology development. 2. Demand creation. 3. Pilot projects. 4. Charging infrastructure. Insta links, prelims link, electric vehicles FAME scheme. Mains link, electric vehicles are a better alternative to conventional fuel consuming vehicles. Critically analyze. Also discuss the recent initiatives by the government to promote environmentally friendly vehicles. Frame policies to protect LGBTIQ workers, says ILO. Context. A document released by the International Labour Organization (ILO) on inclusion of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex and queer LGBTIQ persons in the world of work recommended member countries, employers' organizations and representatives of workers to launch social protection programs to remove barriers that LGBTIQ persons face in society. LGBTIQ LGBTQ is an acronym for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and queer or questioning. These terms are used to describe a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. Difficulties faced by LGBTIQ community, heterosexuality. They are experiencing intolerance, discrimination, harassment, and threat of violence due to their sexual orientation than those that identify themselves as heterosexual. 45 www. Insights on India. Com. Inequality or violence. They face inequality and violence at every place around the world. They face torture from people who mock at them and make them realize that they are different from others. Deprived in rights. In many countries, the rights enjoyed by opposite sex couples are not enjoyed by same sex couples. They are prohibited from those rights. Isolation from society. They gradually develop low self-esteem and low self-confidence and become isolated from friends and family. Conflict in family itself. Lack of communication between LGBT children and the parents often leads to conflict in the family. Many LGBT youths are placed in foster care or end up in juvenile detention or on the streets. Racial discrimination. Additionally, lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender people face poverty and racism daily. They suffer from social and economic inequalities due to continuous discrimination in the workplace. Various judgments in favor of the LGBTIQ community. NAS Foundation vs. Government of Delhi case caution judgment. In 2013, the Supreme Court criminalizes homosexuality. Caution judgment. Justice K.S. Puthaswamy vs. Union of India 2017. Navtej Singh Johar vs. Union of India 2018. International Labour Organization (ILO). It is the only tripartite UN agency that brings together governments, employers and workers of 187 member states. It sets labor standards, develops policies and devises programs promoting decent work for all women and men. It was established in 1919 by the Treaty of Versailles as an affiliated agency of the League of Nations. It became the first affiliated specialized agency of the United Nations in 1946. Headquarters, Geneva, Switzerland. Its founding mission is social justice is essential to universal and lasting peace. It promotes internationally recognized human and labor rights. It is providing substantial support in the building of an ethical and productive framework for fair globalization. Insta-links, prelims link, 1. LGBTIQ जोड़ 2. ILO 3. Article 14, Article 15, Article 21. Mains link. LGBTIQ जोड़ community has faced historic discrimination at the hand of society. Discuss the recent judgments in favor of LGBTIQ जोड़ rights. Q. With reference to International Labour Organization (ILO), consider the following statements. 1. It was the first affiliated specialized agency of the United Nations. 2. It has no role in globalization. 3. It was established by the Treaty of Versailles. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only. B. 1 and 3 only. C. 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. Answer. B. Supreme Court recognizes sex work as a profession. Context. In a momentous order, the Supreme Court of India recognized sex work to be a profession. The apex court was hearing a plea that has raised the problems faced by sex workers due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The plea has highlighted the destitution faced by sex workers on account of COVID-19 and sought relief measures for over 9 lakh women and transgender sex workers across India. The verdict guidelines. 1. Police forces in all states and union territories should treat sex workers with dignity and not to abuse them, verbally or physically. 2. The authorities have a duty to protect them under the Immoral FIC Prevention Act, 1956. 3. The police and other law enforcement agencies should be sensitized to the rights of sex workers. 4. The newly introduced Section 354C, IPC, which makes voyeurism a criminal offense, should www. Insights on India. Com46. Be strictly enforced against electronic media, in order to prohibit telecasting photos of sex workers with their clients in the garb of capturing the rescue operation. 5. State governments should do a survey of shelter homes so that cases of adult women who are detained against their will can be reviewed and processed for release in a time-bound manner. Chair. The central government and the state governments, through National Legal Services Authority, State Legal Services Authority and District Legal Services Authority, should carry out workshops for educating the sex workers about their rights. What necessitated this? The attitude of the police to sex workers is often brutal and violent. Significance of the verdict. The court held that every individual in this country has a right to a dignified life under Article 21 of the Constitution. Challenges ahead. 1. Sex workers are exposed to a slew of abuses that range from physical to mental attacks. Though most of them do not have access to clean and safe housing, as they are refused outrightly by owners or the society. Teen. Access to essential health services are limited. Relevant court judgments. 1. In Kajal Mukesh Singh vs State of Maharashtra 2021, the Bombay High Court said, prostitution is not an offense. A woman has a right to choose her vocation. Though, in Manoj Shaw vs State of West Bengal 2003, the Calcutta High Court observed that sex workers should be treated as victims of crime rather than the accused. Teen. In Buddhadev Karmaskar vs State of West Bengal 2011, the High Court observed that sex workers are also entitled to live a dignified life as guaranteed under Article 21 of the Constitution. Pros and cons of legalizing prostitution. https://www. Insights on India. The 22nd of February 2022. Who was Gangubai Kathiawadi? Insta curious. Do you know about the Blue Heart campaign by the UN? Read here. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Section 370 and 370A of the IPC are related to. Though. Article 23(1) of the Constitution. Teen. About World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. Mains link. What are the constitutional or legislative provisions related to trafficking in India? Discuss. Sentalis www. Insights on India. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Section 354 CIPC makes voyeurism a criminal offense. Though trafficking in human beings or persons is prohibited under the Constitution of India. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer C. PMJJBY, PMSBY or APY complete 7 years. Context. Social Security Schemes Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana PMJJBY, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana PMSBY, and Atal Pension Yojana APY have completed 7 years of their launch. When were the schemes launched? The schemes were launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on May 9, 2015. Basic details of the schemes. PMJJBY. It is a 1-year life insurance scheme renewable from year to year offering coverage for death due to any reason. Eligibility. Individuals in the age group of 18 to 50 years having a savings bank or a post office account are entitled to enroll under the scheme. Life cover of 2 lakh rupees in case of death due to any reason against a premium of 330 rupees per annum. Achievements. 12.76 crore enrollments. Further reading. Read this. PMSBY. It is a 1-year accidental insurance scheme renewable from year to year offering coverage for death or disability due to accident. Eligibility. Individuals in the age group of 18 to 70 years having a savings bank or a post office account are entitled to enroll under the scheme. Accidental death cum disability cover of Rs. Though. Lakh Rs. 1 lakh in case of partial disability, for death or disability due to an accident. Achievements 28.37 crore enrollments. Further reading. Read this. APY. It seeks to provide financial security and cover future exigencies for the people in the unorganized sector. APY is administered by Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority (PFRDA) under the overall administrative and institutional architecture of the National Pension System (NPS). Eligibility: open to all bank account holders in the age group of 18 to 40 years. Achievements: 4 crore registrations. Further reading. Read this. Insta-links, prelims link. 1. About PMJJBY, PMSBY or APY. 2. Eligibility. 3. Benefits. 4. When were they launched? 5. Other similar schemes. Mains link. Discuss the significance of PMJJBY. Q. Which of the following are true regarding the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana PMJJBY? 1. Individuals in the age group of 18 to 50 years are eligible for the scheme. 2. The scheme provides a life cover of 2 lakh rupees in case of death due to any reason. 3. The premium is completely borne by the central government. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 3 only. D. 1 and 2 only. Answer D. www. Insights on India. Comar Talis. Gifted child. Qualifying criteria by AICTE. Context. Last month, the All India Council for Technical Education (AICTE) stated that it will allow institutions to set aside 2 more seats under the gifted child category. It has now released the criteria for this. The criteria: 1. A prize winner of at least one national, international level competition organized by a government or a recognized private body. 2. Has received funding from a government agency for pursuing innovative projects. 3. Is a candidate having high quality original research article publications in peer-reviewed journals as the first author. 4. Is the primary holder of a patent granted by an Indian or international patent office. 5. Is the owner of an app on Google, Apple, Windows stores or has launched or is in process of launching a technology-based innovative product in the market with more than 10,000 downloads. Benefits for students under this category. Institutions admit. Teaching students under this scheme are committed to give a complete tuition waiver to the admitted students. Need for awareness. 1. Many gifted students remain unidentified as high achievers as they are laid back. Though they are not counted probably due to the poor score in school, but can be potentially high achievers. 3. The provision of 2 reserved supernumerary seats is intended to maximize the innate potential of students who scored lower or did not take the admission exam. Insta-links, prelims link. 1. AICTE. 2. Gifted child criteria. Mains link. Many gifted students remain unidentified as high achievers as they are laid back. Comment. Mozambique confirms first wild poliovirus case in 30 years. Context. Mozambique has identified its first case of wild poliovirus type 1 this week after a child contracted the disease. It is the country's first such case since 1992 and the second imported case of wild poliovirus in southern Africa this year. An outbreak was reported in Malawi earlier this year. Note: as of today, wild poliovirus is endemic only in Afghanistan and Pakistan. What is polio? The World Health Organization, WHO defines polio or poliomyelitis as a highly infectious viral disease, which mainly affects young children. Transmission: the virus is transmitted by person to person, spread mainly through the fecal-oral route or, less frequently, by a common vehicle, e.g., contaminated water or food, and multiplies in the intestine, from where it can invade the nervous system and can cause paralysis. When is a country declared polio-free? There are three variants of the poliovirus, numbered 1, 2, 3. For a country to be declared polio-free, the wild transmission of all three kinds has to be stopped. For eradication, cases of both wild and vaccine-derived polio infection have to be reduced to zero. Unchas www. Insights on India.com. India was declared polio-free in January 2014, after 3 years of zero cases, an achievement that is widely believed to have been spurred by the successful Pulse Polio campaign. Efforts by India in this regard. Under the Pulse Polio program, all states and union territories have developed rapid response teams (RRT) to respond to any polio outbreak in the country. In 2014, the government made the oral polio vaccination (OPV) mandatory for those traveling between India and polio-affected countries, such as Afghanistan, Nigeria, Pakistan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Syria and Cameroon. Insta-curious. Did you know that India launched the Pulse Polio Immunization Program in 1995, after a resolution for a global initiative of polio eradication was adopted by the World Health Assembly (WHO) in 1988? Know more about it here. Insta-links, prelims link. 1. Countries where the wild polio is still present. Though. What is an attenuated, weakened, vaccine virus? Teen. When a country is certified as free of wild polio. Mains link. What do multiple outbreaks of polio in the vicinity mean for India? Should India worry? Discuss the achievements made by polio immunization program so far and what should be the way forward. Q. Consider the following statements. A. India was declared polio-free in January 2022. Though, in 2014, the Government of India made the oral polio vaccination (OPV) mandatory for those traveling between India and polio-affected countries. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only B. 2 only C. Both D. None. Ans. B. World Governance Indicators. Context. According to a presentation presented in 2020 by Sanjeev Sanyal, then Principal Economic Advisor in the Ministry of Finance, the World Bank's World Governance Indicators (WGI) inputs are arbitrary. The presentation was prepared by the Ministry of Finance for internal circulation within the government to counter the negative commentary on India. What is governance? Governance consists of the traditions and institutions by which authority in a country is exercised. This includes the process by which governments are selected, monitored and replaced. The capacity of the government to effectively formulate and implement sound policies. And the respect of citizens and the state for the institutions that govern economic and social interactions among them. www. Insights on India.com 50. What are world governance indicators? Released by the World Bank. WGI provide a ranking of 215 countries based on 6 dimensions of governance. 1. Voice and accountability. 2. Political stability and absence of violence. 3. Government effectiveness. 4. Regulatory quality. 5. Rule of law. 6. Control of corruption. Sources. These aggregate indicators are based on over 30 individual data sources produced by a variety of survey institutes, think tanks, non-governmental organizations (NGOs), international organizations, and private sector firms such as Economist Intelligence Unit (EIU), Varieties of Democracy (VDEM), Project and Freedom House, etc. Significance. WGI plays a key role in deciding the sovereign credit rating of any country. Concern of the Indian government. World Governance Indicators WGI, according to the government, are based on impressions from the Western press or tiny polls of NGOs and a handful of academics, many of whom lack an India specialist. There would be a decline in WGI results as a result of these institutes' critical comments towards India. This could result in India's sovereign rating being downgraded. India's score in the latest WGI. India's WGI score is much below the BBB median on all 6 indicators. While BBB is an investment grade rating issued by global rating agencies such as Fitch, a WGI score below BBB median would suggest that India falls below the middle when the scores of countries are arranged in a descending order. Major incidents which hugely affected India's WGI rank: Kashmir issue, harassment of activists, sedition laws, cancellation of NGO licenses. Instalinks, prelims link. 1. About WGI. 2. Ranking criteria. 3. India's performance in the latest report. Mains link. What is good governance? Discuss the various dimensions of good governance in India. Q. World Bank's WGI provides a ranking of countries based on which of the dimensions of governance. 1. Voice and accountability. 2. Political stability and absence of violence. 3. Government effectiveness. 4. Regulatory quality. 5. Rule of law. 6. Control of corruption. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1, 2 and 3 only. B. 2, 3 and 4 only. C. 4, 5 and 6 only. D. All of the above. Ans. D. China-Taiwan relations. Context. Taiwan hopes that the world would sanction China like it is sanctioning Russia for its war on Ukraine if Beijing invaded the island. Taiwan has joined in Western-led sanctions on Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. Why war on Ukraine has brought the spotlight onto Taiwan. Ukraine's plight has won broad public sympathy in Taiwan due to what many people view as the parallels between what is happening in Ukraine and what could happen if China ever uses force to bring Taiwan it claims as its own under Chinese control. Taiwan has raised its alert level since the Ukraine war began, wary of China making a similar move, though the government in Taipei has reported no signs of an imminent Chinese attack. Recent clashes. China's armed forces carried out another round of exercises near Taiwan last week to improve joint combat operations. Taiwan has complained for the past 2 years. 51 www. Insights on India. Com. about frequent Chinese military activity near it, mostly concentrated in the southern and southwestern part of the island's Air Defense Identification Zone, or ADIZ. China-Taiwan relations background. China has claimed Taiwan through its One China policy since the Chinese Civil War forced the defeated Kuomintang, or nationalist, to flee to the island in 1949 and has vowed to bring it under Beijing's rule, by force if necessary. While Taiwan is self-governed and de facto independent, it has never formally declared independence from the mainland. Under the one country, two systems formula, Taiwan would have the right to run its own affairs. A similar arrangement is used in Hong Kong. Presently, Taiwan is claimed by China, which refuses diplomatic relations with countries that recognize the region. India's position on Taiwan. India's policy on Taiwan is clear and consistent, and it is focused on promoting interactions in areas of trade, investment and tourism among others. Government facilitates and promotes interactions in areas of trade, investment, tourism, culture, education and other such people-to-people exchanges. However, India doesn't have formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan, but both sides have trade and people-to-people ties. Indo-Taiwan relations. Although they do not have formal diplomatic ties, Taiwan and India have been cooperating in various fields. India has refused to endorse the One China policy since 2010. Insta curious. Did you know that to this date, Taiwan is not a part of the WHO owing to objections from China? Read this to know more about the issue. Insta links, prelims link. 1. Location of Taiwan and its historical background. Though regions being administered by China under One China policy. Theme. Is Taiwan represented at WHO and the United Nations? 4. Countries in the South China Sea. 5. Qing Dynasty. Mains link. Write a note on India-Taiwan bilateral relations. Q. Formosa is a part of A. Taiwan B. Hong Kong C. Indonesia D. None of the above. Answer A. Sri Lanka's 21st Constitutional Amendment. Context. The government of Sri Lanka intends to introduce the 21st Constitutional Amendment Bill. The 21st Constitutional Amendment seeks to repeal the 20th Amendment. Overview of the 21st Amendment. It seeks to reduce the presidency to a ceremonial position, retaining the powers of the president on all three armed forces. However, almost all other key powers pertaining to governance and cabinet ministers will be handed over to the Prime Minister. It seeks to transfer powers of making key appointments from the President to the Constitutional Council. www. Insights on India. Com Bhavan. The President would be required to act on the Prime Minister's advice to determine the scope and functions of ministries and appoint ministers, deputy ministers and state ministers. Previous amendments. The 19th Amendment 2015, it had removed the powers of the President to sack the Prime Minister at his discretion. It restricted the President's powers to dismiss cabinet ministers as he was required to act on the advice of the Prime Minister. The cabinet ministers could have been dismissed. 1. Only if the Prime Minister ceased to hold office by death, resignation or otherwise, or 2. Only if the Parliament rejects a statement of government policy or the budget, or 3. If the Parliament passes a vote of no confidence against the government. 20th Amendment 2020 increased the executive powers of a president. It empowered the president to make key appointments to independent institutions. What's happening in Sri Lanka? The proposed amendment comes at the time Sri Lanka is facing its worst economic and political crisis since it was liberated from British rule in 1948. A crippling shortage of foreign reserves has led to long queues for fuel, cooking gas and other essentials, while power cuts and soaring food prices heap misery on the people. Protesters have been gathering across the island nation, calling for President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation, while his brother Mahinda Rajapaksa resigned as Prime Minister. Ranil Wickremesinghe has been appointed as the new Prime Minister. Need for these amendments. The possibility of an amendment is also seen as a means of restoring peace to the country, with officials reaching out across party lines to address the current issue. The change aims to address the country's governance issue. Know all about the latest Sri Lanka crisis here. Know more about India-Sri Lanka relations here. Insta curious. Do you know about the Indo-Sri Lanka Accord? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. About the Sri Lanka Constitution. Though. Latest constitutional amendments. Theme. Sri Lankan political system. Mains link. Compare and contrast the powers of Sri Lanka president with that of Indian president. Q. Which of the following are constitutional monarchies? A. Morocco 2. Jordan 3. Kuwait. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 only. C. All of the above. D. None. Ans. C. Tirpan www. Insights on India.com. Economic framework. Context. The United States sees India's participation in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework (IPEF) as very important. Therefore, Washington is designing the framework to prioritize flexibility and inclusion. Under this, participating countries can join IPEF without necessarily joining all the 4 pillars of the framework. A pick and choose arrangement that could make India more open to coming on board. About IPEF. Announced in 2021, the IPEF aims to set regional standards for cooperation, and includes the Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN) member states. The framework is the Biden administration's answer to questions about the United States' economic commitment to the vital Indo-Pacific region. IPEF is created to encourage regional economies to decouple from the Chinese market by leading them to alternative supply chains. The IPEF will consist of 4 pillars of work. 1. Fair and resilient trade, encompassing 7 subtopics, including labor, environmental, and digital standards. 2. Supply chain resilience. 3. Infrastructure, clean energy, and decarbonization. 4. Tax and anti-corruption. Strategic significance of Indo-Pacific region for India. Strategic significance. The Indo-Pacific is a multipolar region that accounts for over half of global GDP and population. Mineral resources. Maritime regions have also become important storage areas for essential resources such as fish stocks, minerals, and offshore oil and gas. Economic growth. The Indo-Pacific area accounts for approximately 60% of world GDP, making it the most important contributor to global growth. Commerce. Many of the world's most important choke points for global trade are located in this region, including the Straits of Malacca, which are crucial for global economic growth. Insta curious, the UK, US, and Australia, in 2021, announced a historic security pact in the Asia Pacific, in what's seen as an effort to counter China. It is called the AUK-US Pact and AUK-US Alliance. What is it? Reference, read this. Instalinks, prelims link, 1. About Pacific region. 2. Overview of Indian Ocean region. 3. Important straits, bays and passes in these regions. Mains link, discuss the strategic significance of Indo-Pacific region for India. Q. Malacca Strait connects South China Sea with A. North China Sea. B. Andaman Sea. C. Both A and B. D. None of the above. Ans. B. Pangong Lake in Ladakh. Context. India is closely monitoring the construction of a bridge by China on the Pangong Tso Lake in eastern Ladakh. What's the issue? On the north bank, there is a PLA garrison at Kernik Fort, and on the south bank at Moldo, and the distance between the two is around 200 kilometers. www. Insights on India. Com Chauvan. The new bridge between the closest points on two banks, which is around 500 meters, will bring down the movement time between the two sectors from around 12 hours to 3 or 4 hours. This will significantly bring down the time for the People's Liberation Army PLA to move troops and equipment between the two sectors. The bridge is located around 25 kilometers ahead of the line of actual control LAC. About Pangong Tso. Pangong Tso literally translates into a conclave lake. Pangong means conclave in Ladakhi and Tso means lake in Tibetan language. Situated at over 14,000 feet, the lake is about 135 kilometers long. It is formed from Teddy's geosyncline. The Karakoram mountain range, which crosses Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, China and India, with heights of over 6,000 meters including K2, the world's second highest peak, ends at the north bank of Pangong Tso. Its southern bank too has high broken mountains sloping towards Pangur Lake in the south. The lake's water, while crystal clear, is brackish, making it undrinkable. Why there is a dispute here? The line of actual control, LAC, the line that separates Indian and Chinese troops since 1962, generally runs along the land except for the width of Pangong Tso. Here, it runs through water. Both sides have marked their areas announcing which side belongs to which country. India controls about 45 kilometers stretch of the Pangong Tso and China the rest. What are fingers? The lake has mountain spurs of the Changchenmo range jutting down, referred to as fingers. There are 8 of them in contention here. India and China have different understanding of where the LAC passes through. India has maintained that the LAC passes through Finger 8, which has been the site of the final military post of China. India has been patrolling the area mostly on foot because of the nature of the terrain up to Finger 8. But Indian forces have not had active control beyond Finger 4. China, on the other hand, says the LAC passes through Finger 2. It has been patrolling up to Finger 4 mostly in light vehicles, and at times up to Finger 2. Why does China want to encroach areas alongside Pangong Tso? Pangongso is strategically crucial as it is very close to Chusul Valley, which was one of the battlefronts between India and China during the 1962 war. China appears to keep India constricted in the region by taking strategic advantage of looking over the Chusul Valley, which it can do if it advances along Pangongso. China also does not want India to boost its infrastructure anywhere near the lake. China fears it threatens its occupation of Aksai Chin and Lhasa Kashgar highway. Any threat to this highway also puts Chinese rather imperialist plans in Pakistan occupied territories in Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir, and beyond in Pakistan. Insta curious. Have you heard of the ice to pass of Ladakh? Read here. Insta links, prelims links. 1. Geographical position of all areas which were point of contention between the two armies. 2. Important geographical features in these areas. X. Rivers, mountain valleys at sea. Mains links discuss the steps taken by China and India to de-escalate the border tension which occurred in 2020. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Pangongso is formed from Teddy's geosyncline. 2. The Karakoram mountain range ends at the north bank of Pangongso. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only B. 2 only C. Both D. None. Ans. C. Pachpan www. Insights on India. Com. China-Tibet issue. Context. U.S. Special Coordinator on Tibet Uzra Zeya met with the Sikyong, or leader of the self-styled Central Tibetan Administration Penpa Sering and other officials and representatives of the Tibetan community on a public visit to Dharamshala, Himachal Pradesh. The visit is being seen as a strong message from the Indian government to China as well, which protests what it calls meddling in Tibet, as the visit was facilitated by New Delhi. Where is Tibet? Tibet is a region on the Tibetan Plateau in Asia, spanning about 2.4 million square kilometers, nearly a quarter of China's territory. It is the traditional homeland of the Tibetan people as well as some other ethnic groups. How it came to be ruled by China. The People's Republic of China asserts that Tibet has been a part of China since the Mongol-led Yuan dynasty. In 1951, Tibetan leaders were forced to sign a treaty dictated by China. The treaty, known as the 17-Point Agreement, professes to guarantee Tibetan autonomy and to respect the Buddhist religion, but also allows the establishment of Chinese civil and military headquarters at Lhasa, Tibet's capital. However, the Tibetan people including Dalai Lama consider it invalid and as having been signed under duress. This has often been described by the Tibetan people as a cultural genocide. Tibetans abroad. Over 1 lakh Tibetans are settled across India, while the remaining are settled in United States, Australia, Brazil, Canada, Costa Rica, France, Mexico, Mongolia, Germany, United Kingdom, Switzerland and various other countries. Insta curious. Did you know about the Tibetan Parliament in Exile (TP)? The Tibetan Parliament in Exile (TP) has its headquarters in Dharamshala, in the Kangra district of Himachal Pradesh. The 16th TP had 45 members representing provinces, different schools of Buddhism among others. The Central Tibetan Administration exists and functions on the basis of the Constitution of the Tibetan government called the Charter of the Tibetans in Exile, redrafted in 1991. What is Kashag and Sikyong? The Kashag Cabinet is Central Tibetan Administration's highest executive office and comprise 7 members. The Sikyong is the political leader of the Central Tibetan Administration. Insta links, prelims link. 1. Who is Sikyong? 2. What is Kashag? 3. The Charter of the Tibetans in Exile. 4. About the Tibetan Parliament in Exile TP. Mains link. What is the Tibetan Parliament in Exile TP? How is it recognized? Discuss. Q. Which of the following are correct regarding the Tibetan Parliament in Exile TP? A. The Kashag is Central Tibetan Administration's highest executive office and comprises 7 members. 2. Sikyong is the political leader of the Central Tibetan Administration. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. www. Insights on India. Com Chappan. A. 1 only B. 2 only C. Both D. None. Ans. C. India, Async Investment Incentive Agreement. Context. India and the US have signed the Investment Incentive Agreement (IA). This agreement is expected to lead to enhanced investment support from America's Development Finance Institution in a wide range of sectors. Things you should know. The agreement supersedes another similar pact signed between the governments of India and the US in 1997. The agreement is a legal requirement for the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation (DFC) to continue providing investment support in India. Services offered under this agreement include debt, equity investment, investment guarantee, investment insurance or reinsurance, feasibility studies for potential projects and grants. Significance of ER. DFC or its predecessor agencies have been active in India since 1974 and have provided investment support worth $5.8 billion, of which $2.9 billion is still outstanding. It is expected that signing of ER would lead to enhanced investment support provided by DFC in India, which shall further help in India's development. The agency has provided investment support in sectors related to development, such as manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines, healthcare financing, renewable energy, financing of SMEs, financial inclusion and infrastructure. Insta links, prelims link. 1. About the Investment Incentive Agreement (IA). 2. U.S. International Development Finance Corporation (DFC) functions. 3. Different agreements between India and the U.S. Mains link. The U.S. economy is driven by consumption and the Chinese economy is driven by production. The Indian economy is driven by trade and services. To which category does Indian startups belong to? Discuss their strengths and weaknesses. Q. Investment Incentive Agreement was recently signed between India and A. The US. B. Japan. C. China. D. None of the above. Answer A. Collective Security Treaty Organization. Context. The Collective Security Treaty Organization (CSTO) has marked its 30th year at anniversary summit hosted by Moscow recently. About Collective Security Treaty Organization. It is an intergovernmental military alliance 6 countries that came into effect in 2002. Its origin can be traced to the Collective Security Treaty, 1992 Tashkent Treaty. 57 www. Insights on India. Com. The headquarters is located in the Russian capital of Moscow. The objectives of the CSTO is to strengthen peace, international and regional security including cybersecurity and stability, the protection on a collective basis of the independence, territorial integrity and sovereignty of the member states. Composition. Current CSTO members are Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, the Russian Federation and Tajikistan. What does membership entail? A. CSTO membership means that member states are barred from joining other military alliances, limiting, for example, their relationship with NATO. Though, most importantly, membership presumes certain key security assurances, the most significant of which is deterring military aggression by third countries. Theme. In the CSTO, aggression against one signatory is perceived as aggression against all. 4. It however remains unclear whether this feature works in practice. Insta curious, India joined the UK in drive known as Five Eyes Group of Nations, as a seventh member in 2020. What is this group about? Reference, read this. Instalinks, prelims link, 1. About CSTO. Though. Composition. Theme. Objectives. Mains link, discuss about the significance of CSTO. Q. The CSTO includes A. Armenia. Though. Belarus. Theme. Kazakhstan. 4. Bangladesh. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 2, 3 and 4 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 only. Answer. D. Quad signs off on. Split on Russia, unity on China. Context. At the fourth Quad summit, the second since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there were divergences among the leaders of Australia, India, Japan and US on the war in Europe. There was unanimity in their response to China's belligerence as they strongly opposed any coercive, provocative or unilateral actions that seek to change the status quo in the Indo-Pacific. Indian Prime Minister said, at the Quad level, mutual cooperation is encouraging a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region, which is a shared objective for all of us. www. Insights on India. Comet Dhawan. Quadrilateral Security Dialogue Quad. It is the informal strategic dialogue between India, USA, Japan and Australia with a shared objective to ensure and support a free, open and prosperous, Indo-Pacific region. In November 2017, India, the US, Australia and Japan gave shape to the long-pending Quad coalition to develop a new strategy to keep the critical sea routes in the Indo-Pacific free of any influence, especially China. In 2021, Quad countries issued a Spirit of the Quad joint statement promoting a free, open rules border, rooted in international law to advance security and combat threats both in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. 3C Strategy of Quad. Indo-Pacific Economic Framework (IPF). It was announced in 2021 to set regional standards for cooperation, and includes some of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN) member states. IPF is created to encourage regional economies to decouple from the Chinese market by leading them to alternative supply chains. The IPF will not include market access commitments such as lowering tariff barriers, as the agreement is more of an administrative arrangement. IPF is viewed as reflecting the US ambitions to expand ties with key Indo-Pacific economies by building a supply chain that excludes China. It has 4 pillars of work. 1. Fair and resilient trade. 2. Supply chain resilience. 3. Infrastructure, clean energy, and decarbonization. 4. Tax and anti-corruption. UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, SAT Phase 1982. It is an international agreement that establishes the legal framework for marine and maritime activities. It divides marine areas into 5 main zones. 1. Internal waters. 2. Territorial sea. 3. Contiguous zone. 4. Exclusive economic zone EEZ. 5. High seas. It is the only international convention which stipulates a framework for state jurisdiction in maritime spaces. It provides a different legal status to different maritime zones. It also provides specific guidance for states' rights and responsibilities in the 5 concentric zones. UNCLOS has been signed and ratified by nearly all the coastal countries in the South China Sea. Its interpretation is still hotly disputed. There is a maritime dispute in the East China Sea as well. Instalinks, Prelims Link. 1. Quad. 2. Indo-Pacific Economic Framework IPF. 3. UNCLOS. 4. South China Sea. 5. 9-line. 6. ASEAN countries. Mains Link. IPF and Quad can help India to counter China militarily and economically. Critically analyze. The Union Minister of Commerce and Industry bats for local supply chains at Davos meet of World Economic Forum WEF. Context: Indian industry should strengthen domestic supply chains by sourcing supplies locally. We should not excessively depend on international supply chains and ask businesses to procure goods locally whenever there's an opportunity. Unsat www. Insights on India.com. World Economic Forum WEF. It is a Swiss non-profit foundation established in 1971, based in Geneva, Switzerland. It is an international institution for public-private cooperation. It is committed to improving the state of the world by engaging business, political, academic, and other leaders of society to shape global, regional, and industry agendas. Major reports published by WEF are Energy Transition Index, Global Competitiveness Report, Global IT Report. WEF along with IANSEAD and Cornell University publishes this report. Global Gender Gap Report, Global Risk Report, Global Travel and Tourism Report. Local supply chain. The local supply chain implies having regional suppliers and manufacturers in an area very close to your main location. During the coronavirus, small businesses were hit hard with the economic impact and being cut off from their foreign suppliers. Here is a list of government schemes launched to develop and encourage entrepreneurship in India. Initiatives by government to promote local business. Atmanirbhar Bharat SAMRIDH scheme, Startup India Seed Fund, Startup India Initiative, Startup Leadership Program, Aspire Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, PMMY, Qualcomm Semiconductor Mentorship Program, QSMP. Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Atal Innovation Mission, EBS Portal, Stand Up India Scheme. Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, Self-Reliant India Mission, is a campaign launched by the central government of India which included an Rs. 20 lakh crore economic stimulus package and a number of reform proposals. Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan rests on five important pillars. 1. Economy contemplates not an incremental change but a quantum leap so that we can convert the current adversity into an advantage. 2. Infrastructure that can be an image of modern India or it can be the identity of India. 3. Systems driven by 21st century technology, and that is not based on old rules. 4. Democracy, a vibrant democracy that is the source of energy to make India self-reliant. 5. Demand, where the strength of our demand and supply chain is utilized intelligently. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. WEF 2. Reports by WEF 3. Schemes to promote local businesses 4. MSMES. Mains Link, Indian industry should strengthen domestic supply chains rather than relying on external sources. Critically analyze. To check China overfishing. Context: Quad nations Australia, India, Japan, and the United States are reported to be getting ready to unveil a maritime surveillance initiative to protect exclusive economic zones in the Indo Pacific against environmental damage. The aim is to push back, especially against massive and reckless deepwater fishing by Chinese WWW. Insights on India. ComSat. Trawlers in the region. For this, the Quad nations could utilize Indian Navy's Information Fusion Center Indian Ocean Region IFCIOR. About the Maritime Surveillance Initiative, it will bring together existing surveillance centers in Singapore, India, and the Pacific to create a tracking system for illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing IUUF in the Indo-Pacific region. Need for Chinese trawler fleets are seen as responsible for most of the IUUF in the Indo-Pacific region, and the initiative is likely to be viewed as a Quad pressure point against China. In recent years, IUUF has been seen as growing into a bigger threat to maritime states than international piracy. Studies have said that unregulated and unreported fishing are bigger challenges than illegal fishing, as they deplete stocks and deprive vulnerable regional economies of an important food source. China is the world's biggest offender in this regard, and is believed to be responsible for 80% to 95% of the illegal fishing in the Indo-Pacific. About IFCIOR. The IFCIOR was set up in 2018 to coordinate with regional countries on maritime issues and act as a regional repository of maritime data. It presently has linkages with more than 50 partner countries and multinational agencies across the globe. It is located in Gurugram, India. The center was established as part of the government's Sagar, Security and Growth for All in the Region framework for maritime cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. It hosts international liaison of FICs from partner countries, which include both India's immediate neighbors in the Indian Ocean region and from further afield. Insta curious. Have you heard about the UK Carrier Strike Group CSG? Reference. Read this. Instalinks. Prelims Link 1. What is IFCIOR? 2. What is the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center RMIFC? 3. Locate Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz. Mains Link. Discuss how observer status at the Indian Ocean Commission helps India secure its strategic objectives. Exit www. Insights on India. Com. Q. Which of the following nations are part of Quad grouping? 1. Australia 2. India 3. Japan 4. The United States 5. China. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only B. 2 and 3 only C. 4 and 5 only D. 1, 2, 3 and 4 only. Answer D. Palestine issue doesn't diminish India-Israel relations. Context: the unresolved Palestine issue could be a factor in India-Israel relationship, but it does not diminish or negate the partnership between the two countries, Israel's Consul General in Bengaluru said. Israel-Palestine conflict historical background. The conflict has been ongoing for more than 100 years between Jews and Arabs over a piece of land between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. It was between 1882 to 1948, when the Jews from around the world gathered in Palestine. This movement came to be known as IAS. Then in 1917, Ottoman Empire fell after World War I and the UK got control over Palestine. The land was inhabited by a Jewish minority and Arab majority. The Balfour Declaration was issued after Britain gained control with the aim of establishing a home for the Jews in Palestine. However, during that period the Arabs were in majority in Palestine. Jews favored the idea while the Palestinians rejected it. Almost 6 million Jews lost their lives in the Holocaust, which also ignited further demand for a separate Jewish state. Jews claimed Palestine to be their natural home while the Arabs too did not leave the land and claimed it. In 1947, the UN voted for Palestine to be split into separate Jewish and Arab states, with Jerusalem becoming an international city. That plan was accepted by Jewish leaders but rejected by the Arab side and never implemented. Abraham Accord, it was signed between Israel, the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain and is mediated by the USA. It is the first Arab-Israeli peace deal in 26 years. As per the agreements, the UAE and Bahrain will establish 1. Embassies and exchange ambassadors. Though working together with Israel across a range of sectors, including tourism, trade, healthcare and security. The Abraham Accords also opened the door for Muslims around the world to visit the historic www. Insights on India. Basat. Sites in Israel and to peacefully pray at Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, the third holiest site in Islam. India-Israel relations. Diplomatic ties. 1. Though India officially recognized Israel in 1950, the two countries established full diplomatic ties only on the 29th of January 1992. Though India was among 164 United Nations (UN) member states to have diplomatic ties with Israel. Economic and commercial relations. 1. From 200 million United States dollars in 1992, bilateral merchandise trade stood at 4.14 billion United States dollars excluding defense during the period April 2020 to February 2021, with the balance of trade being in India's favor. Though trade in diamonds constitutes about 50% of bilateral trade. Theme: India is Israel's third largest trade partner in Asia and seventh largest globally. Defense. 1. India is the largest buyer of military equipment from Israel, which, in turn, is the second largest defense supplier to India, after Russia. Though India has a wide array of Israeli weapon systems over the years, which range from Falcon AWACS airborne warning and control systems and Heron, Searcher 2 and Harop drones to Barak anti-missile defense systems and Spider quick reaction anti-aircraft missile systems. Theme. The acquisitions also include a host of Israeli missiles and precision-guided munitions, from Python and Derby air-to-air missiles to Crystal Maze and Spice 2000 bombs. Cooperation in Agriculture 1. In May 2021, a 3-year work program agreement for development in agriculture cooperation was signed. Though the program aims to grow existing centers of excellence, establish new centers, increase course value chain, bring the centers of excellence into the self-sufficient mode, and encourage private sector companies in collaboration. Science or technology 1. India and Israel deliberated on widening the scope of India-Israel Industrial and Technological Innovation Fund (IHRF) at its 8th governing body meeting. Though IHRF is a cooperation between the two countries to promote, facilitate and support joint industrial projects between companies from India and Israel to address the challenges in the agreed focus sectors. Insta links, prelims links 1. Map of Israel-Palestine. Though Abraham Accord. Theme. Falcon AWACS airborne warning and control systems and Heron. 4. Searcher 2 and Harop drones. Mains link. India has maintained a balanced relation with Israel and Palestine. Discuss. Q. Which of the following is true with reference to Abraham Accord? 1. It was signed between Israel, Oman and UAE. Though it was mediated by China. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer D. US ramps up efforts to bring India on board with sanctions. Context: USA has sent another senior official to discuss India's oil purchases and plans to use the rupee ruble payment mechanism to circumvent sanctions against Russia. India's dependence in Russia. India is heavily dependent on oil imports, the bulk of which comes from the Middle East, Africa, Europe, North America, South America, and Southeast Asia. Russia's oil-related exports to India are only about $1 billion. Russia is keen to scale this up even as the US has announced a ban on oil imports from the country and the UK has adopted a more gradual reduction. This offers the opportunity for a lucrative supply deal with the second largest oil exporter 63 WWW. Insights on India. After Saudi Arabia, the rupee ruble payment system is crucial for bilateral non-oil trade. This would allow Indian exporters to be paid in rupees. Financial Action Task Force (FATF), an intergovernmental body established in 1989 during the G7 summit in Paris. It assesses the strength of a country's anti-money laundering and anti-terror financing frameworks. It sets standards and promotes effective implementation of legal, regulatory and operational measures for combating money laundering, terrorist financing and other related threats to the integrity of the international financial system. Its secretariat is located at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development (OECD) headquarters in Paris. The FATF currently has 39 members including 2 regional organizations, the European Commission and Gulf Cooperation Council. India is a member of the FATF. Lists under FATF. Grey List 1. Countries considered as safe haven for supporting terror funding and money laundering are put in the FATF grey list. Though this inclusion serves as a warning to the country that it may enter the blacklist. Example: Pakistan Blacklist 1. Non-cooperative countries or territories (NCCTS) countries are put in the blacklist. Though these countries support terror funding and money laundering activities. 3. The FATF revises the blacklist regularly, adding or deleting entries. 4. Iran and Democratic People's Republic of Korea (DPRK) are under high-risk jurisdiction or blacklist. The FATF plenary is the decision-making body of the FATF. It meets 3 times. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Russia-Ukraine map. 2. FATF. 3. Currency conversion. Mains link. Critically analyze how India's oil imports from Russia will impact US-India relations. Q. With reference to FATF, consider the following statements. 1. It was established by the G20 meeting in 1989. Though India has an observer status in FATF. 3. Pakistan along with China has been placed under the grey list of FATF. Which of the statements given above are not correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. Answer: D. UIGHURS. Context: the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights Michelle Bachelet is at the Xinjiang region, where Beijing is alleged to have repressed Muslim minorities. China said it's hoping the visit can clarify misinformation. What's the issue? Various countries have called on China to ensure full respect for the rule of law for the Muslim Uyghur community in Xinjiang. Credible reports indicate that over 1 million people have been arbitrarily detained in Xinjiang and that there is widespread surveillance disproportionately targeting Uyghurs and members of other minorities and restrictions on fundamental freedoms and Uyghur culture. China's response: despite mounting evidence, China denies mistreating the Uyghurs, and goes on to insist it is simply running vocational training centers designed to counter extremism. www. Insights on India. Com64. Who are Uyghurs? The Uyghurs are a predominantly Muslim minority ethnic group, whose origins can be traced to Central and East Asia. The Uyghurs speak their own language, similar to Turkish, and see themselves as culturally and ethnically close to Central Asian nations. China recognizes the community only as a regional minority and rejects that they are an indigenous group. Currently, the largest population of the Uyghur ethnic community lives in the Xinjiang region of China. A significant population of Uyghurs also lives in the neighboring Central Asian countries such as Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. Uyghur Muslims for decades, under the false accusation by the Chinese government of terrorism and separatism, have suffered from abuses including persecution, forced detention, intense scrutiny, surveillance and even slavery. Insta-curious. Do you know about China's one country two systems policy? Which regions are administered under this policy? Read this: https://www. Google.com amp/s or The Hindu. Com News International explained what is China's one country two systems policy. Article 29,279,828. IS-AM. Instalinks. Prelims link. 1. Huawei. 2. Where is Xinjiang? 3. Who are Chinese? 4. Indian states bordering Xinjiang province. Mains link. Huawei. Why are they in news? Discuss. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. The Uyghurs are a predominantly Muslim minority ethnic group. Though they can be found in Xinjiang region of China. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer C. Delhi hosts meet. Context. At a conference hosted by New Delhi, India, Pakistan, and other members of the Shanghai Collaboration Organization (SCO) discussed enhancing cooperation in fighting various regional security problems. The conference is being held as part of the SCO's Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure (RATS). Background. India assumed chairmanship of the Council of Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure (SCO) (RATS-SCO) on October 28 last year for a period of 1 year. About RATS. The Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure (RATS) is headquartered in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. It is a permanent organ of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO), which serves to promote cooperation of member states against the three evils of terrorism, separatism and extremism. It specifically deals with issues relating to security and defense. About the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO) is a permanent intergovernmental international organization. The creation of SCO was announced on the 15th of June 2001 in Shanghai, China. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization Charter was signed during the St. Petersburg SCO Heads of State meeting in June 2002, and entered into force on the 19th of September 2003. It was preceded by the Shanghai Five Mechanism. Pesat www. Insights on India. Com. Founding members of SCO were 1. The Republic of Kazakhstan. 2. The People's Republic of China. 3. The Kyrgyz Republic. 4. The Russian Federation. 5. The Republic of Tajikistan. 6. The Republic of Uzbekistan. Background. Kazakhstan, China, Kyrgyzstan, Russia and Tajikistan were members of the Shanghai Five prior to the creation of SCO in 2001. Shanghai Five 1996 emerged from a series of border demarcation and demilitarization talks which the four former Soviet republics held with China to ensure stability along the borders. Uzbekistan joined the organization in 2001. Following this, the Shanghai Five was renamed the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO). India and Pakistan became members in 2017. Learn more about SCO, its members, objectives and significance for India. Reference. Read this. Instalinks. Prelims link. 1. What is Shanghai Five? Though. When was SCO Charter signed and when it entered into force? 3. SCO founding members. 4. When did India join the group? 5. Observers and dialogue partners of SCO. 6. Permanent bodies under SCO. 7. Of official languages of SCO. Mains link. Discuss the objectives and significance of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Who reforms? Context. While speaking to the heads of countries at the second global COVID-19 conference in the third year of the pandemic, Prime Minister Narendra Modi raised the much discussed matter of revamping the World Health Organization. India's calls for WHO reforms, especially after the body's initial handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, have been backed by countries around the world. Need for WHO reforms. The growth and scope of the coronavirus disease COVID-19 has prompted requests for increased international public health collaboration, both at the regional and global levels. Especially reforming the WHO. WHO is not immune to global power play. Powerful countries such as the US and China influence decision making. Funding issues. Only a quarter of its budget comes from contributions from UN member states, and the real money to power its work is from voluntary funding by countries and organizations. WHO's institutional arrangements must be able to strongly push global cooperation in public health and support developing countries in real time. Neither WHO nor any multilateral organization is involved in drugs research. Reforms suggested. Executive Board (EP) should be made a standing body with the elected countries having Geneva-based permanent representatives on it. The EP should meet when required and direct action by WHO. The EP also needs to go beyond only geographic representation and ensure that major stakeholders such as the largest economies and those with the largest populations are always on it. WHO must be involved in rolling out new drugs and drug research in developed countries. WHO, along with others such as the World Trade Organization, must find ways to make affordable access to such key drugs in critical times possible. Increased mandatory funding by member states. India's 9-point plan for reforms of the World Health Organization, WHO, include 1. Changes in mechanisms to monitor health emergencies that can cross borders. 2. Giving the head of the UN body greater power to declare an international public health emergency. 3. Changes and improvements in the body's funding and governance. 4. Transparency in use of funds. 5. A greater role for the world body in ensuring fair, affordable and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. Chair. WHO's regular budget should also be increased. www. Insights on India. Com Siyasat. So that core activities are financed from it, without putting an overwhelming financial burden on developing countries. 7. Since WHO has little flexibility in using these funds, voluntary contributions should be earmarked to ensure that the WHO has necessary flexibility for its usage in areas where they are required the most. 8. WHO must maintain its technical focus but broaden its expertise to include more input from political scientists, urban designers, lawyers, logisticians, or information technology specialists. Insta curious. How is WHO funded? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. WHO governance. 2. Types of contributions in WHO. 3. Largest contributors. 4. Significance of World Health Day. Mains link. Discuss the role of WHO in promoting public health and environmental health across the globe. Q. Which of the following make up funding for the WHO? A. Assessed contributions. B. Voluntary contributions. C. Pandemic influenza preparedness PIP contributions. D. All of the above. Ans. D. Global Report on Assistive Technology. Context. The World Health Organization, WHO, and UNICEF have released the first global report on assistive technology. Great. What is assistive technology? AT. Assistive technology, AT, is any item, piece of equipment, software program, or product system that is used to help people with disabilities increase, maintain, or improve their functional abilities. Examples: prosthetics, braces, walkers, customized switches, special purpose computers, screen readers, and specialist curricular software. Key findings of the report: over 2.5 billion individuals require one or more assistive items. A billion people are denied access, particularly in low and middle income countries. The number of persons in need of assistive devices are predicted to reach 3.5 billion by 2050. This is because of the aging population and the rising incidence of non-communicable diseases around the world. In the areas of cognition, communication, and self-care, there are significant shortages in service provision and qualified personnel for assistive technology. Key recommendations: 1. Improve access within education, health and social care systems. 2. Ensure availability, safety, effectiveness and affordability of assistive products. 3. Enlarge, diversify and improve workforce capacity. 4. Actively involve users of assistive technology and their families. 5. Increase public awareness and combat stigma. Disability in India status, challenges and way ahead. Reference: read this. Search www. Insights on India.com. Initiatives by the Indian government for the disabled. 1. Accessible India campaign, creation of accessible environment for PONs. 2. Deen Dayal Disabled Rehabilitation Scheme. 3. National Fellowship for Students with Disabilities. 4. Unique Disability Identification Project. Insta Curious. Did you know that the Global Report on Assistive Technology, GREAT, is the culmination of the 71st World Health Assembly resolution in 2018 to prepare a global report on effective access to assistive technology? Reference: read this. Instalinks, Prelims Link. 1. What are assistive technologies at? 2. Global Report on Assistive Technology, GREAT Key Findings. 3. Schemes programs by the Indian government for the disabled. Mains link. The Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, 2016 was a landmark step, but much is left to be desired to achieve inclusivity and accessibility for the disabled. Examine. Q. Deen Dayal Disabled Rehabilitation Scheme seeks to a. Create an enabling environment to ensure equal opportunities, equity, social justice and empowerment of persons with disabilities. 2. Encourage voluntary action for ensuring effective implementation of the People with Disabilities Equal Opportunities and Protection of Rights Act of 1995. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. C. New Development Bank (NDB). Context: New Development Bank (NDB) is setting up a regional of FIs in Gujarat, India for funding and monitoring infrastructure projects in that country and Bangladesh. About NDB: it is a multilateral development bank operated by the BRICS states Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. It was agreed to by BRICS leaders at the 5th BRICS Summit held in Durban, South Africa in 2013. It was launched in 2015, at the 6th BRICS Summit at Fortaleza, Brazil. The bank is set up to foster greater financial and development cooperation among the 5 emerging markets, headquartered in Shanghai, China. In 2018, the NDB received observer status in the United Nations General Assembly, establishing a firm basis for active and fruitful cooperation with the UN. Voting. Unlike the World Bank, which assigns votes based on capital share, in the new development bank each participant country will be assigned one vote, and none of the countries will have veto power. Roles and functions. The bank will mobilize resources for infrastructure and sustainable development projects in BRICS and other emerging economies and developing countries, to supplement existing efforts of multilateral and regional financial institutions for global growth and development. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. NDB members and voting powers. 2. Where it can invest. 3. Which are the NDB funded projects in India? 4. Fortaleza Declaration is related to. 5. When was NDB established? Chair. NDB vs World Bank vs AIIB. Mains link. Discuss the objectives and significance of NDB. www. Insights on India. Commerce. Consider the following statements regarding the new development bank. A. It was agreed to by BRICS leaders at the 5th BRICS summit held in Durban, South Africa in 2013. B. It was launched in 2015, at the 6th BRICS summit at Fortaleza, Brazil. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. C. GS Paper 3. ILO Monitor on the World of Work. Context. The latest edition of the World of Work report was recently released by the International Labour Organization (ILO). Highlights of the report. 11.2 crore jobs might have lost between the last quarter of 2021 and the first quarter of 2022. Deterioration of the gender gap in work hours in the second quarter of 2020 in the lower middle income countries. Job loss in women. For every 100 women at work prior to the pandemic, 12.3 women would have lost their job as an average through the entire period considered by the report. Job loss in men. For every 100 men at work prior to the pandemic, 7.5 men would have lost their job as an average through the entire period considered by the report. A great and growing divergence between richer and poorer economies continues to characterize the recovery. Reasons for the present trend. Overall, the pandemic seems to have exacerbated the already substantial gender imbalances in employment participation in the country. Other reasons include fresh lockdowns in China, the 69 WWW. Insights on India. Conflict between Ukraine and Russia, and the global rise in the prices of food and fuel. India's employment. Important findings from the report. Gender gap. There has been deterioration of the gender gap in work hours in the second quarter of 2020. Most people are on contract without any social security. What needs to be done? Take a humane approach to address the situation. The purchasing capacity of the workers should be improved. Challenges ahead for India. The Code on Wages was passed in 2019 but is not yet implemented. The Wage Committee in 1948 asked the government to implement minimum wage, living wage and decent wage. This has been opposed by industries. 30% to 60% of workers, 5 crore people, who lost jobs during the lockdown have not joined any work. One third of MSMEs micro, small and medium enterprises can never be revived according to a survey by the associations of MSMEs. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About World Economic Forum. 2. About the World of Work Report. 3. About ILO and its reports. Mains link. Unemployment has been found to be more prevalent in the educated and less so in the poor, unskilled and semi-skilled people. Clarifying the statement, bring out the causes for the sharp decline in the jobs in India as per the latest data. Q. Identify the institution based on the information given below. A. Established as an agency for the League of Nations following World War I. 2. Established by the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. 3. It became the first specialized agency of the United Nations, UN, in the year 1946. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. ILO. B. World Bank. C. WHO. D. None of the above. Answer A. Why is there a fall in India's foreign exchange reserves? Context. India's forex reserves have dropped below $600 billion, plunging by about $45 billion since September 3, 2021, when forex reserves stood at an all-time high of $642 billion. Reasons behind drop in India's forex reserves. The drop is because of a fall in the dollar value of assets held as reserves by the RBI. Appreciation of the US dollar. The demand for dollars remained high as the Russia-Ukraine war led to a spike in oil and commodity prices. Capital outflows by foreign portfolio investors. FPIS pulled out $21.43 billion since September. www. Insights on India. Com70. September 2021 as the US Federal Reserve started monetary policy tightening and interest rate hikes. Effect of gold prices. Decline in gold prices has also played a part in the decline in foreign exchange reserves. How will this affect the rupee? Indian rupee fell to an all-time low against the US dollar, breaking through the 77 rupees to a dollar threshold and trading at 77.63 on Thursday, the 12th of May. If the rupee continues to fall, the Reserve Bank of India will be forced to interfere in the forex market by selling dollars from its foreign exchange reserves. If the RBI prioritizes maintaining the amount of foreign exchange reserves, the rupee could depreciate. Learn about forex reserves and its importance. Reference, read this. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. Components of forex reserves. 2. Who handles it? 3. Does RBI earn any returns on them? 4. Trends in forex reserves over the last decade. Mains link. Discuss how rising forex reserves are beneficial for India's economy. Q. Which one of the following groups of items is included in India's foreign exchange reserves? UPSC 2013. 8. Foreign currency assets, special drawing rights SDRS and loans from foreign countries. B. Foreign currency assets, gold holdings of the RBI and SDRS. C. Foreign currency assets, loans from the World Bank and SDRS. D. Foreign currency assets, gold holdings of the RBI and loans from the World Bank. Ans. B. RBI surplus transfer. Context. The Board of Reserve Bank of India (RBI) has approved the transfer of 30,307 crore rupees as surplus to the central government for the accounting year 2021-22. The board has also decided to maintain the contingency risk buffer at 5.50% without quantifying the amount. Provisions in this regard. The RBI, founded in 1934, operates according to the Reserve Bank of India Act of 1934. The Act mandates that profits made by the central bank from its operations be sent to the center. As the manager of its finances, every year the RBI also pays a dividend to the government to help with the finances from its surplus or profit. A technical committee of the RBI board headed by Y.H. Malagam 2013, which reviewed the adequacy of 71 WWW. Insights on India. Reserves and surplus distribution policy recommended a higher transfer to the government. RBI's earning returns earned on its foreign currency assets, which could be in the form of bonds and treasury bills of other central banks or top-rated securities, and deposits with other central banks. Interest on its holdings of local rupee-denominated government bonds or securities, and while lending to banks for very short tenures, such as overnight. Management Commission on handling the borrowings of state governments and the central government. RBI's expenditure. Printing of currency notes and on staff. Besides the commission it gives to banks for undertaking transactions on behalf of the government across the country, and to primary dealers, including banks, for underwriting some of these borrowings. Insta curious. Did you know? In view of the RBI's function as a lender of last resort, it needs to maintain some contingent risk buffer (CRB) to ensure the economy against any tail risk of financial stability crisis. The Jalan Committee recommended that the CRB needs to be maintained at a range of 5.5% to 6.5% of the RBI's balance sheet. Instalinks. Prelims link. 1. About RBI. 2. Management of surplus. 3. RBI's earnings and expenditure. Mains link. Discuss the mechanism under which RBI transfers surplus to the government. Q. Which of the following forms part of RBI's earnings? A. Returns earned on its foreign currency assets. 2. Interest on its holdings of local rupee-denominated government bonds or securities. 3. Printing of currency notes. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 only. C. 2 and 3 only. D. None. Answer A. Punjab promoting green manure. Context. Punjab government is promoting the cultivation of green manure these days. The state government is providing a subsidy on the seed at the rate of 2,000 rupees per quintal. What is green manure? These are crops grown specifically for maintaining soil fertility and structure. They are normally incorporated back into the soil, either directly or after removal and composting. Green manure varieties are incorporated into the soil when the crop is 42 to 56 days old. Examples. There are three main varieties of green manure, including ninja, cowpeas and hemp. Also some crops such as summer moong, mash pulses and guar act as green manure. Benefits. 1. Helps in enhancing the organic matter in the soil. 2. Meets the deficiency of the micronutrients. www. Insights on India. Com 72. 3. Reduces the consumption of the inorganic fertilizers. 4. It is a good alternative to the organic manure. 5. It conserves the nutrients, adds nitrogen and stabilizes the soil structure. 6. It decomposes rapidly and liberates large quantities of carbon dioxide and weak acids, which act on insoluble soil minerals to release nutrients for plant growth. 7. It contains 15 to 18 quintals of dry matter, which also contains phosphorus, potassium, zinc, copper, iron and manganese per acre and 20 to 40 kilograms per acre of nitrogen. Why is sowing of green manure important in Punjab? Punjab's per hectare fertilizer consumption, which is around 244 kilograms, is one of the highest in the country and is also higher than the national average. Green manure can curtail this consumption to a large extent by 25 to 30% and can save huge input cost for the farmers. Regular use of chemical fertilizers such as urea, diammonium phosphate DAP lead to deficiencies of micronutrients like iron and zinc, especially in the soils where rice is cultivated, thus affecting productivity. pH level of the soil in several parts of Punjab is more than 8.5 and 9%. Green manure helps maintain it. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. Green manure. 2. Composition. 3. Types. 4. Benefits. 5. Applications. Mains link. Discuss the significance of green manure. Q. Consider the following. 1. Dincha. 2. Cowpea. 3. Sun hemp. These are A. Green manures. B. Chemical fertilizer. C. Organic fertilizer. D. None of the above. Answer A. Low wheat procurement causes and effects. Context. Wheat procurement by government agencies is set to dip to a 15-year low in the current marketing season, from an all-time high scale last year. Numbers. Likely procurement this time. The 18.5 million tons mut. This would be the first time that wheat procured from the new crop 18.5 mut is less than the public stocks at the start of the marketing season 19 mut. This is also a 15-year low. This is the lowest since the 11.1 mut bought in 2007-08. Why is there low wheat procurement this year? Rise in export demand, mainly fueled by Russia-Ukraine war. The war has led to skyrocketing prices and a further increase in demand for Indian grain. Farmers find it more profitable to export now. Lower production. The sudden spike in temperatures from the second half of March, when the crop was in the grain filling stage, with the kernels still accumulating starch, protein and other dry matter, has taken a toll on yields. 73 www. Insights on India. Com. Impact on availability. This would affect the minimum operational stock cum strategic reserve of government agencies. This would also affect the public distribution system, midday meals and other regular welfare schemes. Will farmers benefit? Farmers will certainly benefit from the scenario as they are being offered a price above the MSP. Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, new markets in countries like Israel, Egypt, Tanzania and Mozambique have opened up for India. However, on the other hand, if private traders continue to buy above MSP, eventually that could stoke inflation. About wheat. This is the second most important cereal crop in India after rice. Wheat is a rabi crop that requires a cool growing season and bright sunshine at the time of ripening. Temperature between 10 to 15 degrees Celsius sowing time and 21 to 26 degrees Celsius ripening or harvesting with bright sunlight. Rainfall around 75 to 100 centimeters. Soil type well drained fertile loamy and clay loamy Ganga Satluj plains and black soil region of the Deccan. Factors leading to increase in wheat cultivation in India. Success of the Green Revolution contributed to the growth of rabi crops, especially wheat. Macro Management Mode of Agriculture, National Food Security Mission and Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana are few government initiatives to support wheat cultivation. Insta curious. Did you know that India is the second largest producer of wheat in the world? With China being the top producer and Russia the third largest, Ukraine is the world's eighth largest producer of wheat. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Wheat cultivation in India. 2. Wheat production in India. 3. Top wheat producing states. 4. About wheat crop. 5. Schemes for wheat cultivation. 6. Green Revolution. Q. Identify the crop based on the information given below. 1. This is the second most important cereal crop in India after rice. 2. It is a rabi crop. 3. It needs a rainfall of around 75 to 100 centimeters. 4. Well-drained fertile loamy and clay loamy soil is needed. Choose the correct answer. A. Rice. B. Wheat. C. Sugarcane. D. None of the above. Answer B. Direct seeding of rice. Context. Recently, the Punjab government announced 1,500 rupees incentive per acre for farmers opting for direct seeding of rice (DSR). Background. Last year, 18% 5.62 lakh hectares of the total rice area in the state was under DSR against the government target of bringing 10 lakh hectares under it. Need for in 2021-22, 31.45 lakh hectares over 3.1 million hectares was under paddy and basmati, including 26.60 under non-basmati rice and 4.85 lakh hectares under basmati. The figure was 31.49 lakh hectares in 2020-21 and 31.42 lakh hectares in 2019-20. Around 3,600 liters to 4,125 liters of water is required to grow 1 kilogram rice depending upon the paddy variety. Therefore, the DSR technique is receiving a push from the government side as it is a water-saving technique. DSR technique can help save 15% to 20% water. In some cases, water saving can reach 22% to 23%. www. Insights on India. Com 74. What is direct seeding of rice (DSR)? Here, the pre-germinated seeds are directly drilled into the field by a tractor-powered machine. There is no nursery preparation or transplantation involved in this method. Farmers have to only level their land and give one pre-sowing irrigation. How is it different from conventional methods? In transplanting paddy, farmers prepare nurseries where the paddy seeds are first sown and raised into young plants. The nursery seed bed is 5 to 10% of the area to be transplanted. These seedlings are then uprooted and replanted 25 to 35 days later in the puddled field. Advantage of DSR: water savings. The first irrigation apart from the pre-sowing Ronnie under DSR is necessary only 21 days after sowing. This is unlike in transplanted paddy, where watering has to be done practically daily to ensure submerged, flooded conditions in the first 3 weeks. Less labor. About 3 laborers are required to transplant 1 acre of paddy at almost 2,400 rupees per acre. The cost of herbicides under DSR will not exceed 2,000 rupees per acre. Reduce methane emissions due to a shorter flooding period and decreased soil disturbance compared to transplanting rice seedlings. Limitations: non-availability of herbicides. The seed requirement for DSR is also high, 8 to 10 kilograms acre, compared to 4 to 5 kilograms acre in transplanting. Further, laser land leveling is compulsory in DSR. This is not so in transplanting. The sowing needs to be done timely so that the plants have come out properly before the monsoon rains arrive. Insta links, prelims link. 1. DSR technique. 2. What are herbicides? 3. India's largest rice producing states. 4. Suitable climatic conditions for rice. 5. Who announces MSP? 6. What is the Green Revolution? Mains link. Discuss the significance of direct seeding of rice DSR. Q. Which of the following are the advantages of DSR technique compared to conventional techniques? A. It is less water intensive. B. It helps reduce methane emissions. C. Both A and B. D. None of the above. Answer: C. Center scraps import duties on crude sunflower and soybean oils. Context: in a bid to cool inflation in inedible oils, the center allowed duty-free import of 20 lakh tons each of crude soybean oil and crude sunflower oil for this year as well as 2023-24. Inflation. Inflation is defined as a situation where there is sustained, unchecked increase in the general price level and a fall in the purchasing power of money. The reason for price rise can be classified under two main heads. 1. Increase in demand. 2. Reduced supply. In India, inflation is primarily measured by two main indices. 1. WPI Wholesale Price Index. 2. CPI Consumer Price Index. The CPI calculates the difference in the price of commodities and services such as food, medical care, education, electronics etc., which Indian consumers buy for use. The goods or services sold by businesses to smaller businesses for selling further are captured by the WPI. In India, both WPI, Wholesale Price Index, and CPI, Consumer Price Index, are used to measure inflation. RBI through its Monetary Policy Committee controls inflation with its tools to control money supply in the market. 75 www. Insights on India.com. Import duty. It is a tax collected on imports and some exports by the customs authorities of the country. It is based on the value of goods that are imported. Import duty may also be referred to as tariff, import tax, customs duty, and import tariff. The purpose of import duty is to raise income for local governments and to give market advantage to locally grown or produced goods that are not subject to import duties. It is sometimes used as a tool to penalize a particular nation by charging high import duties on its products. About edible oils, more than half of India's edible oil consumption is imported. India's dependence on edible oil imports is to the tune of 65%. Sunflower oil accounts for 14% of all edible oil imports. India imports edible oils majorly from Ukraine and 20% from Russia, about 70%. India imports palm oil from Indonesia and Malaysia, while soybean oil comes from Brazil and Argentina. In 2019, edible oils accounted for 40% of agriculture import bills and 3% of overall import bill of the country. Palm oil 62% greater than soya oil, 21% greater than sunflower oil, 16%. Insta links, prelims links. 1. Inflation. 2. Import duties. 3. Edible oils. 4. Major import countries for edible oils. Mains link, domestically incentivizing the farmers to grow edible oil producing plants can decrease dependence on imports. Critically analyze sugar export curbs and their impact. Context: the government has notified that sugar exports will be restricted, or allowed only with permission. The curbs come into effect from June 1st and will continue till October 31st, or until further orders. What are the latest changes? Restricted category. Sugar has moved from the open category, which requires no government intervention, to restricted category. Specific permission. Export of sugar is allowed only with specific permission from the Directorate of Sugar, Department of Food and Public Distribution (DFPD), Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food or Public Distribution. Re-exports of refined sugar, made from raw sugar imported under the Advance Authorization Scheme, may not require prior permission. Why the curbs? 1. To maintain domestic availability and price stability of sugar. 2. Exports, if allowed, can lead to supply constraints for around 3 months in the next season. 3. If there is scarcity of backup stocks during this period, then prices can escalate in the domestic market. 4. To curb inflation, India's retail inflation has been above RBI's tolerance band for the fourth straight month in April, and is likely to continue in the coming months too. www. Insights on India. Com76. Impacts. Curbs on exports may further flame global food prices. The export restrictions will make more surplus sweetener sugar accessible for domestic ethanol production, which is a primary government aim as per National Biofuel Policy. Sugar production, imports and exports. India is the biggest producer of sugar and the second largest exporter after Brazil. Insta curious, did you know about the Agriculture Infrastructure Development cess? It will be used for a specified purpose, i.e., to improve agricultural infrastructure in India, firstly by enhancing production, secondly by protecting this sector from undue competition, and thirdly by enhancing its output competently. Know more about it. Reference: read this. Instalinks, prelims link. 1. What is minimum selling price? 2. How is it set? 3. Differences between minimum support price and minimum selling price. 4. What is FRP? Mains link, discuss the significance of minimum selling price (MSP) for sugar. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. India is the biggest producer of sugar. 2. India is the second largest exporter after Brazil. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer C. Experts believe fortified rice is leading to among ADIVASIS. Context. According to a report, iron fortified rice should no longer be distributed to address anemia in places like Jharkhand. These states contain large tribal populations with sickle cell disease, thalassemia, and tuberculosis, all of which can be exacerbated by an excess of iron. Background. To combat hunger and poor health outcomes among a wide segment of the population, the Union Cabinet approved a program on April 8 to deliver fortified rice through government run food programs. The decision was made following Prime Minister Narendra Modi's promise during his 2021 Independence Day speech that his government would solely provide fortified rice in all food initiatives by 2024. What is food fortification? Food fortification is defined as the practice of adding vitamins and minerals to commonly consumed foods during processing to increase their nutritional value. Fortified rice. According to the Food Ministry, fortification of rice is a cost effective and complementary strategy to increase vitamin and mineral content in diets. According to FSSAI norms, 1 kilogram fortified rice will contain iron 28 milligrams to 42.5 milligrams, folic acid 75 to 125 microgram, and vitamin B12 0.75 to 1.25 microgram. In addition, rice may also be fortified with micronutrients, singly or in combination, with zinc 10 mg to 15 mg, vitamin A 500 to 750 microgram 77 www. Insights on India. Com. Read vitamin 1 milligram to 1.5 milligrams, vitamin 1.25 milligrams to 1.75 milligrams, vitamin 12.5 milligrams to 20 milligrams, and vitamin 1.5 milligrams to 2.5 milligrams per kilogram. What are the benefits of fortification? Since the nutrients are added to staple foods that are widely consumed, this is an excellent method to improve the health of a large section of the population, all at once. It does not require any changes in food habits and patterns of people. It is a socio-culturally acceptable way to deliver nutrients to people. It does not alter the characteristics of the food, the taste, the feel, the look. It can be implemented quickly as well as show results in improvement of health in a relatively short period of time. This method is cost effective, especially if advantage is taken of the existing technology and delivery platforms. Insta curious. What is biofortification? How is it different from fortification? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Biofortification vs genetic modifications. 2. Micro vs macronutrients. 3. Fortified rice. 4. Approval for biofortified and GM crops in India. 5. GM crops allowed in India. Mains link. What do you understand by fortification of foods? Discuss its advantages. Q. What are the advantages of food fortification? A. It does not require any changes in food habits. Though it does not alter the basic characteristics of the food. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. C. Global Food Policy Report. Context. Recently, The International Food Policy Research Institute (IFPRI) has released Global Food Policy Report, Climate Change or Food Systems. Key findings on India. 1. India's food production could drop 16% and the number of those at risk for hunger could increase 23% by 2030 due to climate change. Though the number of Indians at risk from hunger in 2030 is expected to be 73.9 million in 2030, and if the effects of climate change were to be factored in, it would increase to 90.6 million. 3. However, climate change will not impact the average calorie consumption of Indians and this is projected to remain roughly the same at 2,600 kilocalories per capita by 2030 even in a climate change scenario. www. Insights on India. 38. Global scenario. Global food production will grow by about 60% over 2010 levels by 2050 in the context of climate change. Despite this growth, per capita consumption levels in developing countries will remain less than half of those in developed countries. Production and demand are projected to grow more rapidly in developing countries, particularly in Africa, than in developed countries, due to projected growth in population and incomes. Diets are also shifting toward higher value foods, including more fruits and vegetables, processed foods, and animal source foods, outside of high income countries. Recommendations. 1. Investments in for innovation. Though. Improved governance of resources. 3. Healthier diets and more sustainable production. 4. Stronger value chains. 5. Climate smart finance. Q. Which of the following are the indicators used by IFPRI to compute the Global Hunger Index report? 2016. 1. Undernourishment. 2. Child stunting. 3. Child mortality. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1, 2 and 3. D. 1 and 3 only. Ans. C. Astrosat. Context. India's Astrosat space telescope has witnessed the birth of a black hole in space for the 500th time. A black hole is a place in space where gravity is so strong that even light cannot escape its pull. What is a black hole? A black hole is a place in space where gravity is so strong that even light cannot escape its pull. According to NASA, the gravity in black holes is so strong because matter has been squeezed into a tiny space. This can happen when a star is dying. About Astrosat. Astrosat is India's first multi-wavelength space telescope, which has 5 telescopes seeing through different wavelengths simultaneously visible: near of, far of, soft X-ray and hard X-ray. On board the Astrosat is a 38 cm wide ultraviolet imaging telescope (UVIT), which is capable of imaging in far and near ultraviolet bands over a wide field of view. Astrosat was launched on the 28th of September 2015 by ISRO into a near-Earth equatorial orbit. It is a multi-institute collaborative project, involving IUCAA, ISRO, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research Mumbai, Indian Institute of Astrophysics Bengaluru, and Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad, among others. It has been studying gamma-ray bursts (GRB). What are gamma-ray bursts (GRB)? GRBs are immensely energetic explosions that have been observed in distant galaxies. They are the brightest and most energetic electromagnetic events known to occur in the universe. GRBs shine hundreds of times brighter than a typical supernova and about a million trillion times as bright as the sun. When a GRB erupts, it is briefly the brightest source of cosmic gamma ray photons in the observable universe. Unyasi www. Insights on India. Com. Instalinks. Prelims link. 1. About AstroSat. 2. About gamma rays. 3. Black holes and their formation. Mains link. What do you understand by quasar? What do quasars have to do with black holes? Explain. Q. Consider the following statements. A. GRBs are immensely energetic explosions that have been observed in distant galaxies. Though they are the brightest and most energetic electromagnetic events known to occur in the universe. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer C. Event horizon reveals true colors of SGRA. Context. Scientists from the Event Horizon Telescope (EHT) facility revealed the first image of the black hole at the center of the Milky Way in press conferences held around the world. This image of the black hole referred to as Sagittarius A Tarankan, Eskra Tarankan gave further support to the idea that the compact object at the center of our galaxy is indeed a black hole. What is Sagittarius A Tarankan, Eskra Tarankan? Sagittarius A Tarankan is a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, i.e., the Milky Way. It is located near the border of the constellations Sagittarius and Scorpius. Eskra Tarankan possesses 4 million times the mass of our Sun and is located about 26,000 light years and 5.9 trillion miles, 9.5 trillion kilometers, from Earth. What is a black hole? A black hole is an object in space that is so dense and has such strong gravity that no matter or light can escape its pull. Because no light can escape, it is black and invisible. There's a boundary at the edge of a black hole called the event horizon, which is the point of no return. Any light or matter that crosses that boundary is sucked into the black hole. It would need to travel faster than the speed of light to escape, which is impossible. Anything that crosses the event horizon is destined to fall to the very center of the black hole and be squished into a single point with infinite density, called the singularity. What is event horizon? A black hole's event horizon is the point of no return beyond which anything stars, planets, gas, dust and all forms of electromagnetic radiation gets dragged into oblivion. About Event Horizon Telescope. Event Horizon Telescope consists of 8 radio observatories around the world, including telescopes in Spain, the US and Antarctica in 2006, an international team of more than 200 researchers, led by Harvard University astronomers, launched the Event Horizon Telescope (EHT) project with a sole aim to capture a direct shot of a black hole. 13 partner institutions work together to create the EHT, using both pre-existing infrastructure and support from a variety of agencies. The EHT observations use a technique called Very Long Baseline Interferometry, VLBI, which synchronizes telescope facilities around the world and exploits the rotation of our planet to form one huge, Earth-sized telescope observing at a wavelength of 1.3 millimeters. www. Insights on India. C. Insta curious. There are supermassive black holes, which are several million solar masses in size, at the centers of galaxies, and these are known as active galactic nuclei. Learn more about them here. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About the general theory of relativity. Though. When was the first gravitational wave detected? Theme. LIGO mission objectives, observatories and funding. 4. What are event horizon and singularity in the context of a black hole? 5. LIGO India proposed site, partners and objectives. Chair. Where is the Virgo locator located? Mains link. Discuss the applications and significance of findings of the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory LIGO detector. Q. Sagittarius A. Tarankan Eskra Tarankan, which was in news recently, is A. Black hole. B. New galaxy. C. Dwarf planet. D. None of the above. Answer A. MARSQUAKE detected by NASA InSight. Context. NASA has reported that on May 4, its InSight Mars lander detected the largest quake ever observed on another planet. The rover first landed on Mars in November 2018, and has since heard 1,313 quakes. What are Mars quakes, and why do they happen? On Earth, quakes are caused by shifts in tectonic plates. Mars, however, does not have tectonic plates, and its crust is a giant plate. Therefore, Mars quakes are caused due to stresses that cause rock fractures or faults in its crust. About InSight mission. InSight is part of NASA's Discovery program. It will be the first mission to peer deep beneath the Martian surface, studying the planet's interior by measuring its heat output and listening for Mars quakes, which are seismic events similar to earthquakes on Earth. It will use the seismic waves generated by Mars quakes to develop a map of the planet's deep interior. Significance of the mission. The findings of Mars formation will help better understand how other rocky planets, including Earth, were and are created. InSight would delve deep beneath the surface of Mars, detecting the fingerprints of the processes of terrestrial planet formation, as well as measuring the planet's vital signs, its pulse, seismology, temperature, heat flow probe, and reflexes, precision tracking. InSight seeks to answer one of science's most fundamental questions: how did the terrestrial planets form? 81 www. Insights on India. Com. Other Mars missions. 1. NASA's Perseverance rover. 2. UAS Hope Mars mission. UAS first ever interplanetary mission. Theme. India's Mars Orbiter mission, MOM or Mangalyaan. 4. TIANWEN1, China's Mars mission. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About the mission. 2. Objectives. Theme. Missions to Mars. 4. Perseverance objectives. 5. About the UAE's Hope and China's TIANWEN1 spacecraft. Chair. Marsquakes vs earthquakes. Mains link. Discuss the significance and objectives of ExoMars mission. Q. Which of the following are missions related to Mars? A. NASA's Perseverance rover. 2. UAE's Hope mission. Theme. Gaganyaan. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 1 and 2 only. C. All of the above. D. None of the above. Answer B. Lunar eclipse, blood moon. Context. On the 16th of May 2022, a total lunar eclipse or Chandragrahan will occur over South America, most of North America and parts of Europe and Africa. This will be the second eclipse of the year, after the April 30th May 1st partial solar eclipse that was visible in parts of the southern hemisphere. During this, the first blood moon of 2022 will also become more clearly visible. What is the total lunar eclipse? During a total lunar eclipse, the moon usually turns a deep, dark red because it is illuminated by light that has passed through the Earth's atmosphere and has been bent back towards the moon by refraction. A total lunar eclipse occurs when the moon and the sun are on exact opposite sides of Earth. Why is it red blood moon? The red color is because of the way light travels through the Earth's atmosphere. Sunlight is made of several colors and they all have different wavelengths. Depending on the way they travel through our atmosphere, we see different colors. That's why the sun and sky have different colors during sunrise and sunset. Blues and purples have shorter wavelengths and scatter in our atmosphere, giving the sky its inky color, but reds and oranges have the highest wavelengths and pass through our atmosphere before it is bent or refracted around Earth, hitting the surface of the moon and making it red. What is a supermoon? A supermoon occurs when the moon's orbit is closest to the Earth at the same time that the moon is full. In a typical year, there may be 2 to 4 full supermoons and 2 to 4 new supermoons in a row. Insta curious, do you know about perigee and apogee? As the moon orbits the Earth, there is a point of time when the distance between the two is the least, called the perigee, when the average distance is about 360,000 kilometers from the Earth, and a point of time when the distance is the most, called the apogee, when the distance is about 405,000 kilometers from the Earth. www. Insights on India. Com Bayasi. Now you know supermoon or blue moon, but have you ever heard about harvest moon or blue moon? Read NASA article here. Instalinks, prelims link. 1. What is a supermoon? 2. Differences between supermoon and blood moon. 3. What is a lunar eclipse? 4. What is a solar eclipse? 5. Differences between solar and lunar eclipses. 6. Sun and moon's perigees and apogees. 7. Why does the moon appear to be red during some celestial events? Mains link. How can a supermoon impact tides around the world and India? Q. Consider the following statements. A. A supermoon is a full moon closely coinciding with the perigee. 2. While passing through the atmosphere of the Earth, the blue light is filtered while the red part passes through it. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only B. 2 only C. Both D. None. Answer C. Parampole supercomputer. Context. Parampole, a state-of-the-art supercomputer, was inaugurated at NIT Tiruchirappalli recently. It has been established under Phase 2 of the National Supercomputing Mission (NSM). How many supercomputers have been installed in the country so far? As per the Ministry of Science and Technology's annual year-end review, under the National Supercomputer Mission (NSM), 4 new supercomputers have been installed since July 2021 at IIT Hyderabad, Nabi Mohali, CDAC Bengaluru and IIT Kanpur. What is the National Supercomputing Mission (NSM)? It is being implemented and steered jointly by the Department of Science and Technology (DST) and Department of Electronics and Information Technology (DATE). Implemented by the Center for Development of Advanced Computing (CDAC) Pune and the Indian Institute of Science IAS Bengaluru. Focus of the mission. The mission envisages empowering national academic and institutions spread over the country by installing a vast supercomputing grid comprising of more than 70 high-performance computing facilities. These supercomputers will also be networked on the National Supercomputing Grid over the National Knowledge Network (NKN). The NKN is another program of the government which connects academic institutions and labs over a high-speed network. The mission includes development of highly professional high-performance computing (HPC) aware human resource for meeting challenges of development of these applications. Achievements. The first supercomputer assembled indigenously, called Param Shivai, was installed in IIT BHU. Similar systems Param Shakti and Param Brahma were installed at IIT Kharagpur and East Pune. They are equipped with applications from domains like weather and climate, computational fluid dynamics, bioinformatics, and material science. Insta-curious. India has developed an indigenous server Rudra which can meet the high-performance computing (HPC) requirements of all governments and PSUs. This is the first time that a server system was made in India, along with the full software stack developed by CDAC. Terasi www. Insights on India.com. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. Supercomputers in India and the world. Though. How do they perform faster? 3. About NKM. 4. Targets under NSM. Mains link. Write a note on the National Supercomputing Mission (NSM). Q. Which of the following are the names of supercomputers in India? 1. Param Paul. 2. Param Yuva. 3. Param Shakti. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. All of the above. D. None. Answer C. What is Open Radio Access Network (Open RAN)? Context. Short for Open Radio Access Network, Open RAN, is critical to 5G deployment. In India, the Open RAN architecture is essential but also fraught with challenges. What is Open RAN? Open Radio Access Network, or Open RAN, is a key part of a mobile network system that uses cellular radio connections to link individual devices to other parts of a network. It comprises antennae, which transmits and receives signals to and from our smartphones or other compatible devices. The signal is then digitized in the RAN base station and connected to the network. ORAN uses software to make hardware manufactured by different companies work together. Advantages of Open RAN. 1. An open environment expands the ecosystem and provides more options to the operators. Though it will boost new opportunities for the Indian entities to enter into the network equipment market. 3. It is expected to make 5G more flexible and cost-efficient. 4. The Open RAN architecture allows for the separation or disaggregation between hardware and software with open interfaces. How is Open RAN different from traditional RAN? In the traditional setup, radio access network is provided as an integrated platform of both hardware and software. Therefore, It is difficult to mix vendors for the radio and baseband unit, and in most cases, they come from the same supplier. The idea of Open RAN is to change this, and enable operators to mix and match components. Radio Access Network RAN. It is a part of a mobile telecommunication system. It implements a radio access technology. Conceptually, it resides between a device such as a mobile phone, a computer, or any remotely controlled machine and provides connection with its core network CN. RAN functionality is typically provided by a silicon chip residing in both the core network as well as the user equipment. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. What is RAN? 2. Open RAN. 3. 5G technology. 4. Try. Mains link. What is Open RAN? Discuss its significance. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. 5G mainly works in two bands, low and mid. 2. The high band spectrum offers the highest speed of all the three bands, but has extremely limited coverage and signal penetration strength. Which of the above statements are correct? www. Insights on India. Com 84. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer B. National Technology Day. Context. Since 1999, May 11th is celebrated as National Technology Day to mark India's technological advancements. The theme of year 2022 is Integrated Approach in Science and Technology for a Sustainable Future. Significance of the day. On May 11, 1998, India detonated 3 nuclear bombs in the Indian Army's Pokhran test range. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam led the Indian team of scientists to successfully test-fire the Shakti-1 nuclear missile at Rajasthan's Pokhran test range. 2 days later, the country successfully tested 2 more nuclear weapons as a part of the same Pokhran 2 Operation Shakti initiative. After these tests, Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee declared India a nuclear state, making it the 6th country to join the Nuclear Club of Nations. Answer 3. India's first indigenous aircraft was first tested on the same day in 1998 in Bangalore. Successful test firing of Trishul, a short-range missile made in India, was also done on the same day. Technology Development Board India. On the occasion of National Technology Day, TDB hosts scientific technology-based webinars and felicitate individuals for excellent works in the field of science and technology every year. Established in 1996, TDB is a statutory body that works under the Department of Science and Technology, GOI. It also provides financial assistance for concerns of Indian industries and other agencies for commercialization of indigenized technologies or adoption of imported technologies for wider domestic applications. Note: India is currently among 9 countries in the world that have a publicly known nuclear weapons. In 1974, India conducted its first nuclear test, codenamed Smiling Buddha, at Pokhran in Rajasthan. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. Nuclear states around the world. 2. What is Trishul? 3. What is Operation Buddha? 4. Significance of National Technology Day. Mains link. Discuss the significance of the National Technology Day. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. In 1974, India conducted its first nuclear test, codenamed Smiling Buddha, at Pokhran in Rajasthan. Though Technology Development Board India is a statutory body. Which of the above statements are correct? A. One only. B. Two only. C. Both. D. None of the above. Answer C. W boson. Context. Researchers have announced that they have made a precise measurement of the mass of the so-called W boson. What did the researchers find? Why is it significant? They stated that the W boson is slightly heavier than that predicted by the so-called standard model of particle physics. This result is highly significant because this implies the incompleteness of the standard model description. Pichasi www. Insights on India.com. What is the standard model description? The standard model of particle physics is scientists' current best theory to describe the most basic building blocks of the universe. It explains how particles called quarks, which make up protons and neutrons, and leptons, which include electrons, make up all known matter. The Standard Model explains three of the four fundamental forces that govern the universe: electromagnetism, the strong force, and the weak force. Why is the Standard Model believed to be incomplete? It gives a unified picture of only three of the four fundamental forces of nature. It totally omits gravity. The model does not include a description of dark matter particles. So far, these have been detected only through their gravitational pull on surrounding matter. What is W boson? Discovered in 1983, the W boson is a fundamental particle. Together with the Z boson, it is responsible for the weak force. The W boson, which is electrically charged, changes the very makeup of particles. It switches protons into neutrons, and vice versa, through the weak force, triggering nuclear fusion and letting stars burn. In contrast to the photon, which is massless, the W bosons are quite massive, so the weak force they mediate is very short-ranged. Instalinks, prelims link, 1. W boson. Though. Standard Model of Particle Physics. 3. Forces in nature. 4. Protons and neutrons. 5. Black matter. Q. The efforts to detect the existence of Higgs boson particle have become frequent news in the recent past. What are the importances of discovering this particle? 2013. 1. It will enable us to understand as to why elementary particles have mass. 2. It will enable us in the near future to develop the technology of transferring matter from one point to another without traversing the physical space between them. 3. It will enable us to create better fuels for nuclear fission. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. Answer A. GAGANYAAN mission. Context. The static test of the human-rated solid rocket booster HS-200 for the Gaganyaan program was recently completed by the Indian Space Research Organisation (ISRO). What you need to know about the HS-200. The booster engine is part of the Geosynchronous Satellite Launch Vehicle GSLV Mach 3 rocket that will carry Indian astronauts to space. It is the world's second largest operational booster using solid propellants. About Gaganyaan. Formal announcement of the Gaganyaan program was made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his Independence Day address on WWW. Insights on India. Com 86. August 15, 2018. The mission is expected to be launched in 2023. Under the Gaganyaan schedule, 3 flights will be sent into orbit. There will be 2 unmanned flights and 1 human space flight. The orbital module will have 3 Indian astronauts, including a woman. It will circle Earth at a low Earth orbit at an altitude of 300 to 400 kilometers from Earth for 5 to 7 days. With this launch, India will become the 4th nation in the world to launch a human spaceflight mission after the USA, Russia and China. Objectives. The objective of the Gaganyaan program is to demonstrate the capability to send humans to low Earth orbit on board an Indian launch vehicle and bring them back to Earth safely. Preparation and launch. 1. 4 Indian astronaut candidates have already undergone generic space flight training in Russia as part of the Gaganyaan program. Though ISRO's heavy lift launcher GSLV Mach 3 has been identified for the mission. Insta links, prelims link. 1. About Gaganyaan. Though. Objectives. Theme. About GSLV. Mains link. Why is Gaganyaan mission significant for India? Discuss. Q. What is Greased Lightning 10 GL10 recently in the news? UPSC 2016. A. Electric plane tested by NASA. B. Solar powered two-seater aircraft designed by Japan. C. Space observatory launched by China. D. Reusable rocket designed by ISRO. Ans. A. Space debris. Context. Space debris from the re-entry of the Changzheng 3B serial Y-86, China's orbital launch vehicle, are suspected to have fallen at various places in Gujarat. What is Changzheng 3B serial Y-86, from where the debris is suspected to have fallen? Changzheng 3B, commonly known as CZ-3B, is China's orbital launch vehicle, similar to India's GSLV or PSLV. The third stage, which releases the satellite at the required orbit following which it remains in suborbital flight, remains outside the purview of being controlled by human intervention and ultimately re-enters Earth. It is this third stage of the Long March 3BY-86 rocket launch that is now suspected to have re-entered Earth, leading to debris falling in Gujarat. What is space debris? Space debris can include natural space debris such as meteoroids, or man-made ones which can include defunct spacecrafts and satellites, stages of rockets which have launched payloads, dead satellites, satellite explosions and collisions. Amount of space debris in space. The real amount of space debris is said to be between 500,000 and 1 million pieces as current sensor technology cannot detect smaller objects. They all travel at speeds of up to 17,500 miles per hour, 28,162 km, fast enough for a relatively small piece of orbital debris to damage a satellite or a spacecraft. Satasi WWW. Insights on India. Com. Technologies that can tackle the problem in future are 1. NASA Space Debris Sensor orbits the Earth on the International Space Station. Remove debris. Satellite contain 2 CubeSats that will release simulated space debris so that it can then demonstrate several ways of retrieving them. Though the orbit mission, there are 2 emerging technologies being developed under what's known as the The orbit mission to grasp the wayward space junk, or to catch it. Theme. Other technologies include moving objects with a powerful laser beam. It is important to start doing that soon. Current scientific estimates predict that without active debris removal, certain orbits will become unusable over the coming decades. Insta curious. Did you know that anti satellite weapons are high tech missiles possessed by few nations? Which countries have these weapons? Did you know about Netra? Netra. To safeguard its space assets from space debris, ISRO had set up a dedicated Space Situational Awareness ASA control center named Netra in Bengaluru last December. Netra's key objective is to monitor, track and protect the national space assets and function as a hub of all ASA activities. Only the US, Russia and Europe have similar facilities in place to track space objects and share collision warnings. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. Space debris. 2. Space junk. 3. Netra. 4. India's ASAT missile. 5. The orbit mission. Mains link, discuss the concerns associated with space debris. Q. Which of the following countries have set up facilities in place to track space objects and share collision warnings? A. India. B. Russia. C. Japan. D. Both A and B. Ans. D. NASA Voyager missions. Context. NASA's Voyager 1 is continuing its journey beyond our solar system, 45 years after it was launched. But now the veteran spacecraft is sending back strange data, puzzling its engineers. A glitch is said to be behind this. The glitch has to do with Voyager 1 Attitude Articulation and Control System, or IAS, which keeps the spacecraft and its antenna in the proper orientation. Preliminary analysis suggests that the craft is confused about its location in space. About Voyager mission. Launched in the 1970s, and the probes sent by NASA were only meant to explore the outer planets, but they just kept on going. Voyager 1 departed Earth on the 5th of September 1977, a few days after Voyager 2 and left our solar system in 2013. The mission objective of the Voyager Interstellar Mission (VIM) is to extend the NASA exploration of the solar system beyond the neighborhood of the outer planets to the outer limits of the Sun's sphere of influence, and possibly beyond. The Voyager spacecraft are the third and fourth human spacecraft to fly beyond all the planets in our solar system. Pioneers 10 and 11 preceded Voyager in outstripping the gravitational attraction of the Sun, but on February 17, 1998, Voyager 1 passed Pioneer 10 to become the most distant human-made object in space. www. Insights on India. Thasi. Accomplishments so far. Voyager 2 is the only probe ever to study Neptune and Uranus during planetary flybys. It is the second man-made object to leave our solar system. Voyager 2 is the only spacecraft to have visited all four gas giant planets Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, and discovered 16 moons, as well as phenomena like Neptune's mysteriously transient great dark spot, the cracks in Europa's ice shell, and ring features at every planet. What is interstellar space? Scientists use the heliopause to mark where interstellar space begins, although depending on how you define our solar system, it can stretch all the way to the Oort cloud, which begins 1,000 times farther away from the Sun than Earth's orbit. The heliosphere. The heliosphere is a bubble around the Sun created by the outward flow of the solar wind from the Sun and the opposing inward flow of the interstellar wind. That heliosphere is the region influenced by the dynamic properties of the Sun that are carried in the solar wind, such as magnetic fields, energetic particles, and solar wind plasma. The heliopause marks the end of the heliosphere and the beginning of interstellar space. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. Voyager missions. 2. Voyager 1. 3. Voyager 2. 4. Heliosphere. Mains link. Discuss the significance of Voyager missions. What is 5Gi? Context. Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently opened India's first 5G testbed, which will allow startups and industrial companies to test their products locally, eliminating reliance on international facilities. He added during the occasion that India's own 5G standard, 5G, was a source of great pride for the country and that it will play a significant role in delivering 5G technology to the country's villagers. Nawasi www. Insights on India. Com. What is 5G? The 5G radio interface technology, called 5G, is a locally designed telecommunication network that has been designed by IIT Hyderabad, IIT Madras, and the Center of Excellence in Wireless Technology. The technology will be an alternative to the global 5G standards. 5G offers more range at a lower frequency, which is the opposite of 5G. The latter works between the 700 MHz to 52,000 MHz bands and sacrifices on range. Benefits of 5G. Using the 5G standard will allow telcos in the country to widen the 5G connectivity to villages. Cost effective. 5G can make sure there is no lag between the advancement of 5G in cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and rural parts of the country. Challenges of 5G. 1. This could become problematic for telcos. Their existing setup will have to be re-engineered to support the 5G standard. And that will cost them a lot of money once again. Though, moving from 5G to 5G will be cost intensive and most likely make the local bands incompatible with the global network right now. Because 5G cannot work with the global 5G standard that is based on the 3GPP technology. Insta curious, is India prepared for the rollout of 5G? Read here. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. What is 5G? Though. Differences between 3G, 4G and 5G. 3. Applications. 4. What is a spectrum? Mains link. Discuss the significance of 5G technology. What are RFID tags? Context. RFID tags will now be used to track Amarnath pilgrims. The decision was taken amid heightened security threats to the pilgrimage. What is RFID? Radio frequency identification is a wireless tracking system that consists of tags and readers. Radio waves are used to communicate information, identity of objects or people. The tags can carry encrypted information, serial numbers, and short descriptions. Types: passive and active RFID tags. 1. Active RFIDs use their own power source, mostly batteries. Though passive RFIDs are activated through the reader using the electromagnetic energy it transmits. How do they work? RFID tags use an integrated circuit and an antenna to communicate with a reader using radio waves at several different frequencies: low frequency LF, high WWW. Insights on India. Com 90. Frequency HF and ultra high frequency UHF. The message sent back by the tag in form or radio waves is translated into data and analyzed by the host computer system. Unlike barcodes, RFIDs do not require direct line of sight to identify objects. Insta curious, did you know that optical communications will help increase the bandwidth 10 to 100 times more than radio frequency systems? Instalinks, prelims link. 1. About RFID. 2. Radio frequency. 3. Optical communications systems. 4. Related NASA missions. Mains link. Discuss the significance of NASA's LCRD. RFID can communicate at 1. Low frequency LF. 2. High frequency HF. 3. Ultra high frequency UHF. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. All of the above. Ans. D. SpaceX launches 13 Starlink satellites from California. Context. SpaceX recently launched a rocket carrying 53 satellites for the Starlink internet constellation from California on board Falcon 9 rocket. SpaceX has already launched more than 2,500 Starlink satellites to date but plans to loft many more. What is the Starlink project? The Starlink network is one of several ongoing efforts to start beaming data signals from space. Under the project, the company intends to evolve into a constellation of nearly 12,000 satellites. The aim is to provide low-cost and reliable space-based internet services to the world. What are the benefits of LEO satellites-based internet? A. LEO satellites are positioned around 500 kilometers to 1000 kilometers from Earth, compared to stationary orbit satellites which are approximately 36,000 kilometers away. Though, as LEO satellites orbit closer to the Earth, they are able to provide stronger signals and faster speeds than traditional fixed satellite systems. Theme. Because signals travel faster through space than through fiber optic cables, they also have the potential to rival if not exceed existing ground-based networks. Challenges. LEO satellites travel at a speed of 27,000 kilometers per hour and complete a full circuit of the planet in 90 to 120 minutes. As a result, individual satellites can only make direct contact with a land transmitter for a short period of time, thus requiring massive LEO satellite fleets and consequently, a significant capital investment. Criticisms of LEO satellites. 1. The balance of power has shifted from countries to companies since most of these are private companies run projects. As a result, there are questions related to who regulates these companies, especially given the myriad of nations that contribute to individual projects. Though complicated regulatory framework. 3. Stakeholders in these companies are from various countries. Thus it becomes challenging. 91 www. Insights on India. Com. To receive requisite licenses to operate in each country. 4. Satellites can sometimes be seen in the night skies, which creates difficulties for astronomers, as the satellites reflect sunlight to Earth, leaving streaks across images. 5. Satellites traveling at a lower orbit can also interrupt the frequency of those orbiting above them. 6. Those objects, colloquially referred to as space junk, have the potential to damage spacecraft or collide with other satellites. Potential. LEO satellite broadband is preferable in areas that cannot be reached by fiber and spectrum services. The target market will therefore be rural populations and military units operating away from urban areas. Are there any other similar projects? 1. OneWeb. 2. Geo-satellite broadband services. Insta curious. Have you heard of Swarm, a space exploration concept? Read here. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. About Leo. 2. Starlink project. 3. Benefits of LEO satellite-based internet. Mains link. Discuss the concerns associated with satellite-based internet services. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. Low Earth orbit satellites are positioned around 500 kilometers to 2000 kilometers from Earth. 2. The Starlink project uses LEO-based satellites. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. C. Norms eased for genetically modified crop research. Context. The Department of Biotechnology, DBT, has issued guidelines easing norms for research into genetically modified GM crops and circumventing challenges of using foreign genes to change crops profile. These guidelines are applicable to all public-private organizations involved in research, development and handling of GE plants. Overview of the Guidelines for Safety Assessment of Genome-Edited Plants, 2022 exemption. The researchers who use gene editing technology to modify the genome of the plant are exempt from seeking approvals from the Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, GEAC. The final call, however, is taken by the Environment Minister as well as states where such plants could be cultivated. All requirements that researchers must adhere to develop transgenic seeds will apply to gene-edited seeds except clauses that require permission from the GEAC. Concerns raised by environmentalist groups. Environmentalist groups have opposed this exception for gene-edited crops. That say, gene editing is included in genetic engineering. Therefore, there is no question of giving exemptions to particular kinds of genome-edited plants from the regulatory purview. Gene editing techniques involve altering the function of genes and can cause large and unintended consequences that can change the toxicity and allergenicity of plants. www. Insights on India. Banve. What are GM crops? The GM plants involve transgenic technology or introducing a gene from a different species into a plant, for instance Bt cotton, where a gene from soil bacterium is used to protect a plant from pest attack. Issues surrounding GM crops. The worry around this method is that these genes may spread to neighboring plants, where such effects are not intended and so their applications have been controversial. What is genome editing? Genome editing involves the use of technologies that allow genetic material to be added, removed, or altered at particular locations in the genome. Several approaches to genome editing have been developed. A well-known one is called CRISPR-Cas9, which is short for clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats, and CRISPR-associated protein 9. Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee GEAC. The GEAC functions under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change MoF or CC. It is a statutory body notified under the Environment Protection Act, 1986. As per Rules, 1989, it is responsible for appraisal of activities involving large-scale use of hazardous microorganisms and recombinants in research and industrial production from the environmental angle. Insta-links, Prelims Link 1. GAC Establishment, Composition and Functions. 2. Is it a statutory body? 3. BT crops allowed in India. Mains link. Compare gene editing with that of genetic modification. Discuss the potential benefits and risks associated with genetic modification in crops. Q. The Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee is constituted under the 8 Food Safety and Standards Act, 2006. B. Geographical Indications of Goods Registration and Protection Act, 1999. C. Environment Protection Act, 1986. D. Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. Answer C. Tissue culture plants. Context. The Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority (APDA) recently conducted a webinar on export promotion of tissue culture plants such as foliage, live plants, cut flowers, and planting material. The Department of Biotechnology (DBT) accredited tissue culture laboratories spread across India participated in the webinar. Tiranve www. Insights on India.com. What is plant tissue culture? It is culturing plant seeds, organs, plants, tissues, cells, or protoplasts on a chemically defined synthetic nutrient media under sterile and controlled conditions of light, temperature, and humidity. Advantages of plant tissue culture: quickly produce mature plants. Allows them to be moved with greatly reduced chances of transmitting diseases, pests, and pathogens. Storage of genetic plant material to safeguard native plant species. India's exports of tissue culture plants. In 2020-2021, India's exports of tissue culture plants stood at $17.17 million United States dollars, with the Netherlands accounting for around 50% of the shipments. The top 10 countries importing tissue culture plants from India are the Netherlands, USA, Italy, Australia, Canada, Japan, Kenya, Senegal, Ethiopia and Nepal. Issues and challenges faced by tissue culture plant laboratories. 1. Increasing power costs. 2. Low efficiency levels of the skilled workforce in the laboratories. 3. Contamination issues in the laboratories. 4. Cost of transportation of micropropagated planting material. 5. Lack of harmonization in the HS code of Indian planting material with other nations. Chair. Objections raised by the Forest and Quarantine Departments to the export of live planting material. How the government is encouraging the export of tissue culture plants. APDA is running a financial assistance scheme, first to help laboratories upgrade themselves so as to produce export quality tissue culture planting material. It also facilitates exports of tissue culture planting material to diversified countries through market development, market analysis and promotion and exhibition of tissue culture plants at international exhibitions and by participating in buyer-seller meets at different international forums. Insta-curious. Do you know about different types of tissue culture? Reference. Read this. Instalinks. Prelims link. 1. Plant tissue culture. 2. Types. 3. Benefits. 4. Challenges. Mains link. Discuss the concerns associated with plant tissue culture. Q. Which of the following are the advantages of plant tissue culture? A. Quickly produce mature plants. 2. No risk of pest attacks. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer A. Prime Minister of India is set to visit Chennai on May 26. Context. The PM is set to lay the foundation stone for 1,400 crore rupees multimodal logistics park in Chennai. The 5,850 crore rupees 21-4-lane double-decker elevated road connecting Chennai Port to Maduravoyal, NH4, and the 14,870 crore rupees Chennai-Bengaluru Expressway project. The Prime Minister would dedicate to the nation 4 railway projects implemented at a cost of over 2,900 crore rupees. They are 1. 75 kilometers long Madurai-Theni railway gauge conversion project. 2. 30 kilometers long third railway line between Tambaram-Chengalpattu. 3. 115 kilometers long Ennur-Chengalpattu section 4. 271 kilometers long Tiruvallur-Bengaluru section of a natural gas pipeline. www. Insights on India. Com 94. Indian Railways. It is the world's fourth largest rail network in the world. Railways in India. The Indian Railways employ more than 1.3 million people. It transports more than 90% of the coal that provides 50% of the country's power requirement. 100% foreign direct investment (FDI) in the railways infrastructure sector. As per data released by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, for railways and associated sectors, the FDI inflows stood at $1.23 billion April 2000 to March 2021. Government initiatives. Rising passenger or freight traffic, increasing urbanization, rising incomes, both rural and urban, growing industrialization across the country along with private sector participation, increasing freight traffic, growing industrialization across the country, dedicated freight corridor, 6 high capacity, high speed dedicated freight corridors, diamond quadrilateral network of high speed rail connecting major metros and growth centers of the country. Dedicated Freight Corridor (DFC). It is a high-speed and high-capacity railway corridor that is exclusively meant for the transportation of freight, or in other words, goods and commodities. It involves integration of better infrastructure and state-of-the-art technology. It consists of 2 arms. Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor (EDFC) starts at Sahnewal, Ludhiana, in Punjab and ends at Dankni in West Bengal. The EDFC route has coal mines, thermal power plants and industrial cities. The EDFC route covers Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand and West Bengal. It is being funded majorly by the World Bank. The 351 km long, New Bhaupur-New Khurja section, will decongest the existing Kanpur-Delhi main line and double the speed of freight trains from 25 km to 75 km. Western Dedicated Freight Corridor WDFC. It is around 1500 km WDFC from Dadri in Uttar Pradesh to Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust in Mumbai, touching all major ports along the way. It covers Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. It is being funded by the Japan International Cooperation Agency. The connecting link for eastern and western arm. It is under construction between Dadri and Kurja. Multimodal Logistics Parks MMLPS. The development of MMLPS at strategic locations is envisaged as a key policy measure to rationalize cost of logistics in India and improve its competitiveness. MMLPS serve 5 key functions. 1. Freight aggregation and distribution. 2. Multimodal freight transport, integrated storage and warehousing. 3. Information technology support. 4. Value added services. Insta links, prelims links. 1. Dedicated freight corridor. 2. Multimodal logistics parks MMLPS. 95 www. Insights on India.com. 3. Location of different freight corridors on map. 4. National Infrastructure Pipeline. Mains link. Discuss how the development of railway infrastructure will create jobs and boost the economy with examples. Coal gasification. Context. To help India become energy independent, the Ministry of Coal has proposed 50% concession in revenue share to promote coal gasification. Eligibility. If the successful bidder consumes the coal produced either in its own plant S or plant of its holding, subsidiary, affiliate, associate for coal gasification or liquefaction or sells the coal for coal gasification or liquefaction on an yearly basis, subject to conditions that at least 10% of scheduled coal production as per approved mining plan for that year shall be consumed or sold for gasification or liquefaction, then the bidder can avail of concessions. What is coal gasification? It is considered a cleaner option compared to burning coal. It is the process of producing syngas, a mixture consisting of carbon monoxide CO, hydrogen H2, carbon dioxide CO2, natural gas CH4, and water vapor H2O. How is it done? It facilitates utilization of the chemical properties of coal. During gasification, coal is blown with oxygen and steam while also being heated under high pressure. During the reaction, oxygen and water molecules oxidize the coal and produce syngas. Benefits. Transporting gas is a lot cheaper than transporting coal. Help address local pollution problems. Has greater efficiency than conventional coal burning. Concerns and challenges. Coal gasification is one of the more water-intensive forms of energy production. There are also concerns about water contamination, land subsidence and disposing of wastewater safely. India's coal dependency. India is the second largest importer, consumer and producer of coal, and has the world's fourth largest reserves reference. It mainly imports from Indonesia, Australia and South Africa. Recent reforms in coal sector. Commercial mining of coal allowed, with 50 blocks to be offered to the private sector. Entry norms liberalized as it has done away with the regulation requiring power plants to use washed coal. Coal blocks to be offered to private companies on a revenue sharing basis in place of fixed cost. Coal bed methane CBM extraction rights to be auctioned from Coal India's coal mines. Insta curious. Did you know that syngas produced from coal can be used to produce various other gaseous fuels? This includes hydrogen, substitute natural gas (SNG) or methane, methyl ether (DME), liquid fuels such as methanol, ethanol, synthetic diesel and chemicals like methanol derivatives, olefins, propylene, monoethylene glycol, nitrogenous fertilizer including ammonia, DRI. Know more about singers. Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. What is coal gasification? 2. How is it done? 3. What are the byproducts? 4. Benefits of gasification. 5. What is underground coal gasification? 6. What is coal liquefaction? 7. Benefits of liquefaction. 8. Mains link. Write a note on coal gasification and liquefaction. Discuss their significance. Q. Consider the following statements. A. India, despite having the world's fourth largest coal reserves, is the largest importer of coal in the world. www. Insights on India. Com 96. Though there are no known coal reserves in Maharashtra. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer D. Fostering Effective Energy Transition 2022. It is an annual country benchmarking report by the World Economic Forum (WEF). Key findings. The report found that energy transition does not match the growing urgency for change. Energy affordability, energy security, and sustainability are becoming more important than ever. Energy unaffordability is threatening the goal of fair and just transition. There is a lack of energy diversity. Key recommendations. 1. The report called for urgent action by both public and private sectors to ensure resilient energy transition. 2. A comprehensive approach with a proper timeline is critical to achieving long-term climate goals. 3. The governments should prioritize access to affordable energy for all. Energy equity can be ensured with the help of Direct Benefits Transfer (DBT) and other support measures. 4. To diversify, import-dependent countries must try to import energy from many countries and not overly depend on a few countries. 5. Domestic energy can be diversified with low-carbon alternatives which make countries self-reliant and ensure energy security. Chair. Regulatory frameworks need to be made robust to attract investments in clean energy and to ensure that commitments turn into legally binding frameworks. 7. Decarbonizing industries are critical to the energy transition. Insta curious. Have you heard about the Great Reset? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. WEF structure, objectives and reports. 2. 80 top performers and worst performers. 3. India's per capita energy consumption. 4. Energy production in India sources. 5. Renewable vs non-renewable energy sources in India. Mains link. Examine the constraints for India in its transition towards a clean energy system. Also, suggest measures to overcome them. Q. Fostering Effective Energy Transition 2022 report was released recently by A. World Economic Forum. B. UNCCD. C. FAO. D. None of the above. Ans. A. 97 www. Insights on India. Com. Ethanol blend in petrol to be raised to 20% in 10 years. Context: the Union Cabinet has approved amendments to the National Policy on Biofuels, 2018. As per the amendments, the deadline for fuel firms to raise the ratio of ethanol in gasoline to 20% will be 2025. From April 1, 2023, the policy of introducing 20% ethanol will take effect. Benefits of 20% ethanol blending according to NITI Aayog Report 1. Saving 30,000 crore rupees of foreign exchange. 2. Increased energy security. 3. Lowered carbon emissions. 4. Better air quality. 5. Self-reliance. 6. Better use of damaged food grains. 7. Increased farmers' incomes and greater investment opportunities. Ethanol blending. India's journey so far. As of March 13, 2022, India had attained a 9.45% ethanol blend. By the conclusion of the fiscal year 2022, this is expected to touch 10%. Challenges: a 10% blend does not necessitate major engine changes, but a 20% blend may necessitate certain changes and may even raise vehicle prices. More blending might imply more land being diverted for water-intensive crops like sugarcane, which the government presently subsidizes. An ethanol demand of 10.16 billion liters by 2025. This will require 6 million tons of sugar and 16.5 million tons of grains per annum by 2025. The increased allocation of land also puts into question the actual reduction in emissions that blending ethanol with petrol brings about. What is ethanol? It is the organic compound ethyl alcohol which is produced from biomass. It is also an ingredient in alcoholic beverages. It has a higher octane number than gasoline, hence improves the petrol octane number. Since ethanol contains oxygen, it is supposed to help in complete combustion of fuel, resulting in lower emissions. Sources: ethanol can be produced from sugarcane, maize, wheat, etc., which are having high starch content. Insta curious: do you know about flex fuel vehicles? Reference: read this. Insta links, prelims link. 1. What is ethanol? How is it produced? 2. Difference between ethanol and molasses. 3. What is an ethanol blending program? 4. Benefits of ethanol blending. Mains link. Write a note on the 2013 EBP program. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Ethanol is the organic compound ethyl alcohol www. Insights on India. At Thanwe. Which is produced from biomass. Though. It is also an ingredient in alcoholic beverages. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. C. Changes to Biological Diversity Act, 2002. Context: Government had, in December 2021, introduced the Biological Diversity Amendment Bill 2021 in Lok Sabha. The bill is in the final stages of consultations in the Joint Parliamentary Committee. Senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has expressed concerns over contentious provisions of the bill. This includes exemption given to Ayush practitioners from the provisions of the law. This exemption could open the law for abuse. Distinction has been made in the law between cultivated biodiversity and forest-based biodiversity. The appointment of 16 ex officio officers of the Government of India dilutes the authority of the National Biodiversity Authority (NBA). NBA approval is required only at the time of commercialization of a patent and not at the time of application for a patent. Highlights of the bill: 1. It seeks to reduce the pressure on wild medicinal plants by encouraging the cultivation of medicinal plants. 2. The bill also facilitates fast tracking of research, simplify the patent application process, decriminalizes certain offenses. 3. It brings more foreign investments in biological resources, research, patent and commercial utilization, without compromising the national interest. 4. It focuses on regulating who can access biological resources and knowledge and how access will be monitored. Why is the Biodiversity Act 2002 being amended? People from Ayush Medicine urge the government to simplify, streamline and reduce the compliance burden to provide for a conducive environment for collaborative research and investments. They also sought to simplify the patent application process, widen the scope of access and benefit sharing with local communities. Why are environmentalists opposed to this bill? The main focus of the bill is to facilitate trade in biodiversity as opposed to conservation, protection of biodiversity and knowledge of the local communities. The bill has been introduced without seeking public comments as required under the pre-legislative consultative policy. The bill has excluded the term bioutilization, which is an important element in the Act. Leaving out bioutilization would leave out an array of activities like characterization, incentivization and bioassay which are undertaken with commercial motive. The bill also exempts cultivated medicinal plants from the purview of the Act, but it is practically impossible to detect which plants are cultivated and which are from the wild. What is the Biological Diversity Act, 2002? Enacted for the conservation of biological diversity and fair, equitable sharing of the monetary benefits from the commercial use of biological resources and traditional knowledge. The main intent of this legislation is to protect India's rich biodiversity and associated knowledge against their use by foreign individuals. It seeks to check biopiracy, protect biological diversity and local growers through a three-tier structure of central and state boards and local committees. The Act provides for setting up of a National Biodiversity Authority (NBA), State Biodiversity Boards (SBBS), and Biodiversity Management Committees (BMCS) in local bodies. The NBA will enjoy the power of a civil court. 99 www. Insights on India.com. Insta curious. Have you heard about the Nagoya Protocol? Read about it here. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. About Biodiversity Act. 2. Biodiversity Amendment Bill. 3. National Biodiversity Authority. 4. Nagoya Protocol. 5. Biopiracy. Mains link. What's the mandate of and significance of work being carried out by Biodiversity International Organization? How is it different from India's National Biodiversity Authority? Examine. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Biological Diversity Act, 2002 provides for setting up of a National Biodiversity Authority. 2. It also provides for setting up of biodiversity management committees (BMCs) in local bodies. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. C. Forest fires. Context: forest fires in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh have scorched numerous hectares of greenery. How's the situation? In April, Himachal reported about 750 forest fires, while Uttarakhand reported more than 1,500. Why are Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh vulnerable to forest fires? Except for periods of precipitation in monsoon and winter, the forests remain vulnerable to wildfires. In the summer season, forest fires occur frequently in the low and middle hills of the state, where forests of Chir pine are common. During the post-monsoon season and in winters, forest fires are also reported in higher areas, including parts of Shimla, Kullu, Chamba, Kangra and Mandi districts, where they usually occur in grasslands. How have other places prone to forest fires fared so far? Apart from Himachal and Uttarakhand, Assam, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Tripura, Mizoram and Orissa report frequent forest fires annually. Causes of the fire. Natural causes such as lightning or rubbing of dry bamboos with each other can sometimes result in fires, but forest officials maintain that almost all forest fires can be attributed to human factors. Setting up a temporary hearth to cook food by the herdsman and minor forest produce gatherer may leave behind a smoldering fire. It can develop into a forest fire. Also, when people burn their fields to clear them of stubble, dry grass or undergrowth, the fire sometimes spreads to the adjoining forest. A spark can also be produced when dry pine needles or leaves fall on an electric pole. Other causes: 1. Lack of soil moisture. 2. Rainfall deficiency. 3. Natural causes such as lightning, high atmospheric temperatures and low humidity. www. Insights on India. Com saw. What is done to prevent and control forest fires? To prevent and control forest fires, the following can be done. 1. Forecasting fire-prone days using meteorological data. 2. Clearing camping sites of dried biomass. 3. Early burning of dry litter on the forest floor. 4. Growing strips of fire-hardy plant species within the forest. 5. Creating fire lines in the forests are some of the methods to prevent fires. Fire lines are strips in the forest kept clear of vegetation to prevent the fire from spreading. B. What efforts are being taken to protect forests from fire? Since 2004, the FSI developed the Forest Fire Alert System to monitor forest fires in real time. Real-time fire information from identified fire hotspots is gathered using MODIS sensors 1 km by 1 km grid and electronically transmitted to FSI. National Action Plan on Forest Fires (NAPFF). It was launched in 2018 to minimize forest fires by informing, enabling and empowering forest fringe communities and incentivizing them to work with the state forest departments. The Forest Fire Prevention and Management Scheme (FPM) is the only centrally funded program specifically dedicated to assisting the states in dealing with forest fires. Insta-curious. Did you know that according to the Forest Survey of India, nearly 36% of India's forests are prone to frequent fires? Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Forest cover in Himachal Pradesh. 2. Causes of forest fire. 3. Measures to prevent and control wildfire. 4. Damages done by forest fires. 5. Tree species found in Himachal. Mains link. Forest fires are a recurrent annual phenomenon in the state. Discuss. World Forestry Congress adopts Sole Forest Declaration. Context. The Sole Forest Declaration was an outcome of the discussions held at the recently concluded 15th World Forestry Congress in Seoul, South Korea. This was the second Congress held in Asia, with Indonesia hosting the first Congress in Asia in 1978. About World Forestry Congress. The World Forestry Congress is held approximately once every 6 years. The first Congress was held in Italy in 1926. The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, has helped host countries organize the Congress since 1954. Responsibility for the organization and financing of each Congress lies with the host country. Theme for 2022: Building a Green, Healthy and Resilient Future with Forests. www. Insights on India.com. What is WFC? What is it not? The Congress is not an intergovernmental meeting. It has no formal constituencies nor country delegations. The Congress is a forum for the exchange of views and experiences on all aspects of forests and forestry, which may lead to the formulation of broad recommendations applicable at national, regional and global levels. Sole Forest Declaration. It identifies priority areas with potential to lead to a green, healthy and resilient future. It urges that responsibility for forests should be shared and integrated across institutions, sectors and stakeholders. Investment in forest and landscape restoration globally needs to triple by 2030. Move towards a circular bioeconomy and climate neutrality. Other outcomes of 15th World Forestry Congress. New partnerships launched. 1. The Assuring the Future of Forests with Integrated Risk Management (AFIRM) mechanism. 2. The Sustaining an Abundance of Forest Ecosystems (SAFE) initiative. What is forest landscape restoration? It is the ongoing process of regaining ecological functionality and enhancing human well-being across deforested or degraded forest landscapes. FLR is more than just planting trees, it is restoring a whole landscape to meet present and future needs and to offer multiple benefits and land uses over time. Insta-links, prelims link. 1. What is FLR? 2. What is WFC? 3. About Sole Forest Declaration. 4. AFIRM mechanism. 5. SAFE initiative. Mains link. Forest restoration is one of the key elements of climate mitigation strategies. In this context, examine the measures taken in restoring degraded forest landscape in India. Sole Forest Declaration, which was in news recently, is an outcome of A. World Forestry Congress meeting. B. UNCCD meeting. C. FAO meeting. D. None of the above. Ans. A. NGT not a case of extra delegation of powers, SC. Context. The Supreme Court recently upheld various provisions of the National Green Tribunal Act. What's the issue? Madhya Pradesh High Court Advocates Bar Association had challenged certain provisions of the National Green Tribunal Act. What has the Supreme Court ruled? On Section 3 of NGT Act, It is not a case of the central government being given too much power. The provision gave the center the authority to form the NGT. Therefore, the NGT benches can be located as per exigencies and it is not necessary to locate them in every state. The National Green Tribunal's jurisdiction under Sections 14 and 22 of the NGT Act does not preclude the High Court's jurisdiction under Articles 226 and 227 of the Constitution because the two are intertwined. www. Insights on India. Com 102. About NGT. Established on the 18th of October 2010 under the National Green Tribunal Act 2010. Established for effective and expeditious disposal of cases relating to environmental protection and conservation of forests and other natural resources. The tribunal is not bound by the procedure laid down under the Code of Civil Procedure, 1908, but shall be guided by principles of natural justice. NGT is mandated to make disposal of applications or appeals finally within 6 months of filing of the same. With the establishment of the NGT, India became the third country in the world to set up a specialized environmental tribunal, only after Australia and New Zealand, and the first developing country to do so. Composition, sanction strength. The Act allows for up to 40 members, 20 expert members and 20 judicial members. Chairman is the administrative head of the tribunal, also serves as a judicial member and is required to be a serving or retired Chief Justice of a High Court or a Judge of the Supreme Court of India. Selection 1. Members are chosen by a selection committee, headed by a sitting judge of the Supreme Court of India that reviews their applications and conducts interviews. Though the judicial members are chosen from applicants who are serving or retired judges of high courts. 3. Expert members are chosen from applicants who are either serving or retired bureaucrats not below the rank of an additional secretary to the Government of India, not below the rank of principal secretary if serving under a state government, with a minimum administrative experience of 5 years in dealing with environmental matters. Or, the expert members must have a doctorate in a related field. Insta curious. Did you know that the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972 and Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Recognition of Forest Rights Act, 2006 have been kept out of NGT's jurisdiction? This restricts the jurisdiction area of NGT and at times hampers its functioning as the crucial forest rights issue is linked directly to the environment. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About NGT. Though. Composition. Theme. Functions. 4. Key judgments. Mains Link, discuss the roles and functions of NGT. Q. Consider the following statements. A. The National Green Tribunal's jurisdiction does not preclude the High Court's jurisdiction under Articles 226 and 227 of the Constitution because the two are intertwined. Though the tribunal is not bound by the procedure laid down under the Code of Civil Procedure, 1908. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. C. NHRC flags pollution effect on human rights. Context. A latest Lancet Commission report on pollution and health has highlighted the impact of increasing pollution on human health in India. Following this, the National Human Rights Commission (NHRC) has issued an advisory to the center and state governments on preventing, minimizing and mitigating the impacts of environmental pollution and degradation on human rights. Highlights of the report: India-specific findings. 1. Air pollution was responsible for 16.7 lakh deaths in India in 2019, or 17.8% of all deaths in the country that year. Though this is the largest number of air pollution related deaths of any country. 9.8 lakh were caused by PM 2.5 pollution, and 103 www. Insights on India. Another 6.1 lakh by household air pollution. 4. Pollution sources associated with extreme poverty such as indoor air pollution and water pollution. This number has reduced. But this reduction is offset by increased deaths attributable to industrial pollution, such as ambient air pollution and chemical pollution. 5. Worst affected places. Air pollution is most severe in the Indo-Gangetic Plain. This area contains New Delhi and many of the most polluted cities. Causes. Burning of biomass in households was the single largest cause of air pollution deaths in India, followed by coal combustion and crop burning. 7. Lead. 27.5 crore children are estimated to have blood lead concentrations that exceed 5 micrograms per deciliter. 8. Economic losses due to modern forms of pollution have increased as a proportion of GDP between 2000 and 2019 in India. It amounts to 1% of GDP. Global findings. Globally, air pollution alone contributes to 66.7 lakh deaths. Overall, pollution was responsible for an estimated 90 lakh deaths in 2019, equivalent to 1 in 6 deaths worldwide. More than 80 crore children are estimated to have blood lead concentrations that exceed 5 micrograms per deciliter. The global cost of fossil fuel air pollution is estimated to be about $8 billion. Efforts by India to combat air pollution. India has launched 1. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana program. 2. National Clean Air Program. 3. In 2019, a Commission for Air Quality Management in the National Capital Region. Challenges ahead: lack of a centralized administrative organization. Uneven improvement in air quality. Insta-curious. Did you know that Greenpeace, in its World Air Quality Report 2021, which was released in March, noted New Delhi as the most polluted capital in the world, in terms of PM 2.5. Instalinks. Prelims link. 1. Pollution in India. 2. Types of pollution. 3. Latest reports. 4. Key findings of the reports. 5. Various initiatives by the government to combat pollution. Mains link. India has invested significantly in monitoring air pollution. However, it is important to move ahead in the direction of finding context-specific solutions to solve the problem. Do you agree? Comment. Q. Consider the following statements. A. NHRC is a constitutional body. Though the chairperson is a retired Chief Justice of India or a judge of the Supreme Court. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Ans. B. What is an urban heat island? Context. Several sections of the country are experiencing extreme temperatures. Cities, in particular, are significantly hotter than rural places. The reason for this is a phenomenon known as urban heat island effect. www. Insights on India. Com 104. What is an urban heat island? It's a localized and temporary phenomenon that occurs when particular parts of a city receive more heat than the rest of the city on the same day. The differences are primarily due to heat being trapped within environments that resemble concrete jungles. The temperature variation can range between 3 to 5 degrees Celsius. What are the causes of urban heat island? A. Carbon absorbing materials such as asphalt and concrete are required for the constructing buildings in cities. They trap a lot of heat, which raises the average surface temperature of cities. Though many structures in urban areas have dark surfaces, which reduce albedo and increase heat absorption. Teen. Tall buildings, as well as the small streets that commonly accompany them, obstruct air circulation, diminish wind speed, and hence reduce any natural cooling effects. The effect is known as the urban canyon effect. 4. Use of fossil fuels adds up to the heat effect. 5. Reduce tree cover and green areas. How can urban heat islands be reduced? Increase area under green cover. To reflect heat and prevent absorption, roofs and terraces should be painted white or with light colors. Kitchen gardening and terrace vegetation should be encouraged. Insta links, prelims link. 1. Urban heat island. 2. Greenhouse gases. 3. Greenhouse effects. 4. Climate change and its impact. 5. NASA's Ecosystem Spaceborne Thermal Radiometer Experiment ACOSTRES. Mains link. Discuss about the causes and impact of urban heat island. Kerala empowers local bodies to cull wild boars. Context. Kerala government has empowered local bodies to cull wild boars that pose a threat to agriculture crops or human life. The secretaries of the local bodies concerned will act as the delegated officers. Local bodies. Panchayati Raj Institution was constitutionalized through the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, 1992 to build democracy at the grassroots level. This act has added a new part IX to the Constitution of India. This part is entitled as the Panchayats and consists of provisions from Articles 243 to 243O. 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act added a new 11th schedule to the Constitution. This schedule contains 29 functional items of the Panchayats. It deals with Article 243G. Urban local governments. There are 8 types of urban local governments in India: municipal corporation, municipality, notified area committee, town area committee, cantonment board, township port trust, special purpose agency. At the central level, the subject of urban local government is dealt with by the following 3 ministries. 1. The Ministry of Urban Development was created as a separate ministry in 1985, now Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. 2. Ministry of Defense in the case of cantonment boards. 3. Ministry of Home Affairs in the case of Union 105 www. Insights on India. Com. Territories. 74th Amendment Act of 1992 added Part IXA and consists of provisions from Articles 243P to 243ZG. It added the 12th schedule to the Constitution. It contains 18 functional items of municipalities and deals with Article 243W. Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. The act was enacted for the protection of plants and animal species. It extends to the whole of India. Prior to this legislation, India had only 5 designated national parks. The central government appoints the Director of Wildlife Preservation and Assistant Directors and other of FIs subordinate to the Director. The state governments appoint a Chief Wildlife Warden (CWLW), who heads the wildlife wing of the department and exercises complete administrative control over protected areas passed within a state. The state governments are also entitled to appoint wildlife wardens in each district. Prohibition of hunting. 1. It prohibits the hunting of any wild animal specified in Schedules I, 2, 3 and A of the Act. Though. Exception. A wild animal listed under these schedules can be hunted killed only after getting permission from the Chief Wildlife Warden (CWLW) of the state if it becomes dangerous to human life or to property including standing crops on any land. It is disabled or suffering from a disease that is beyond recovery. It prohibits the uprooting, damage, collection, possession or selling of any specified plant from any forest land or any protected area. Take. Exception. The CWLW, however, may grant permission for uprooting or collecting a specific plant for the purpose of education, scientific research, preservation in a herbarium or if a person institution is approved to do so by the central government. The government can declare an area, including an area within a sanctuary, as a national park. A collector is appointed by the central government to administer the area declared as a sanctuary. Under Section 62 of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, states can send a list of wild animals to the center requesting it to declare them vermin for selective slaughter. Wild boar, also known as the wild swine, the species is now one of the widest ranging mammals in the world, as well as the most widespread suiform. IUCN Red List least concern it has become an invasive species in part of its introduced range. Indian boar, also known as the Andamanese pig or Moopan pig, is a subspecies of wild boar native to India. They can also be spotted in some of the national parks and wildlife sanctuaries such as Sariska Tiger Reserve, Bandhavgarh National Park, Corbett National Park and Ranthambore National Park. Instalinks, Prelims Link, 1. Wild boar IUCN status distribution. Though. Wildlife Act, 1972. Theme. Local Bodies 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Acts. Mains links, empowering local bodies can build democracy at grassroots levels. Discuss with recent examples. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. Under Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, Director of Wildlife Preservation is appointed by the state government and Chief Wildlife Warden is appointed by the central government. Though. The IUCN status of wild boar is of least concern. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer. B. What are community forest rights? Context. The Chhattisgarh government has become only the second state in the country to recognize community forest resource (CFR) rights of a village inside a national park. www. Insights on India. Com ek soch hai. The CFR rights of tribals living in Gudyapadar, a hamlet inside the Kangar Ghati National Park in Bastar district, were recognized, giving the community power to formulate rules for forest use. What is a community forest resource? It is the common forest land that has been traditionally protected and conserved for sustainable use by a particular community. The community uses it to access resources available within the traditional and customary boundary of the village, and for seasonal use of landscape in case of pastoralist communities. Community Forest Resource Rights. These rights are recognized under Section 3(1)(I) of the Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Recognition of Forest Rights Act, commonly referred to as the Forest Rights Act or the FRA. They provide for recognition of the right to protect, regenerate or conserve or manage the community forest resource. These rights allow the community to formulate rules for forest use by itself and others and thereby discharge its responsibilities under Section 5 of the FRA. Significance of these rights and their recognition. CFR rights, along with community rights (CRS), which include NISTR rights and rights over non-timber forest products, ensure sustainable livelihoods of the community. These rights give the authority to the Gram Sabha to adopt local traditional practices of forest conservation and management within the community forest resource boundary. It also underlines the integral role that forest dwellers play in sustainability of forests and in conservation of biodiversity. Know more about the Forest Rights Act here. Insta Curious. Did you know that in 2016, the Odisha government was the first to recognize Community Forest Resources (CFRS) inside the Simplipal National Park? Instalinks. Prelims link. 1. Who can include or exclude areas under 5th schedule? 2. What are scheduled areas? 3. Forest Rights Act key provisions. Mains link. Claims for tenure under the Forest Rights Act must satisfy the needs of the forest dwellers as well as the environment. Critically analyze. Q. Community forest resource rights in India have been recognized under 1. The Forest Rights Act. 2. The Constitution of India. 3. Biological Diversity Act, 2002. Choose the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 3 only. D. All of the above. Answer A. Green hydrogen potential. Context. India, being a tropical country, has a significant edge in green hydrogen production due to its favorable geographical conditions and abundant natural resources. Therefore, at the recently held World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, India said it will emerge as the leader of green hydrogen by taking advantage of the current energy crisis across the globe. 107 www. Insights on India. Com. Efforts in this regard. 1. The center has released guidelines on the National Hydrogen Mission, which aims to increase production to 5 million metric tons (MMT) by 2030 to meet about 40% of domestic requirements. Though the center is considering a proposal to introduce a 15,000 rupees crore production-linked incentive PLI scheme for electrolyzers. 3. In February, the center notified a green hydrogen and green ammonia policy that offers 25 years of free power for any new renewable energy plant set up for green hydrogen production before July 2025. 4. The government is also planning to introduce mandates requiring that the oil refining, fertilizer, and steel sectors procure green hydrogen for a certain proportion of their requirements. What is green hydrogen? Hydrogen, when produced by electrolysis using renewable energy, is known as green hydrogen, which has no carbon footprint. Significance of green hydrogen. Green hydrogen energy is vital for India to meet its nationally determined contribution (INDC) targets and ensure regional and national energy security, access and availability. Green hydrogen can act as an energy storage option, which would be essential to meet intermittencies of renewable energy in the future. In terms of mobility, for long distance mobilizations for either urban freight movement within cities and states or for passengers, green hydrogen can be used in railways, large ships, buses, or trucks, etc. Applications of green hydrogen. Green chemicals like ammonia and methanol can directly be utilized in existing applications like fertilizer, mobility, power, chemicals, shipping, etc. Green hydrogen blending up to 10% may be adopted in CGD networks to gain widespread acceptance. Benefits. It is a clean burning molecule, which can decarbonize a range of sectors including iron and steel, chemicals, and transportation. Renewable energy that cannot be stored or used by the grid can be channeled to produce hydrogen. Insta curious. Hydrogen is an invisible gas. But, then how are they named green, pink, and so on? Read here. Instalinks, Prelims Link 1. About green hydrogen. 2. How is it produced? 3. Applications. 4. Benefits. 5. About the hydrogen energy mission. Mains link. Discuss the benefits of green hydrogen. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Hydrogen, when produced by electrolysis using renewable energy, is known as green hydrogen. Though green chemicals like ammonia and methanol can directly be utilized in existing applications like fertilizer. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both. D. None. Answer C. 60% recycling likely by 2023. Context. Consumer goods companies and makers of electronics goods have to ensure at least 60% of their electronic waste is collected and recycled by 2023, with targets to increase them to 70% and 80% in 2024 and 2025, respectively, according to a draft notification by the Environment Ministry made public this week. The rules bring into effect a system of trading in certificates, akin to carbon credits, that will allow companies to temporarily bridge shortfalls. Waste. Electronic waste, and the term is used to describe old, end-of-life or discarded electronic www. Insights on India. Comics or art. Appliances. It includes their components, consumables, parts and spares. It is categorized into 21 types under two broad categories: information technology and communication equipment. Consumer electrical and electronics. Laws to manage waste have been in place in India since 2011, mandating that only authorized dismantlers and recyclers collect waste. Waste Management Rules 2016 was enacted in 2017. India's first waste clinic for segregating, processing and disposal of waste from household and commercial units has been set up in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. E-Waste Management Rules. 2016 The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change notified the E-Waste Management Rules. 2016 in supersession of the E-Waste Management or Handling Rules. 2011. Over 21 products Schedule I were included under the purview of the rule. It included compact fluorescent lamp (CFL) and other mercury-containing lamps, as well as other such equipment. For the first time, the rules brought the producers under Extended Producer Responsibility (EPR) along with targets. Producers have been made responsible for the collection of e-waste and for its exchange. Various producers can have a separate producer responsibility organization (PRO) and ensure collection of e-waste, as well as its disposal in an environmentally sound manner. The role of state governments has been also introduced to ensure safety, health and skill development of the workers involved in dismantling and recycling operations. A provision of penalty for violation of rules has also been introduced. Urban local bodies, municipal committee, council, corporation, have been assigned the duty to collect and channelize the orphan products to authorized dismantlers or recyclers. Allocation of proper space to existing and upcoming industrial units for e-waste dismantling and recycling. Insta-links, prelims link. 1. E-waste. Go. E-Waste Management Rules, 2016. Mains links, critically analyze E-Waste Management Rules, 2016. GOVT. To hold exhibition to find alternatives to single-use plastic. Context. With a ban on 19 single-use plastic sub-items to kick in from July 1st, Delhi Environment Minister said the government will hold an exhibition in June to promote alternatives to single-use plastics or disposable plastics. They are used only once before they are thrown away or recycled. Petroleum-based plastic is non-biodegradable and usually goes into a landfill where it is buried or it gets into the water and finds its way into the ocean. In the process of breaking down, it releases toxic chemicals, additives that were used to shape and harden the plastic, which make their way into our food and water supply. Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules, 2022, Classification of Plastics, Category 1, Rigid plastic packaging will be included under this category. Category 2, Flexible plastic packaging of single layer or multi-layer, more than one layer with different types of plastic sheets and covers made of plastic sheet, carry bags, plastic 109 www. Insights on India.com. Sachet or pouches will be included under this category. Category 3. Multi-layered plastic packaging. At least one layer of plastic and at least one layer of material other than plastic will be included under this category. Category 4. Plastic sheet or like used for packaging as well as carry bags made of compostable plastics fall under this category. Plastic packaging. Reuse of rigid plastic packaging material has been mandated in the guidelines to reduce the use of fresh plastic material for packaging. Extended Producer Responsibility Certificates. It allows for sale and purchase of surplus Extended Producer Responsibility Certificates. Centralized Online Portal. The government has also called for establishing a centralized online portal by Central Pollution Control Board (CPCB) for the registration as well as filing of annual returns by producers, importers and brand owners, plastic waste processors of plastic packaging waste by the 31st of March 2022. Environmental compensation. It will be levied based upon polluter pays principle. With respect to non-fulfillment of EPR targets by producers, importers and brand owners, for the purpose of protecting and improving the quality of the environment and preventing, controlling and abating environment pollution. Committee to recommend measures. A committee constituted by the CPCB under the chairmanship of CPCB chairman will recommend measures to the Environment Ministry for effective implementation of EPR, including amendments to extended producer responsibility (EPR) guidelines. Annual Report on EPR Portal. State Pollution Control Board (SPCBS) or Pollution Control Committees (PCCS) have been tasked to submit an annual report on EPR portal with respect to its fulfillment by producers, importers and brand owners and plastic waste processors in the state union territory to the CPCB. Insta links, prelims links. 1. Single-use plastics. 2. Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules, 2022. Mains link, Critically Analyze Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules, 2022. Q. Which of the following are correct with reference to Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules, 2022? A. It allows for sale and purchase of surplus for extended producer responsibility certificates. 2. Flexible plastics are placed under Category 1 plastics. 3. Reuse of rigid plastic packaging material is voluntary. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 only, 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. Answer A. Drought in numbers, 2022 report. Context. The Drought in Numbers, 2022 report was released on May 11 at the ongoing 15th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD. The latest assessment analyzed droughts and impacts on life and livelihood over 122 years covering 196 countries. Highlights of the report. The frequency and duration of drought is increasing at an alarming rate across the world since the onset of the 21st century. An entire new generation is growing up being water scarce. Since 2000, there has been a 29% increase in frequency and duration of droughts in the world. Drought is considered a slow onset disaster, thus giving enough time to prepare for it. But in recent decades, drought has emerged as one of the biggest drivers of human life loss and economic loss among weather-related disasters. www. Insights on India. Com ek saw thus. Water scarcity and drought in India. What the report says. India has featured in the assessment as one of severely drought-impacted countries. Nearly two-thirds of the country suffered drought during 2022. Geographically, India's drought vulnerability compares with that of sub-Saharan Africa. The effect of severe droughts was estimated to have reduced India's gross domestic product by 2 to 5% over the 20 years from 1998 to 2017. Concerns for India. India's drought-prone area has increased by 57% since 1997. One-third of India's districts have faced more than 4 droughts over the past decade and 50 million people are affected by drought every year. Some 97.85 million hectares, nearly 30% of the country's land, underwent land degradation during 2018-19. Drought impacts India's dominantly rain-fed agriculture that accounts for 60% of the sown area on average. Do you want to know more about droughts, its causes and effects? Go through this mind map. Insta links, prelims link. 1. About UNCCD. 2. Reports. 3. Desertification in India. 4. Droughts in India. Mains link. Discuss the impacts of frequent droughts on Indian economy. UNCCD Conference of Parties COP15. Context. India is taking part in the 15th session of the Conference of the Parties COP15 of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD, in Côte d'Ivoire, Western Africa. About COP15 of UNCCD. Theme. The COP15 theme, Land, Life, Legacy, From Scarcity to Prosperity, is a call to action to ensure land, the lifeline on this planet, continues to benefit present and future generations. Mandate. COP15 of UNCCD to drive progress in the future sustainable management of land and will explore links between land and other key sustainability issues. UNCCD COP15 Agenda. Drought, land restoration, and related enablers such as land rights, gender equality and youth empowerment are among the top items on the conference agenda. About UNCCD. Established in 1994. It is the sole legally binding international agreement linking environment and development to sustainable land management. It is the only convention stemming from a direct recommendation of the Rio Conference's Agenda 21. Focus areas. The convention addresses specifically the arid, semi-arid and dry subhumid areas, known as the drylands, where some of the most vulnerable ecosystems and peoples can be found. Insta curious. Did you know that to help publicize the convention, 2006 was declared International Year of Deserts and Desertification? Insta links, prelims link. 1. About UNCCD. 2. Objectives. Theme. Functions. Mains link. Differentiate between land degradation and desertification. Discuss impact of desertification on ecology. 111 www. Insights on India. Com. Q. Are the importances of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification? 2016. 1. It aims to promote effective action through innovative national programs and supportive international partnerships. 2. It has a special particular focus on South Asia and North Africa regions, and its secretariat facilitates the allocation of major portion of financial resources to these regions. Theme. It is committed to bottom-up approach, encouraging the participation of local people in combating the desertification. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A1 only. B2 and 3 only. C1 and 3 only. D1, 2 and 3. Answer C. Island Coastal Zone Regulation ICRZ 2019. Context. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has approved an exemption to the laws governing the regulation of coastal zones and has paved the way for gas-powered plants to be set up at Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Details. A 50 megawatts liquefied natural gas (LNG) based power project will be commissioned at Hopetown, Port Blair. It will be a dual-fuel power plant that runs on both diesel and LNG. The plant will be developed by the National Thermal Power Corporation, NTPC. Activists say this permission violates the Island Coastal Zone Regulation ICRZ 2019, which limits infrastructure development on vulnerable coastal stretches. ICRZ. In 2019, the Government of India notified the Island Coastal Zone Regulation ICRZ. It declared certain coastal stretches as coastal regulation zone and imposed restrictions on setting up and expanding industries, operations and processes within such protected zones. Amendments. In 2021, National Coastal Zone Management Authority (NCZMA) recommended amending the ICRZ rules to allow gas-based power plants within the Island Coastal Regulation Zone area only in islands with geographical areas greater than 100 square km. This was needed to meet the energy requirement of the islanders while reducing the dependency on highly polluting sources such as conventional diesel generator (DG) sets. Accepting these recommendations, the Government of India amended the ICRZ rules. Do you know about the Coastal Regulation Zone (CRZ) norms? Reference. Read this. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. What are CRZ norms? 2. Definition of CRZ. 3. Classification of zones. 4. Categories under CRZ. 3. Rural areas. Mains link. What do the draft CRZ rules imply from the perspective of environmental justice and distributive justice? Discuss. Q. The Island Coastal Zone Regulation (ICRZ) was notified in the year A. 2019, B. 2020, C. 2022, D. None of the above. Answer A. Shallow and deep ECOLOGISM. Context. Recent effects of climate change, heatwaves, droughts at sea, have brought into focus two strands of environmental philosophy that reinvent the relationship between nature and humans: shallow and deep ecologism. The concepts emerged in the 1970s, when Norwegian philosopher Arne Næss sought to look beyond the popular pollution and con www. Insights on India. Com 112. Conservation movements of his milieu to address environmental degradation. By placing humans at the heart of the environmental crisis, Næss outlines the difference between the two styles of ecologism. What is shallow ecologism? Also referred to as weak ecologism. The powerful and fashionable fight against pollution and resource depletion is shallow ecologism or environmentalism. Exponents of this philosophy believe in continuing our present lifestyle, but with specific tweaks aimed at minimizing the damage to the environment. It may include the use of vehicles that cause less pollution or air conditioners that do not release chlorofluorocarbons (CFCs). What is deep ecologism? Deep ecologism believes that humans should radically change their relationship with nature. It aspires to sustain nature by making larger-scale changes to our lifestyle. These may include limiting the commercial farming of meat to preserve forest areas and reduce the artificial fattening of animals, or the reshaping of transport systems which involve the use of internal combustion engines. What it advocates: robust policy formulation and implementation. Policy making must be aided by the reorientation of technical skills and inventions in new directions that are ecologically responsible. Re-evaluate the survival of the fittest doctrine. Survival of the fittest should be understood through the human ability to cooperate and coexist with nature, as opposed to exploiting or dominating it. Deep ecologism thus prioritizes a live and let live attitude over an I the you or me approach. Issues with shallow ecologism. Its proponents reject shallow ecologism for prioritizing humans above other forms of life, and subsequently preserving the environmentally destructive way of life in modern societies. Deep ecologism maintains that by sustaining this lifestyle, shallow ecologism further widens the inequalities between countries. For instance, despite constituting only 5% of the world's population, the US accounts for 17% of the world's energy consumption and is the second largest consumer of electricity after China. Insta-links, prelims link 1. Norwegian philosopher Arne Næss. 2. Ecologism. 3. Shallow ecologism. 4. Deep ecologism. Mains link, discuss the significance of deep ecologism. Q. Who was the proponent of shallow and deep ecologism? A. Arne Næss. B. Alfred Wegener. C. Florence Nightingale. D. None of the above. Answer A. WMO Global Annual 2 DCADL Climate Update. Context. The Global Annual 2 Decadal Climate Update report was recently issued by the World Meteorological Organization, WMO. The annual update harnesses the expertise of internationally acclaimed climate scientists and the best prediction systems from leading climate centers around the world to produce actionable information for decision makers. Major findings. There is a 50% chance that the world may temporarily breach 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming in one of the next 5 years. There is a 93% chance that at least 1 year between 2022 and 26 will replace 2016 as the warmest year on record. The chance of temporarily exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius has risen steadily since 2015, when it was close to zero. For the years between 2017 and 2021, there was a 10% chance of exceedance. That probability has increased to nearly 50% for the 2022 to 2026 period. The annual mean global near-surface temperature for each year between 2022 and 2026 is predicted to be between 1.1 degrees Celsius and 1.7 degrees Celsius. 113 www. Insights on India. Com. Higher than pre-industrial levels, the average over the years 1850 to 1900. The Arctic temperature anomaly, compared to the 1991 to 2020 average, is predicted to be more than 3 times as large as the global mean anomaly when averaged over the next 5 northern hemisphere extended winters. There is no signal for the El Niño Southern Oscillation for December to February 2022-23. But the Southern Oscillation Index is predicted to be positive in 2022. India-specific findings. India could be among the few regions globally where below normal temperatures have been predicted for the year 2022 and the next 4 years. This may be because of the possible increase in rainfall activity in this decade. Many parts of India will receive above normal rainfall. This will keep temperatures low. Insta-curious. The 1.5 degrees Celsius target is enshrined in the Paris Agreement, which aims to limit global warming to well below 2, preferably to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. 1.5 degrees Celsius is the difference between the Earth's average temperature in the late 1800s and average temperatures today. Crossing this limit would cause irreversible damage to the planet's fragile ecosystems and unleash harsh impacts on human, plant, and animal life. Insta-links, Prelims Link 1. Paris Agreement 2. Climate Change 3. Climate Finance 4. NCCC 5. UNCCD Mains Link Discuss the significance of WMO Global Annual 2-Decadal Climate Update. Q. With reference to the agreement at the UNFCCC meeting in Paris in 2015, which of the following statements are correct? UPSC 2016 1. The agreement was signed by all the member countries of the UN and it will go into effect in 2017. 2. The agreement aims to limit greenhouse gas emissions so that the rise in average global temperature by the end of this century does not exceed 2 degrees Celsius or even 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. 3. Developed countries acknowledge their historical responsibility in global warming and committed to donate $1,000 billion a year from 2020 to help developing countries to cope with climate change. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 3 only. B. 2 only. C. 2 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. Answer B. Waters. Context. Recently, there was a case of front running in the mutual fund business. So, concerned about the prospect of similar activities occurring in the future, the Securities and Exchange Board of India (SEBI) is expected to take harsh action, which might include action against top fund house employees. What is front running? Front running is a dubious market practice in which a dealer, trader or employee gets wind of a big order for buying or selling shares that will be placed by a fund or big investor and gets in front of the trade. Large orders usually move a stock's price. By buying shares just before the big order hits the market and selling them once the price moves up, the front runner pockets illegal gains from his advance knowledge. www. Insights on India.com 114. Concerns associated. Front running by insiders can adversely impact investors in a fund by bidding up the prices they get to buy stocks or hammering down the prices at which they get to sell. Are regulations in place to prevent such practices? Yes. SEBI Prohibition of Fraudulent and Unfair Trade Practices Relating to Securities Market Regulations, 2003 clearly define front running and characterizes it as a fraudulent and unfair practice. SEBI has invoked this section many times to pass orders against front runners. Proposed actions by SEBI. On the primary market front, the regulator is keen on enhancing disclosure and compliance requirement for listing of new age technology companies. For the secondary market participants, it is keen on enhancing awareness around responsible investing as lot of new customers are going for speculative trading. What more should be done to prevent it? Surveillance mechanisms of stock exchanges are most useful to uncover instances of front running. Surveillance software that tracks real-time trades in the market is well equipped to spot similar trading patterns between big investors and individuals, which forms the basis for front-running investigations by the regulator. SEBI will also need to consider more stringent punishments for information carriers and front runners when investigations find hard evidence of wrongdoing. Demands for a separate Bhil Pradesh. Context: the demands for a Bhil Pradesh have of late begun to be raised again. What is Bhil Pradesh? It is a demand for a separate state for tribal people in western India. The demand is to carve out a separate state from 39 districts spread over 4 states, 16 in Gujarat, 10 in Rajasthan, 7 in Madhya Pradesh, and 6 in Maharashtra. Veer social reformer and spiritual leader Govind Guru first raised the demand for a separate state for tribals back in 1913 after the Mangad massacre. Need for, the locals say, after the division of states, tribals in the region were scattered. This suppressed their collective voices. As a result, most schemes related to their development have not benefited them. The Mangad massacre. The massacre, which took place 6 years before Jallianwala Bagh and is sometimes referred to as the Adivasi Jallianwala, saw hundreds of Bhil tribals being killed by British forces on November 17, 1913 in the hills of Mangad on the border of Rajasthan and Gujarat. Who are Bhils? Bhils or Bhils are an Adivasi ethnic group in West India. Bhils are listed as tribal people of the states of Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra and Rajasthan. Bhils are one of the largest tribal group in India. They speak the Bhil languages. Know about various separatist movements here. Reference. Have a brief overview here. 115 www. Insights on India. Com. Yasin Malik gets LIFETRM for terror funding. Context: Special Court on May 25 sentenced Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik to life imprisonment in a terror funding case. The National Investigation Agency (NIA) court charged him to life term under Section 17 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act (UAPA) and Section 121 of the Indian Penal Code (IPC), and also imposed a fine of 10 lakh rupees. National Investigation Agency (NIA). It was constituted under the National Investigation Agency (NIA) Act 2008. The Ministry of Home Affairs (MHA) reviews the manpower, financial and infrastructure requirements of NIA from time to time. It is a central agency to investigate and prosecute offences 1. Affecting the sovereignty, security and integrity of India 2. Security of state 3. Friendly relations with foreign states. 4. Against atomic and nuclear facilities. 5. Smuggling in high-quality counterfeit Indian currency. It implements international treaties, agreements, conventions and resolutions of the United Nations, its agencies and other international organizations. Its objective is to combat terror in India. It acts as the central counter-terrorism law enforcement agency. Headquarters: New Delhi. Branches: Hyderabad, Guwahati, Kochi, Lucknow, Mumbai, Kolkata, Raipur and Jammu. The cases are assigned to the NIA by the central government in accordance with Section V of the NIA Act, 2008. The investigation of the cases is done by the agency independently. Cases are then placed before the NIA Special Court. For prosecuting the accused under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, 1967 UAPA, and certain other scheduled offences, the agency seeks the sanction of the central government. The sanction is granted under the UAPA based on the report of the authority constituted under Section 45(2) of the UAPA. The amendments to the NIA Act has brought the offences related to the smuggling in high-quality counterfeit Indian currency under the definition of a terrorist act. To curb various aspects of terrorist financing, a terror funding and fake currency cell TFFC has been created in the NIA. The central government for the trial of scheduled offences constitutes one or more special courts under Section 11 and 22 of the NIA Act 2008. The special court shall be presided over by a judge to be appointed by the central government on the recommendation of the Chief Justice of the High Court. Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UAPA, passed in 1967, the law aims at effective prevention of unlawful activities associations in India. The act assigns absolute power to the central government, by way of which if the centre deems an activity is unlawful then it may, by way of an official gazette, declare it so. It has death penalty and life imprisonment as highest punishments. Both Indian and foreign nationals can be charged under UAPA. It will be applicable to the offenders in the same manner, even if crime is committed on a foreign land, outside India. Under the UAPA, the investigating agency can file a charge sheet in maximum 180 days after the arrests and the duration can be extended further after intimating the court. As per amendments of 2019 Ratio 1. The Act empowers the Director General of National Investigation Agency (NIA) to grant approval of seizure or attachment of property when the case is investigated by the said agency. Though the Act empowers the officers of the NIA, of the rank of Inspector or above, to investigate cases of terrorism in addition to those conducted by the DSP or ACP or above rank officer in the state. Theme. It also included the provision of designating an individual as a terrorist. Section 121 of the Indian Penal Code (IPC). Whoever wages war against the government of India, or attempts to wage such war, or abets the waging of such war, shall be punished with death or imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. www. Insights on India. Com 116. Insta links. Prelims link. 1. Near. 2. UAPA. 3. Sec 121 of IPC. 4. Special Court of NIA. Mains link. The National Investigation Agency (NIA) has been at forefront to investigate and prosecute offences under UAPA. What are the impediments in its effective functioning? Q. Consider the following statements. 1. The Ministry of Finance reviews the manpower, financial and infrastructure requirements of the NIA. Though the special NIA court is presided over by a judge appointed by central government in consultation with Chief Justice of India (CJI), which of the statements given above are not correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer, C. Assam floods. Context. Torrential rainfall and landslides in the past few days have eroded sections of roads and railway tracks in Assam. The Weather Department has predicted that extremely heavy rains will continue for the coming days as the state stay on red alert. What floods are common in Assam? Brahmaputra is braided and unstable in its entire reach in Assam except for a few places. The main reasons behind the instability of the river are high sedimentation and steep slopes. High percentage of flood-prone region. 31.05 lakh hectares of the total 78.523 lakh hectares area of the state is prone to frequent floods. And the reasons behind this high flood prone area percentage are both man made and natural. Earthquakes, landslides. Assam and some other parts of the northeastern region are prone to frequent earthquakes, which causes landslides. The landslides and earthquakes send in a lot of debris in the rivers, causing the riverbed to rise. Bank erosion. Assam has also faced bank erosion around the Brahmaputra and Barak rivers as well as their tributaries. It is estimated that annually nearly 8,000 hectares land is lost to erosion. Bank erosion has also affected the width of the Brahmaputra river, which has increased up to 15 kilometers. Dams. Among the man-made reasons, the key cause of floods in Assam region is releasing of water from dams situated uphill. Unregulated release of water floods the Assam plains, leaving thousands of people homeless every year. Guwahati's topography, it's shaped like a bowl, does make it susceptible to waterlogging. Unplanned expansion of the urban areas has led to severe encroachments in the wetlands, low-lying areas, hills and shrinkage of forest cover. The river also changes course frequently and it's virtually impossible to contain it within embankments. The pressure of the surging water takes a toll on these walls. How governments have tried to handle the situation. Where have they failed? Floods are a recurrent feature during the monsoons in Assam. In fact, ecologists point out that flood waters have historically rejuvenated croplands and fertilized soil in the state's alluvial areas. But it's also a fact that for more than 60 years, the center and state governments have not found ways to contain the toll taken by the raging waters. The state has primarily relied on embankments to control floods. This flood control measure was introduced in Assam in the early 1950s when the hydrology of most Indian rivers, including the Brahmaputra, was poorly understood. But several of the state's embankments were reportedly breached by the floods this year. What needs to be done now? A. Studying the river and the impact of climate change is a must to understand why the state gets flooded every year. Though water flow information shared by China on the Brahmaputra with India, for which India pays a certain amount, should also be shared with the public, as this will help in understanding the river better and therefore help people better prepare for floods. Theme. More accurate and decentralized forecasts of rain can help in improving preparedness. Weather reports should be made available on district level and should be accessible to public. 117 www. Insights on India.com. Need for these measures. As the economy of Assam is largely dependent on natural resources, what happens with agriculture and forests has direct effects on the livelihood of its people. During floods, water becomes contaminated, and climate change has a direct impact on the water resources sector by increasing the scarcity of fresh water, which is a constant problem in summer. Endosulfan victims case. The Supreme Court has slammed the Kerala government for state's inaction in providing relief to the endosulfan pesticide exposure victims. This also amounts to a breach of the Apex Court's 2017 judgment, which had ordered the state to pay 5 lakh rupees each to the victims in 3 months. What is endosulfan? It is a widely banned pesticide with hazardous effects on human genetic and endocrine systems. It does not occur naturally in the environment. It is listed under the Rotterdam Convention on the Prior Informed Consent. Use of endosulfan is banned by Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants. The Supreme Court in India has banned the manufacture, sale, use, and export of endosulfan throughout the country, citing its harmful health effects in 2011. Uses sprayed on crops like cotton, cashew, fruits, tea, paddy, tobacco, etc. For control of pests in agriculture such as whiteflies, aphids, beetles, worms, etc. Effects on humans. This pesticide is a known carcinogen, neurotoxin and genotoxin, damages DNA. Endosulfan blocks the inhibitory receptors of the CNS, disrupts the ionic channels and destroys the integrity of the nerve cells. Environmental effects. Endosulfan in the environment gets accumulated in food chains leading to higher doses causing problems. If endosulfan is released to water, it is expected to absorb to the sediment and may bioconcentrate in aquatic organisms. What is Kerala's case? From the mid-70s, Kerala villagers used aerial spraying of endosulfan on 4,600 ha. Cashew nut plantation. Locals reportedly experienced illnesses, palsies and deformities. Instalinks, prelims link, 1. Endosulfan. 2. Pesticide. 3. Endosulfan. 4. Supreme Court verdict in endosulfan case. Mains link, discuss about the effects of endosulfan on human health and environment. Q. Consider the following statements. A. Endosulfan does not occur naturally in the environment. Though it is listed under the Rotterdam Convention on the Prior Informed Consent. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only B. 2 only C. Both D. None of the above. And C. Police reforms. Context. Recently, the Vice President of India called for renewed thrust to implement reforms in police forces. Need of the hour. A. Progressive, modern India must have a police force which meets the democratic aspirations of the people. www. Insights on India. Com 118. There is a need to upgrade the skills of our policemen to effectively tackle 21st century crimes such as cybercrimes and economic offences. What is the SCS Prakash Singh judgment on police reforms? Prakash Singh, who served as DGP of UP Police and Assam Police besides other postings, filed a PIL in the Supreme Court post-retirement, in 1996, seeking police reforms. In a landmark judgment, the Supreme Court in September 2006 had directed all states and union territories to bring in police reforms. What measures were suggested by the Supreme Court? A. Fixing the tenure and selection of the DGP to avoid situations whereof FIs is about to retire in a few months are given the post. Though, in order to ensure no political interference, a minimum tenure was sought for the Inspector General of Police so that they are not transferred mid-term by politicians. 13. Postings of officers should be done by Police Establishment Boards PEB comprising police of FIs and senior bureaucrats to insulate powers of postings and transfers from political leaders. 4. Set up State Police Complaints Authority SPCA to give a platform where common people aggrieved by police action could approach. 5. Separate investigation and law and order functions to better improve policing. 6. Setup of State Security Commissions SSC that would have members from civil society. 7. Form a National Security Commission. How did states respond to these directives? So far, almost all states have complied with the 7 directives of the Supreme Court issued in Prakash Singh case. Model Police Act. The central government has also reviewed the Model Police Act, 2006. Accordingly, a draft Model Police Bill, 2015 has been prepared and placed on the website of various committees in this regard. There have been the National Police Commission, the Ribeiro and Padmanabhaya committees, and other commissions which directly alluded to police reforms. In addition, the Mullimit Committee and the Second Administrative Reforms Commission indirectly expressed requirements for police reforms. Issues present. 1. Colonial Law, the Police Act of 1861. 2. Huge vacancies. 3. Poor infrastructure. 4. Accountability and operational freedom issues. 5. Psychological pressure. Insta curious. 1. Police as an exclusive subject under the State List 2, Schedule 7 of the Constitution. 2. The present Indian police system is largely based on the Police Act of 1861. Insta links, prelims link. 1. When was the National Police Commission established? 2. Ribeiro Committee is associated with 3. Key recommendations made by Mullimit Committee. 4. Police under 7th Schedule of the Indian Constitution. 5. Prakash Singh case is more popularly associated with. Mains. Write a note on police reforms. 119 www. Insights on India.com. Q. With reference to the Union government, consider the following statements. 2021. 1. Gopalaswamy Iyengar Committee suggested that a minister and a secretary be designated solely for pursuing the subject of administrative reform and promoting it. 2. In 1970, the Department of Personnel was constituted on the recommendation of the Administrative Reforms Commission, 1966, and this was placed under the Prime Minister's charge. Select the correct code. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer C. What is the line of actual controlled lack? Context. The Indian Army has said that to prevent smaller incidents from escalating, the Indian Army and the Chinese People's Liberation Army are in regular contact through the hotlines along the line of actual controlled lack, and the practice of body pushing has been stopped. What's the present status? China's mobilizations along the line of actual controlled lack in May 2020 sparked a crisis that, 2 years on, still remains unresolved. The 2020 crisis served as a wake-up call, and there was greater focus on dealing with the threat along the northern borders. In 2017, India and China were locked in a 73-day-long military standoff at Doklam, at the Bhutan-China-India trajunction. What's the bigger picture? The two countries have fought only one war, in 1962. But simmering tensions involve the risk of escalation, and that can be devastating given both sides are established nuclear powers. There would also be an economic fallout as China is one of India's biggest trading partners. The military standoff is mirrored by growing political tension, which has strained ties between India and China. Observers say talks are the only way forward because both countries have much to lose. India's approach henceforth. India has developed strategic patience as it is negotiating from a position of assertiveness to resolve the 2 year standoff in eastern Ladakh. India wants forces to step back, to de-escalate, but there is a difference of perception on how that should be done. Regular hotline exchanges will be carried out. The force deployment and equipment deployment is calibrated in nature. India-China border and the evolution of LAC. India and China share a 3,488 kilometers long boundary. Unfortunately, the entire boundary is disputed. The line, which delineates the boundary between the two countries, is popularly called the McMahon Line, after its author Sir Henry McMahon. In 1913, the British India government had called a tripartite conference, in which the boundary between India and Tibet was formalized after a discussion between the Indian and the Tibetans. A convention was adopted, which resulted in the delimitation of the Indo-Tibetan boundary. This boundary is, however, disputed by China, which terms it as illegal. In 1957, China occupied Chin and built a road through it. This episode was followed by intermittent clashes along the border, which finally culminated in the Border War of 1962. The boundary, which came into existence after the war, came to be known as Line of Actual Control (LAC). It is a military-held line. Instalinks, do you know about China's new law on land borders? Why is it controversial? Reference, read this. Instalinks, prelims link, 1. What is LOC and how is it established? Geographical extent and significance. 2. What is LAC? 3. Where is Natula? 4. Where is Pangong So? 5. Who administers Akashi Chin? www. Insights on India. Com 120. Mains link. Creation of infrastructure would help integrate border areas with the hinterland, create a positive perception of care by the country and encourage people to stay on in the border areas, leading to safe and secure borders. Discuss. Q. Which Indian states share boundaries with China? A. Arunachal Pradesh. B. Assam. C. Both A and B. D. None. Answer A. Chief of Defense Staff. Context. The government is reassessing the concept of the Chief of Defense Staff (CDs) and the Department of Military Affairs (DMA) to fix overlaps in the system and streamline the process, due to which there has been a delay in the appointment of a new CDs. Background. In December 2019, the government approved the creation of the post of CDs, who would also function as the principal military advisor to Defense Minister and permanent chairman Chiefs of Staff Committee (COSC). In addition, the DMA was created as the fifth department in the Ministry of Defense (MOD), with the CDs functioning as its secretary. What's the issue? Take. Till now there are legacy issues of work distribution between DMA and the Department of Defense, headed by the Defense Secretary. Though coordination mechanisms are not standardized and accepted by both sides. 13. There are overlaps of roles and responsibilities. About CDs, he will be the single point military advisor to the government as suggested by the Kargil Review Committee in 1999. He will be a 4-star general. CDs acts as the permanent chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee, which will also have 3 service chiefs as members. His core function will be to foster greater operational synergy between the three service branches of the Indian military and keep inter-service frictions to a minimum. Conditions: not eligible to hold any government office after demitting the office of CDs. No private employment without prior approval for a period of 5 years after demitting the office of CDs. Roles and functions: 1. CDs will provide single point military advice to the government, inject synergy in planning, procurements, and logistics in the armed forces. Though it will ensure integration of land air sea operations through the eventual setting up of theater commands. Team. The CDs will also function as the military advisor to the PM-led Nuclear Command Authority, as also have direct command of tri-service organizations to handle the new warfare domains of space and cyberspace. 4. He will function as the principal military advisor to the Defense Minister and also as the permanent chairman, Chiefs of Staff Committee COSC. 5. The CDs will be member of Defense Acquisition Council and Defense Planning Committee. Insta curious. Do you know what theater of war or theater of operations are? Read here https://n. Wikipedia. Org wiki theater_warfare. Insta-links, prelims link. 1. About CDs. Though. Roles and functions. Team. Powers. 4. What are theater commands? Mains link. Discuss the need for and significance of theater commands.